David have rolled out into another position. Kenichi may have taken a risk to try and pop the 9 to win the rack. So on the push out, you can do what David's done. That is totally legal. Kenichi comes to the table. He has the option of playing this shot or just giving it back to David.
And that's what he's going to do. He's going to put it back in Alcaide's hands. You like this call?
Yeah, I like the shot from David as well. You know, there's no point in leaving that 9 over the side because at some point somebody's going to have a go and swipe at it. So get it back on the spot and play from here. I think David didn't really think about the cue ball too much on the push out. He just made sure he putted the 9. So the fact that Kenichi was jacked up, that's why he's put David back in. Now he has left the pot here. This does go down the rail. No real positional shot for the blue 2. So if he pots this ball, the cue ball's kind of coming to the right hand side of the table. But he's not scared of playing a bank, so he may try and play the bank. Well, I don't think the 3 ball there, you can see, yeah, there's not much of a gap there, so maybe that shot is not available. Gonna need a little bit of luck here. That's okay for David.
All 9 still on the table. Uchigaki without a pot on the break. His last break, he potted the 3. So not a lot of consistency so far from the Japanese player.
Pretty smart shot there. Made sure he found that angle for the 1 ball. Use the purple 5 to hold the cue ball. David's got a nice shot available here, I think. I think he can bank the 1 ball off the bottom rail. Try and get it back in a straight line up towards the top rail. Cue ball will slide off the 7 ball with a possible hook behind the blue 2 and the 8 ball. That's what he played, but complete misjudgment on the 1. Is it far too thin? Chance. Does it go past the green 6? If it doesn't, it may sneak in the right centre past the 3. Things are just not opening up for either player at the moment.
And not often we see Morocco with this many shots this deep without at least 1 pot.
Gone wrong, but I don't believe David can get to the pot. He can't. Yeah, he's showing his frustration there as well. skewing off the rail. 8 ball. Does it make it a big pocket? Not really. May skim off it. Very straight as well. That's why he's played it quite soft. Oh, what a shot. He did skim off the 8. Now this is a good chance.
It was really good pace. And finally we get the first putt of this rack. He got the skim off the 6 in the last rack that he won. Ooh.
Yeah, that's disappointing. Because the 1 ball he played was a lot harder than this blue 2. That was going into a more generous pocket rather, and you could see he hit it way too far down the left rail. Alcaide's got work to do it. Not only has he got to pot this thin ball, he's got to try and get on the 3 ball. And it's not easy. Oh, this is okay. Oh, I thought it was okay.
Oh, just a couple of more revolutions than he wanted.
Yeah, he's come round to have a look at the 4, so that tells me you can certainly see the right edge of this 3. So worst case, he can play into the corner, but I think he can still play in the side.
Control and now a straight on shot for the 3.
David is struggling. Nothing's coming easy.
You ever have those matches and do anything in particular to try to get yourself out of it, to try and get yourself into that flow?
Yeah, I think sometimes you just go to the table, everything lands perfect, all your positional shots, all your pots go in, and other times you kind of just got to grind your way through. I don't believe you're going to play a full tournament playing your A game, so this is just more to battle your way through, keep your concentration, get the win. There you see again, it's another good pot. Cue ball's got away from him, didn't mean to hit the 9 ball. And now this is the toughest shot of the rack. This is horrible. I think he's going to have a go at this ball. Could shoot it in the top left corner with right hand spin, so when it hits the right side rail, it hits the top rail and comes back down. Taking his time over this one. I'm wondering if he's thinking, should I attack this ball or is he going to play another safety shot? does he play it in the top right corner? But the cue ball's going to spin 3 rails near where he's looking. That feels like a tougher pot than playing in the top left though.
A lot of time here. He just cannot get comfortable with this shot, and also knowing that we're getting deeper into the rack now and any mistake could be costly.
I'd like to see him attack this ball though. I think he's going to really go for it. Because if you make it and clear the table, that's the kind of thing that could give you that little lift you need. Oh, you went for the bank shot. Okay. Oh, he's got to be happy with this one. That could have landed anywhere.
That's about as good of a leave as he could have hoped for, being as aggressive off the rail and trying to pot that ball.
Well, I believe that's the 3rd bank shot Kenichi's made, and he's got to look at the 7. What a shot that is.
With the bounce too. Definitely a robust effort.
After playing the combination here, the cue ball should just bump into the 9, hold for the 7. Nicely done. What a bank shot he has just played. Alcaide's struggling. What's this off the rail though? Yeah, you don't have to believe in yourself these. Still fancy yourself to pot it, but if this was off the rail a few more inches, this is unmissable.
That's a fine comeback from Kenichi Uchigaki of Japan, down 2-0. He has run off 3 racks in a row and now leads for the first time in this first round match with the Spaniard David Alcaide. Well, we've seen so many one-sided matches here, as you would expect on this first day of competition. This has to be one of the most interesting matches that has unfolded so far in the early hours. Well, Cagey has really been grinding. Perhaps a few shots he would like back. He's been conservative at times. And well, Carl, do you expect him to change his approach now that he's fallen behind for the first time?
I think he's got to. I really do. I think he's playing a bit too slow. Looks indecisive on a lot of shots. And maybe a hair negative. I mean, yeah, he did go for the bank shot, but if you're going to go for the bank shot, why don't you go for the pot? Anyway, it's this man breaking who's got the lead. And now he's found the 1 ball, but I think he's going to scratch. Ooh, sometimes the spin pulls it into the pocket, but it stayed dry. Trying to hide the cue ball behind the 8. It was a good effort. Even if he's left the edge, still a good shot he played. All the balls are open, so this is the type of rack where first player who gets the opportunity will feel like winning the rack, clearing the table. There's no clusters. Didn't get the hook, but the main thing is don't leave the potting angle. So you can see the right edge.
Alcaide was the only one who had a break and run. That was back in his second victory. But since then, it's been quite the battle.
Needs a bit of help here. This is the type of shot just off straight, not easy to get on the red 3 because you've not got much of an angle, and when you've been struggling, these are the ones that you can miss. Looks a little more positive in his stride though, so can he knock this blue 2 ball in? Missed it by an absolute mile. I don't know why he's struggling so much. I don't know when he arrived in the States. I don't know if I've got any kind of jet lag going on or something, but you know, he won that big major in Germany, the European Open, not that long ago, so you expect him to come away with some decent form.
Well, he ran the rack to win his second rack earlier in this match, but other than that, he's not had any kind of real rhythm to his performance. Thought maybe that would jumpstart him, but it has not.
You see him hold his hand up there, but I can only think he was playing the bank and trying to play on the red 3 in the left centre, but having looked at where the ball finished, it was actually a clever 2-way shot, even though he may not have played it.
Now the winner of this match will get the winner of Jeremy Seaman and Billy Gallagher, the 2 Americans currently competing against one another. That's also 3-2 in favor of Seaman at the moment.
Yeah, I think moving forward, Steve, I think we will see changes on the tour. I think these feature tables, I think we will need to bring the shot clock in. Just, you know, 9-ball pool and the players, they don't really play that slow, but I think when there's not a shot clock, you just instantly just look for more problems. That's what it seems to me when I'm sat in the commentary booth.
And you can't help but overthink it with so much at stake, such a big event, so many questions might be running through your head, so you just take more time than you otherwise would, and then all of a sudden you're in a situation where you're kind of out of your game, you're out of your own comfort zone, and you're not playing at your best.
Yet again, not leaving the opponent an easy shot. He's got the jump cue though, so he's got to land the cue ball on top of the two here. There's no real space for the cue ball to land on. And he actually made his mind up pretty quick. Almost just grabbed the jump cue as he stood up. Now he's having a rethink. Oh, played to perfection from the Japanese jumper. Looks like he's going to need another one though. You could see the cue ball, it had to land on the two ball. There's not much landing space here as well, so the cue ball is going to be going near the three again.
Well, in terms of distance, a very similar shot to what he just hit.
Well, he is really coming with a shot, Steve, isn't he, in this match? We're only 5 racks in. He's played bank shots, jump shots, back-to-back jump shots in this rack.
It's been interesting. He's won the last 3 racks, but it hasn't felt like he's gone on a sustained run of any kind. But this might be the opportunity. What a swing in momentum and just the trajectory of this match. If he can close out the table and take a 4-2 lead.
Yep, nicely done. You couldn't put the cue ball any better for this pot in the side pocket. Not sure why the cue ball's finished there, but he's took care of it. Couple of jump shots. That's why Kenichi has found himself on this 9-ball in rack 6.
That is 4 unanswered racks for Kenichi Uchigaki. Fell behind 2-0, but now leads 4-2 over world number 11, David Alcaide from Spain. Could this be the first upset of the US Open, unfolding here in just the second match of the day on table number 1 on day 1 at this 46th edition of this glorious major? And here is a look at the way the bracket stands, the early matches in progress, and so much taking place around this venue here at Harrah's Atlantic City on some of the outer tables in the ballroom. And we've already seen the world number 1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz of Spain, with an easy 9-1 win over the American John Webber. Winner of this match will take on the winner of Jeremy Seaman and Billy Gallagher, the 2 Americans. They are right in the middle of the screen. They are deadlocked at 3 in their first round match. And one of a handful of tight matches taking place here. But also, as you would suspect, in this first day of competition, a lot of one-sided and decisive competitions, with the top-ranked players bursting out to big leads. Shane Walford of the U.S. against Angelo Labronte of Italy is the match over on table number 2, where you can watch on our YouTube channel, and the American falling behind 5-4 in another tightly contested competition. Meanwhile, David Alcaide has to try to find a way to get the wheels back on the track here. Had a break and run to go up 2-0 at one point, and looked like he was finally establishing his presence and a flow to his game in mounting the early lead over Ken Uchigaki. But since then, things have completely flipped and turned around in the favor of the 54-year-old Tokyo sensation from Japan. Uchigaki now leading 4-2. And Labronte and Wolford now tied at 5 racks apiece over on table number 2. So the Italian and the American locked in a pretty hefty duel as they go to rack 11. First ever U.S. Open, held way back in 1976. The origins of the sport here in the U.S. down in Virginia, a few hours south of Atlantic City here. And this Harrah's venue, fabulous setting, and will only get better as this week unfolds. Just about an hour's drive southeast of Philadelphia, 2 hours south of New York City. And so much action taking place on this first day. Starting at 10 a.m. local time, it'll finish just prior to that in the evening. 254 players starting the competition. Double elimination down to the last 64. Race to 9 on the winner's side. Loser side, it's the race to 8. And then once we get to the single elimination at that last 64 juncture, it'll be a race to 10 in the quarters, race to 11 in the semis, and race to 13 in the final. So Carl Uchigaki grabbing some momentum here for David Alcaide. What's going through his head?
Well, that's a good question, Steve, because he can't be feeling good out there. I think he's got to change something up. I think he probably knows that himself, because it's been pretty dire so far. He'll know he needs to change something, because so far it's just not been working. Oh, and this has stayed over the pocket. Even if it had gone in, he had a straight shot on the red 3, so it didn't really matter. And his last couple of breaks, he's actually made the 1 ball in the side himself.
Yeah, first 2 breaks, he made the 3 in the bottom right, and he failed to pot a ball in his second break, but since then, back-to-back 1s in the side pocket.
Pace is key. It's very easy to, it's too thin, and then the cue ball runs away from you. Just sort of held it. I think he's okay. You can see the 6-9 combo is not really on. That'd be quite difficult to make, so he wasn't playing for that, so that means he's under-hit the cue ball. That's left this little thin one. This feels like a big shot in this match. Oh, he's done well there. He's avoided clipping the 9 with a cue ball.
Yeah, could have also potentially led to a scratch, but he keeps himself alive and has to be careful here, but he's closing in. And what would be his first run of this match.
Is that the moment Mr. Alcaide has been waiting for?
That was mishit off the jump. And now this could turn into the easiest rack that Alcaide has faced. Just have to pot 3 balls to get back into this. It can be a funny game. David Alcaide grinding, overthinking, struggling at times early on, just waiting for an opening, waiting for something good to happen. Uchigaki had run off 4 racks in a row to overcome a 2-0 lead, and then all of a sudden, when Uchigaki seemed to be in position to take his 5th consecutive rack, he makes a mistake, and that opening, all of a sudden, Cagey back into it, and now it's 4-3. So much can shift on just one shot. And now the question is, what does it do for his confidence? Didn't have to accomplish a lot to win that rack, but does it change his mindset, change the dynamic and just the feel of the match overall?
Yeah, I think he's just happy to probably win a rack on the board. No shot on the 2 is a good break. So here comes the push out. Doesn't have to play the push out, but obviously you would think he's going to. You always have to tell the referee or your opponent as well when they're playing the push out. You can't just get down and roll the cue ball. You have to make it known. Now the first scratch of the entire match. Yeah, and from nowhere, it looked like Cagey was going to go 5-2 up. This is quite an easy 7-ball. And next rack scratches, and now Davy's got a good chance, but even now he still seems very indecisive.
Wasn't a difficult shot by any means, but you saw him sizing it up and just making sure he gets the contact point right. And this is opening up nicely for the Spaniard.
Got a tiny bit of angle, so I don't think he can just draw straight back. Well, I mean, he can draw straight back, but he's going to be drawing into the 9-ball. That's what I meant. Oh, it was perfect. What are you talking about, Ken?
I mean, you couldn't put ball on hand and place it any better than that. These last 2 racks have really come to Alcaide, where his first 2 wins, he's had to earn it more. He's really had to work, but Uchigaki has created the opportunities for his opponent here, and now the Spaniard is about to level. And it's 4-all on table number 1. And what swings of momentum. The pendulum going back and forth in this match. Alcaide won the first 2 racks, Uchigaki the next 4, and now Alcaide the last 2. Meanwhile, over on table number 2, also a tight battle and a good competition unfolding between the American Shane Wolford, who leads the Italian Angelo Labronte 6-5. And Wolford closing in on a 7-5 lead. Cagey doesn't get the 1 ball in the side pocket, but he does get the 8 in the upper left. He's been so consistent in his breaks, just missing out on the 1 ball. Well, watch the 8 there.
What a chance this is. All the balls are sat perfect. Three ball. He's just coming around to have a look. See how much of the pocket he's got. Past the green 6, that is. Yeah, just go. He's happy.
He's got the 4-7 lined up nicely. Draws it back well, and now just the 6 and the 9 left.
Now let's remember, Kenichi had that shot on the 7 ball, which looked like he was going to get to 5 first.
Now that is the second time in this match that David Alcaide has run the rack, and he has come back to win the last 3 racks in a row, and once again taken the lead for the second time. Now 5-4 in favor of the Spaniard. A seesaw match here on table number 1. Meanwhile, Shane Wolford next door on table 2 has opened up a 2-rack lead on the Italian, Angelo Labronte, 7-5. Alcaide on the break once again. And back to his familiar ways as he pockets the 1 on the side. And remember, in that last rack, he just missed out as the 1 nipped the corner. Was able to pocket the 8 in his last break, however, and that was the springboard to run the table.
Needless to say, push out incoming. Decision time. He will have the option to shoot this shot. He doesn't like it, he'll just simply pass it back. And as quick as a click of the switch, it's Kenichi who's got problems in this match now. Everything was going his way. His opponent David was struggling. Now he finds himself 1 behind. Yeah, that's okay. Smart shot. Not easy this, banking the ball back down the bottom end. You can see the wall of balls that are in the way. Do very well to miss one of them.
Yeah, can he bank it off that top rail and go bottom right? How much does the 8 come into play? Can he just skirt it? He tried to go the other way.
Yeah, I believe he tried to. He needed to find some gap there, didn't he? He nearly did.
Just a cluster of balls to navigate though now. Interesting. Can he use that bottom rail to take the red 3 into the side pocket? Or is that too big an ask?
Looking at the 2 rail, trying to put the 8 in the side. Also just looking, if he hits the red 3, is the red 3 going to glance off the 8 and maybe go towards the top right corner? Oh, didn't hit it how he wanted, didn't even make contact with the 8 off the 3 ball. How's this landed?
A more direct shot now for Uchigaki on the 3, and which also served the purpose of spreading the others out a little bit more. Kind of a standoff here in rack number 10. Reminiscent of some of the earlier racks at the outset of this match between these two.
A little thick, but it's disappeared. It's a funny one, isn't it, Steve? It's not so much the Alcaide fight back and fabulous play. It was all about that rack at 4-2. And Kenichi missed that 7 ball. Just turn this match on its head. That's what can happen. Whenever you get chances in these type of matches, you've got to kill the racks off. You can't be making easy mistakes. You know, we all miss balls and we're all entitled to make mistakes on the harder shots, but when you've got an open table, you simply just have to clear the table.
It's all about when you miss too, right? I mean, you can miss balls, but if you miss at crucial times in a rack, that can really be the killer. But it's so strange too. Uchigaki looked like he had some momentum when he had the back-to-back jump shots that went down for him.
That was very underrated, that shot. It was quite thin, and he didn't have another rail to contact to hold for the 6, so he had to really grip the cue ball. Look how steep that angle is.
Should have just enough room for the 7 here. Now that is just a little close, but it looks like .6-4. And you talk about the swings of momentum that can be put together in any given match. We go from Uchigaki winning 4 consecutive racks to Alcaide winning 4 straight racks. And now the Spaniard back in front at 6-4 here.
There's the wonderful arena for the 46th US Open Pool Championship. It's an event that is rich in history. It's almost like the #1 tournament on the calendar year. You can also put that alongside the World Pool Championships as well, but the US Open just feels special. Here's some results going on the outside tables.
Now the winner of this match on table #1 will face either the American Jeremy Seaman or his fellow player from the US, Billy Gallagher. They are lockstep in a pretty good duel. 5 apiece going to rack number 11.
So 2019 champion Joshua Filler is 5-2 up over Garcia from Italy, so his campaign is going nicely.
Tyler Steyer just getting underway against fellow American Franklin Hernandez. Steyer is certainly a name to watch and keep an eye on. world #1 Sanchez Ruiz from Spain with a 9-1 win over John Webber in our first match of the day on table #1. And now his fellow Spaniard David Alcaide, ranked #11 in the world coming into the week with a 2-rack lead over Ken Uchigaki here on this showcase table on this first day of competition. Now the oldest major in the sport. And once again coming to Harrah's Atlantic City on the Jersey Shore in the Marina District of Atlantic City. First opened back in 1980 and now one of the premier venues along the Jersey Shore. And David Alcaide now trying to keep this momentum and stretch this lead as Uchigaki can only sit and watch. Once again, he pockets the 1. Fairly reliable off the break so far here today.
Yeah, he's been excels in that. In on the break between these two. And if you're consistently making that 1 ball, yeah, you're not guaranteed a shot on the lowest ball, but what you are guaranteed is the next shot at the table. So it's definitely something that you should be practicing. It's called the push out. You could see he's looked at his opponent, he nodded approval, and yet again Kenichi will play or pass the shot back.
Pretty good results either way for Uchigaki. Didn't have a really inviting option to begin with.
Airborne for Alcaide. He'll go close to the jump bank here. This sets up very nice. You expect him to hit a point. Worst case scenario, he'll go close. He's hit both points.
Wow. And he's left the opening now for Uchigaki here, but couldn't get much closer.
A little floaty one, yeah, had to be careful. The cue ball's always going to go forward. Just held it so it didn't hook behind the brown 7. Now can he avoid cannoning the 8 ball? I think he can. Pace is key. Doesn't want to run past the 5 ball because the 6 ball's up table. Yeah, you see how he stopped a little short of the angle? Now the path will just roll forward for the 6.
He gets a nice roll. Good cue ball control.
This needs to bounce. Oh, this is a big mistake. Does he sneak past the 9-ball? He had loads of table to land in. Does it go, or is he playing the hook? It was a tight one.
Just couldn't do it. He's got the 9 as a blocker, but can Alcaide work around it?
Yeah, fortunate not to leave something easier, but if you're Alcaide, you've got to be happy you're just getting back to the table. It's easier said than done. Cagey will feel a little bit robbed, but the reality is you would rather be playing this shot than be watching your opponent slot an easy 9-ball in. Just looking to see if he can clip it thin enough to play the safety. This match has been a tale of two tapes, but it's still in the balance. There you see how thin it was. How's the pace? Full ball hook would be lovely. Yep, that is okay. It's more than okay.
You get to the business end of the rack here, and it creates a lot of stress and anxiety knowing that every shot could be your last on the table.
This is one of the most difficult situations in the game. 2 balls left, very difficult to play safe. Safe meaning get the hook. How do you attack the table? If you do play the bank shot, and that's if the bank goes, how do you get on the 9-ball? So you may just bank the 8-ball back up to the bottom rail. Pace is key with that shot. It's what we call a containing safety.
He's backed off so many of these shots throughout the match. Uchigaki might have the opportunity here. Certainly doesn't want to let Alcaide get out to a 3-rack lead, even though he has come back and won 4 consecutive racks earlier in this match. How many times can you realistically do that in a given game?
That is not what he intended. Wow, has he been fortunate there? Alcaide can't even get out of his chair. That could have gone anywhere. Such a big rack as well. Just the way the match has gone, it's actually not a surprise that's happened.
Yeah, we've seen a few good breaks and some lucky rolls in this match, but that might be the biggest for Uchigaki. Not what he had intended, but I don't know if he could have placed it any better given the circumstances.
This is very difficult to get safe. I'm not saying he should just give it a good old whack, but it might not be the worst option.
It's one thing when you're playing safe early in the rack on the 2 or the 3 and you still have a lot of congestion on the table, but at this point where it could be your final shot, a lot more to consider.
Well, that's why I'm sat in and Alcaide isn't, because give it a good old whack was clearly not the shot. Played a beauty there. It's a shot.
And these two players have basically just been exchanging sides of the waiting for the right opportunity and trying to deny their opponent in the process. Now, during the course of this sequence, this is probably the best look that either player has now had. Alcaide an opportunity with 2 good shots here back to back to open up a 3-rack lead.
Does he attack this one? Early part of this match he was refusing shots. There he is, he's back up again. Come on, David, you're capable of slotting this one in the pocket.
And we talked about the lack of the shot clock earlier. If this was one of those matches where a shot clock was in place, Alcaide would have exceeded it on several occasions by now. That's how much he's laboring and considering some of these shots
he could still play thin off it. I'm not saying he has to attack it. Maybe he should have played safe. No, I mean, listen, if you're not feeling it, I suppose, why should you attack the table? I didn't fancy him potting it, just the way his mannerisms have been in this one, and it weren't even close, to be honest.
Almost got a break as the 8 came back and glanced off the cue ball. Could have gone side pocket, but no such luck. And unlike Alcaide, Uchigaki wasting no time. Depositing the 8, and now this to get back to within 1 rack. And the battle rolls on. Uchigaki from Japan, Alcaide from Spain. What a battle. In their first matches of this U.S. Open. And just 1 rack separating these two as they go to number 12. And Carl, as we noted earlier, on day 1 of an event like this, it's easy and almost expected that you're going to see momentum and confidence and quick matches. But this particular match has really been devoid of consistent momentum and rhythm. It's just bounced back and forth.
Yeah, a little surprising the fact that Alcaide is coming into this event having won our last Open event, European Open. I mean, usually the players who are in form kind of continue that, but he's looked like a player who's got the world on his shoulders. Not just the biggest event in the sport, US Open. After this event, we will also know the second player who will be named for Team Europe and USA for December's Mosconi Cup. So there's a lot at stake here this week.
Now, unlike Alcaide, Uchigaki has not been as consistent on the break here today. So that turns the table over to the Spaniard. Second of 3 automatic spots for each nation for the Mosconi Cup coming at the end of this U.S. Open, and then following the Hanoi Open as the Pro Tour goes to Vietnam for the first time. Everyone excited about that event coming up shortly.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what players are lurking over that part of the world, because we know Nineball pool is very popular in Vietnam, so the Hanoi Open is going to prove to be a spectacular tournament over there. It's a good safety shot from David.
And after the Hanoi Open, that'll be the final automatic spot for both Team Europe and Team USA, and then it'll be just left down to the 2 wildcard picks for each nation.
Yeah, of course, Jeremy Jones, captain of USA, is here. Part of our commentary team, so he'll be keeping an eye on the USA players. Also, Ralph Eckert, European Mosconi Cup team captain, is also here. So there's a lot going on here. Not just history, not just the US Open. All the prizes that come alongside it in the world of professional 9-ball pool. For viewers who have maybe not enjoyed this match, who think it's been a bit slow and a bit one-sided, back and forth one-sided, I mean, it won't stay like this. Well, this has been an enthralling match because we just don't know who's going to win. Oh, the cue ball's got away from him, found that little gap.
That's his second scratch of the match. Yeah, this has been extremely unpredictable and very calculated. Very cagey between these two. Alcaide has run 2 racks so far in establishing this 6-5 lead. And what's unusual is when you have a match like that where a player has run a couple of racks, usually you associate that with momentum and a player playing with pace and confidence and just consistency, but that has not been the case with Alcaide here today. He's had to work a lot harder than some of those early scores would indicate.
Oh, these balls are just that in prime location. The next 3 or 4 shots are all stop shots, really. 8 to the 9 ball. If it's gonna go wrong, it will go wrong because he's not gotten the 9 ball nicely. Often when you see the 8 ball up the top end of the table, players leave themselves on a 50-yard line pot on the 9. But if he can get the cue ball up towards the top on the right hand side, this rack should be over.
Table opened up nicely for him early. Uchigaki failed to get a pot off the break. And things a little more straightforward here in this rack than what we've seen here in the last few for this Spanish player.
Yeah, as long as he comes over to the right hand side and leaves an angle, he'll just stun down the left side of the table. Didn't really hit that good. That's why you see that tiny little slam of the chalk on the table. That's the angle he's faced with. Needed the cue ball another foot over. Now he's got a bit of work to do. Cue ball is closer to the rail than he wanted. It's all about staying still on this shot.
So Alcaide runs it, and back to a 2-rack lead. Inching forward, crawling towards the 9 racks. Technically, it's the race to 9, but this feels more like the crawl to 9, the way this match has developed here at the U.S. Open. 7-5 now in favor of the Spaniard. Number 11 in the world, and also fighting for his spot on the Mosconi Cup team for Europe. He has competed in the Mosconi Cup on 3 different occasions, way back in 2006 as well as 2017, and then again 3 years ago. He was the first ever Spanish player to represent Team Europe at the Mosconi Cup. You competed in what, 3 or 4 Mosconi Cups?
4 I competed in.
You never lost, did you?
Never lost.
Yeah.
Must have been the lucky charm.
Yeah.
An unusual dry break.
Now, the only time on the break for Alcaide today where he didn't pot the 1, he was able to pocket the 8 to keep the table, but no such luck here.
Main thing is when you do have a dry break and you go and sit back down in your chair, your opponent's hooked. It's always a nice feeling, that. Remember that. Yeah, the beauty of these events, the big multi-table events, is the fact that you can literally get to any table in the arena, really close to the table as well, to watch all the action. So what you'll find is the fans that are here watching will congregate around the table that's getting close, and then they'll all shift over to the other side of the room because maybe another table's a close match. So as this match gets near the end, all the fans will be around the table. 2 Americans have shared the opening 2 racks on table 2, Frankie Hernandez and Tyler Steyer. Tyler Steyer won the Texas Open just a few weeks ago, so he's another player coming in here with form and trying to get his way back on that side for Team USA.
It's always a heavy burden when you come to an event like this. Not only is it such a prestigious event in its own right, the oldest major in the sport, and by all accounts the signature event in Nineball, but while you're trying to stay in the moment and remember that this event is that enormous by itself, it also carries the weight of that automatic spot on the Mosconi Cup team. So there's so much to play for, so much at stake. Always on the minds of these players throughout this very long week. 6 days of competition in all.
Said it before, you're never going to play a tournament where you just steam roll the field and play lights out. You're going to play matches where it's been easy. We've seen that with the world #1, the defending champion, Sanchez Ruiz, who's actually not played the last couple of events. He's had kidney stones, he's had an operation. I was speaking to him last night. He's had an operation, had the kidney stones removed. So he's still in a little bit of discomfort, he said, but good to see him back here and, of course, defending his title.
Still waiting for the first pot here in rack number 13.
It's been the story of the match, hasn't it, Steve, this one? No players been able to get easy tables off the break, but this is why this break rule has been voted in by the players, actually. The bosses of the World Nineball Tour put it to the players, give them 3 or 4 options and said, listen, you know better than us, you pick the best break for the sport, and this was voted. And you can see why, because you see break and runs, you see a few clusters, you get to see a little bit more of the game, but not too much. We don't want to be sat here all day, do we? We've got Starbucks to go to, Steve.
It feels like it, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it won't always be like this.
Well, this is one of those matches where every rack has told a different story. We haven't seen one like the previous one. The one that followed was so different than the one we just saw. It's really been a match that's featured just about everything that the sport can offer.
Yeah, when you get a player who's not quite on his game, this is what you see. A lot of second guessing, players up and down, undecided. They feel like the angle's not really there to get on the next ball, even though it probably is. It's not an easy game. And it's definitely not an easy game if you're struggling. Found a nice gap there though.
It's something we have seen a few different times. The gamesmanship and the back and forth here early in the rack, trying to just get into it, get engaged.
As we can all see, he's lost the cue ball, but he's proved he's a good banker of the ball. This is going to set up nicely for Alcaide. Has he got an angle to get down on the pink 4? It looks quite straight to me.
Yeah, heavy pace on that last shot from Uchigaki. He's got to be careful here during the course of this rack, because despite those swings of the pendulum and the fact that he has run off as many as 4 racks in a row during the course of this match, he has never been down by more than 2 racks at a time. And if Alcaide goes on a run here, all of a sudden he can find himself on the hill leading by 3, and then Uchigaki is really in trouble.
Having to draw the ball here. He would have liked to have gone forward, but the Nineball's in the way. Here comes the spin. It's just died a little bit on him. That's because the balls are new and the cloth's new. Doesn't bite the same yet. Will do in a couple of days though. Alcaide will grind on all his experience here. Years and years of playing. Being in the pit. One decent shot here. Played the cue ball off 2 rails. Above the middle. Yeah, that's good. He's got to be feeling a lot better about his work now.
Now this is as quickly as I think we've seen him play as well in a while. Shots feel more straightforward to him at the moment. And more clarity coming to this match now. And I think both sides can probably feel it. An exhale from the Spaniard as he leads by 3 racks for the first time in this match, and he is on the hill here in round number 1 with the 8-5 lead over Ken Uchigaki. Number 11 player in the world, David Alcaide from Spain, who first started playing the sport at the age of 5. And so many huge accomplishments throughout his career. A 2-time World Pool Masters champion, 3 times on the Mosconi Cup, semi-finalist at the World Championships 2 years ago. For all of his struggles and just getting off his game at times here today, this is the best spot he has been in. Breaking for what he hopes will be the final rack. And then if he does move on, he will face an American coming up in the second round, either Jeremy Seaman or Billy Gallagher. They are even at 7 racks apiece going on here at the moment. Tightest match in the hall.
Why would he have a shot on the blue too? Just hasn't happened the whole match. Very rare. Again, the push out.
Yeah, the 2 has been tough here today. He gets it down cozy near the rail, but Uchigaki might still feel that he likes his chances here. It'll still be thin, but there is an opportunity. Not even close.
Oh, was that just sat on the 7 ball, the brown 7? Doesn't look like he's got the hook from there, but if that cue ball is touching the 7, he may well have got the hook. The 2-rail kick leaves distance. I'll be happy with that one.
And he's got the 5 as a blocker. And Alcaide. Not a lot of attractive possibilities here. Would certainly love to open things up and ensure that this is the final rack of this match.
It's close. And again, doesn't leave a pot.
Now, the one thing that each player here has maybe done the best is make things difficult for the other. And now the first clear lane opening up for David Alcaide.
Yeah, just needs a good shot here. If you can get ideal on the red 3, ideal meaning needs this angle. Looks a bit strong. Yeah, what is an angle? Now he's got a bit of work to do. But if you can put a big draw stroke on this and draw it right back off the top rail and then back out for the pink 4. Jacked up as well.
Well, this match just about 2.5 hours old.
Can't say I'm surprised the way the match has gone.
You see his displeasure. That's about as animated as he has been. Can he use this rail? Not the way he would have liked.
So, chance for the match has gone.
Uchigaki would have loved the cue ball to stop behind the 7. Now, both players with some unforced errors here in this rack.
I think this ball will cut. I don't think he attempts the cut because the safety is quite easy. Just split the balls, use the 9 and the 8 ball as blockers. This is what he's doing. And he's done it very good indeed. I think we'll be seeing the jump cue.
Oh. Just too heavy. Rattled in and out several different times as it rocked the corners.
It's not an easy chance to jump shot, but I don't know, when it's near the pocket, you always fancy you're going to pot it, so when you miss them, you feel like it's a little chance gone away.
Well, after fighting for positions early in this rack, things finally falling for Uchigaki and opening up to give him an opportunity to stay in this match. Meanwhile, over on table number 2, Tyler Steyer, who was down early to his fellow American Franklin Hernandez, has ripped off several in a row and now out to a 5-2 lead in his first match.
This is not ideal. I can assure you, this is a thin 9-ball. Thin 9-ball to stay in this match. And it's there.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Uchigaki hanging around, forcing yet another rack. Alcaide not able to get over the hill and to 9 here in that previous rack. So it's now 8-6, and we go to rack 15 here in this first round matchup.
Day one of the 46th US Open Pool Championships. This pool tournament is stacked with history. All kinds of past legends have won this event. Earl the Pool Strickland, 5-time champ. SVB Shane Van Bonen, 5-time champ. And SVB will be playing today. I think he will be playing next on our feature table. I'll just double check. Yeah, he's following this match. SVB, he's playing Andrew Finnegan from USA. Here are some results. Lucas Francasco-Verna, 5-1 over Scott Frost. Koping Yi is getting his campaign underway. He's one to watch, 6-1 up over Sean Morgan. Sanjin Perlovanovic flying 7-1 over Josef Mapudi. Tyler Steyer going along nicely. He's actually just took another rack, so that match is now 6-2. Anthony Braga, a young gun from the Philippines, been doing really well on the circuit these past 3 months. He's won the opening rack in his match. Moritz Neuhausen won the last ranking event up in Connecticut. Connecticut Cooley's Open, 7-2 over Matt Ross. Matt Beisterbosch just starting his match out against Marat Shawi. Beisterbosch got to the final of the Spanish Open, lost to Dang Junhui. And good to see Chan Yu-Lung, class player from Chinese Taipei. 4-2 up over Fitum Originage. Trenton White, the young gun from Florida, USA, tied at 3-3 against Miguel Silva. It's all happening here on day one of the 46th US Open Pool Championship. If you missed the first match of the day, defending champ, world number 1, world champ, pretty much won everything in the sport of Nineball in the last 18 months. He won his match quite easy, so Ruiz is through to round 2. 256 players started, and it's all about trying to get through the double elimination format and get your name in the hat for the single elimination rounds. Players just took a break, and obviously David Alcaide. There he is, walking back in the arena. 8-6 lead. Kenichi won the last rack, so he will be breaking.
Well, this match coming up on 3 hours, so I'm not surprised if they ran out for lunch. I mean, it's about that time, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, I bet we're approaching record time here. I bet this is the longest race to 9 match we've had on tour. Cue ball. That is horrible to see. Not for David Alcaide, of course.
And it's the 3rd time that Uchigaki has scratched here today. 2nd time on a break, he's failed to pot one. And so the early opening here will fall to the Spaniard. Still on the hill, looking to close things out.
Quick glance around the table tells me that the 7 ball looks like the key ball in this rack. I don't know if he can play some sort of cannon at some point and stay on his next ball. Maybe if he can get the cue ball on the side rail, he could pot it, but we'll see what David chooses to do in a moment. I know one thing for sure, he'll be glad to get this match out of the way. And it's a match where you can't really take too much from it. You won't be disheartened. He'll probably, you know, if he goes on to win still, surmise him, but he'll just walk out the arena with his cue, probably just shake his head and wonder what that performance was all about.
Now, so much of these matches, too, is about the way things finish, the way they wind up and close out a match, finish off a victory, and that dictates a lot of the feeling when you walk out of the hall. And so much can happen earlier, but if you end on that kind of a positive note, it can certainly psychologically be a big boost.
Got a bit of an angle here. Is he just going to roll forward? Wow. Wow. Didn't see the miss coming.
Well, didn't see the miss coming, but he's got the 9 as a blocker here.
You could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to break free that brown 7. Got fortunate, but this has been the story of the match. Both players, when mistakes have come, have got away with it.
Yeah, that 9 has served as a blocker more often than you typically see, and several of the racks that these two have gone through.
Look how elevated he's got to be here. Doesn't need to play the jump shot. He's got a 2-rail kick available.
Yeah, rethinking things here. And we've seen that a lot here today between these two players, standing over the shot and then thinking about it a second and even a third and fourth time on a few different occasions.
Yeah, this is the 2-rail kick. I was thinking, as long as it's top side, may pot the ball. Yeah, good things could happen going that way. Good things have happened. Kenichi Uchigaki still in this match. It's only 8-6.
can he find just the right spot on the rail here?
That was very close. Here's another look. Look how close this 4-ball is. That'll work out okay.
Well, things coming together for Uchigaki, and for that man, David Alcaide. Boy, the frustration has mounted on so many different occasions here today. And he has been dismayed by some of the shots he's had to play. And now staring at what could be a much closer match here. Had an 8-5 lead, was on the hill, looking good to close things out, but now Ken Uchigaki on the doorstep of, once again, making this a match that goes down to the wire. "15 racks in a race to 9, and it's still to be decided. 8-7 now for the 11th ranked player in the world, David Alcaide, over the Tokyo sensation, 54-year-old Ken Uchigaki, who for the second time in this match has won multiple racks in a row. He's won the last 2 here. Earlier he won 4 in a row. And David Alcaide just can't shake him. Now when you have a race to 9, there are only so many moments that you can look back and say, well, that was a pivotal, particular time in the match. But in this match, it seems like we've had a bundle of them. Uchigaki looking to send this match to a deciding rack. Could we have a hill-hill match in just the second match of the tournament on table 1?
Dry break, I believe.
And they also had that, remember, in the last rack, but he scratched on the cue ball. That'll work out just fine for Alcaide, as so often has been the case in this match. That's what these early shots have led to. A lot of calculation and just safety first.
A lot of balls are still on the table though, so if you can get contact, there's always an outside chance you will get away with this. That's the way you've got to be thinking.
To give you an idea of the slow, methodical pace of this match, this is the second match of the day on table number 1. When this match began, there was another match going on table number 2 next to it. That match ended, another match eventually started, and that match is almost over, while our match is still very much in the balance.
Yeah, it won't always stay this way. Don't be worried too much. This has just been a complete grind. It really has.
Alcaide has run the table a couple of different times, but the issue has been the trouble he's run into in those other racks. Still looking for the first pot here in rack 16.
Yeah, you can see there he's not happy where the cue ball's gone, just because he's jacked up, but it's not the end of the world. It's not something you've got to completely worry about. Still got an angle to come round for the 3 in the left centre pocket. 3 ball goes in the top right corner.
Picking out his spot where he wants to spin the cue ball back up the table towards the purple 5.
Cue ball needs to settle down a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, this is just a glorious chance now to finally put this match to bed. What a grind this has been. And for somebody who's coming here with loads of confidence after winning the European Open, even Alcaide will be glad to see the back of this match.
He's going to make sure he has a clean rail here.
Yeah, I don't really like it when the players do that. Almost like brushes a bit of a, like a pathway in case you miss it.
Right.
I'm not saying he's going to hit it that slow, but almost like you've made a little channel so the ball hugs the rail.
Like a golfer picking up leaves in the line of his ball. And this should finally bring it to an end, I believe. Barring any kind of a mistake from David Alcaide. Nothing Uchigaki can do now.
That's going to be good enough, Steve. It's been a grind, it's been a long match. It's had a little bit of everything, but overall, we've still had the drama that Nineball pool can produce.
David Alcaide playing a lot of pool here to get through to the second round and play in the winner's bracket. Uchigaki will not be eliminated. He'll go to the consolation bracket. And what a battle they had. It took 16 racks and almost 3 hours. But David Alcaide, the 44-year-old Spaniard, 11th ranked player in the world, does prevail in the race to 9. He beats Uchigaki 9-7 here on table number 1 on this first day at the U.S. Open.
cushions. Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best players to keep that 2.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the building. Make some noise in your support team. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Welcome to the University of Bolton Stadium as Matchroom Multi-Sport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of dance dance.
Well held.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Arameth tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Arameth range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Arameth, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Yet another big leap forwards for the World Nineball Tour coming up week after next. The Hanoi Open in Vietnam. And that is going to be absolutely massive over there. The game is enjoying a massive surge in popularity in that country, and you've seen it reflected in the results of some of the players in 2023, and that's coming up week after next. Again, breaking new ground with a major event on the World Nineball Tour. They don't come much more major than this. The US Open. Shane Van Boening has won it 5 times, and we'll see him in a moment against Andrew Finnegan, and then Ko Ping Chung will be next up on the main table, taking on former US Open winner. Over on table 2, Tyler Steyer looking to nail down that Mosconi Cup place again, facing Franklin Hernandez, and then Robbie Capito of Hong Kong will be playing someone from Vietnam, Nguyen Tan, and that'll be match number 4 on table 2. 6 matches scheduled across the day on both of the 2 main tables. And this is the setting on the opening day of this US Open. 256 player fields. We'll be playing down over the next few days to the final 64, and that's when we move into single elimination stage. And from there, it's pretty straightforward, 1 round in each session all the way through to the final, when on Saturday evening, early evening really, we will find out the name of this year's US Open champion. Long Duc Tien is another Vietnam player, and on the hill now against Mitsuo Komada of Japan at 8-1. Sullivan Clark looking for a couple more racks, leading Jarrett Wiebert of Canada 7-5, and Ko Pin Yi, World Masters winner this year, is on the hill at 8-3 against Sean Morgan. Anton Raga, who we saw get to the final of the European Open in Germany last month, going along really nicely. 6-0 now against Nelson Bueno. And Nguyen Kong Tan, another Vietnamese player, also looking for just 1 more now, leading Darren Emery by 8 racks to 1. So we'll have Shane Van Boening and Andrew Finnegan coming up in just a few minutes' time at this US Open, the latest and one of the most prestigious stops on this World Nineball Tour, which has so far had a wonderful 2023.
Alcaide, dynamic David in Deutschland.
Yeah, so many great stories throughout the year. Anton Raga getting to that final, someone who wasn't really all that widely known on the world stage prior to that tournament, very well known within pool circles, just beaten by David Alcaide, with Dang Jinhu returning to the big stage after an absence really for the last couple of years and winning the Spanish Open. Great World Cup won by the Philippines, and it seems like such a long time ago now that we were in Kielce in Poland when Francisco Sanchez Ruiz won the World Championship in the snows of February. So just been so many great stories throughout the year, and many more will be written this week. We've got the Hanoi Open then, as we were saying, week after next, and all roads lead to Alexandra Palace in North London. Early December, the Mosconi Cup. 30th staging of it. It's come such a long way since that first time it was played, all the way back in 1994. And of course, Jeremy, as American captain, you'll be as aware as anyone of the fact that the second automatic place will be decided on the team this week. Now, it's not really that tight, is it? I mean, we know Skylar Woodward's already in, Shane Van Boening looking very good for the number 2 spot. But what a race you could have on your hands in Hanoi in a couple of weeks' time, because after that there are so many players within striking distance.
Yeah, absolutely. A few players making a little noise the last couple weeks in some ranking events, and of course some players in really good form as well. That's always a positive note. It's not kind of like, for lack of a better term, stumbling across some kind of line. It's really a race for that third, fourth, and fifth spot. And, Shane, if something happens this week to where he wasn't the second spot, that would only be a blessing for Team USA, because you would have a player really climbing the charts with a great week here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, anyone who's looking to overtake Van Boning for the second automatic spot would need to reach at least the final.
Well, Shane, of course, one of those players that can smash him even though the cut break is in play. I talked to him a little bit after our first match, and just saw how he was doing, and if he got that week off, he was wanting to kind of reboot and get a little relaxed time. And he said, no, I decided to just stick with it and grind through it. He said, I feel great. He's really proud of himself, and he expects results with a few changes he's making health-wise, getting back in shape and doing a lot of running.
So Andrew Finnegan of Scotland really up against it today, facing five-time winner of this title.
Yeah, and Scotland has been having so many more Nineball events ever since that ranking event back in May, I believe it was, and seems like a country and has a big interest in Nineball pool.
Well, I know there are one or two Scots who won't like me saying this, but it's so cold there. You've got to be indoors for most of the year.
Yeah, and Shane kind of sizing up this first shot. Should be a safety coming. Kind of felt like he would go behind the 3, the red 3 and the brown 7 with the cue ball. Tyler Steyer did go ahead and beat another really good player from the New York area. I don't think he plays as much anymore, Frankie Hernandez. There's some concern here that I don't really see. Maybe chipping the 2, coming behind the 3. He'd like to hit it a little thicker and move it up table, that being the blue 2, but I think maybe the 8's in the way of that. We did have a long one in our last round, and David Alcaide, who was our most recent winner of a big ranking event on the World Nineball Tour, that being the European Open. That just shows you about the sport, Michael, how just a month ago he took down one of the biggest titles of the tour, and now a month later struggling here in the first round of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and equally so, I think that unpredictability underlined by the fact that he won that tournament at all, because going into that he wasn't exactly on a great run of form, but went there and found it and ended up beating Raga in the final.
All right, trying to get the 2 past the 6. It's going to drift a little near the 9. I think he got a partial eclipse here. Yeah, to be honest, and I said it over there that, I knew David had made the final 64 there in the European, but of course paying attention to so many matches and players that I didn't realize he had won his first 2 to get to that final 16, and then from there definitely kept an eye on David and watched him win that title in an epic final against Anton Raga.
Yeah, and again underlining where the game's at now. He had given himself a bit of a boost going into it by beating not a great field, but still it was a tournament of significance in Scotland actually just before the European Open. So I think that was the beginning of him coming out of that difficult run he'd had over the previous year or so.
Yeah, and for these top players, of course, some wins is great, but really when they start to really feel themselves hit the ball well, that's really where they start to get that confidence and start to shine between the ears. All right, little light You have to have a rail after contact or pocket a ball of some sort, or else you give up ball in hand.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift for Finnegan, and of course this is really what he would have been hoping for right at the start of the match. He let in with a chance to win the opening rack.
Well, his cueing looked pretty nice. I hadn't got to really see him attack yet, but okay, he's going to get over the 9 a little bit. A little bit of an error there. Got to believe probably started in snooker or English 8-ball. That would be the guess.
I think a lot of the pool players you see from Scotland, it was a snooker background. The game's so big there on the back of superstars like Stephen Hendry and John Higgins, and really you look at his technique, it looks like someone who started out playing snooker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jason Shaw, of course, the best of all the Scottish players. He came from a snooker background originally.
Okay, first long distance shot.
Well, that's not encouraging, whatever the cue sport you're playing.
No, a little body movement with the stroke. So, you know, I talked to a lot of, the top players in the event, and definitely the Americans, and many of them, even early, even as a favorite, have started off a little nervous. It's the U.S. Open, so a guy like Finnegan, of course, probably his first U.S. Open. I couldn't tell you for sure, but probably plenty of nerves going. Of course, playing arguably the greatest player that's ever lived.
I think he may have played one before. I think he played last year, and something in my head saying he played Corteza.
Another player that seems in form every time he comes across to the United States is Lee Van Corteza at a nice event in Connecticut last week. All right, is he going to draw a pass, or is he just going to settle? Smart shot. Maybe he could have used an inch back just to make the 7 a little more comfortable. Shouldn't be a problem. Go ahead and get that nice second bounce off the right side rail.
Yeah, just as he called it. And of course, disappointing for Finnegan to pass up the opportunity to win the first rack, but also the shot that he played there sends the message to Van Boning that Finnegan perhaps not quite comfortable yet. In this instance, the American legend has capitalised to the full, and he leads Andrew Finnegan 1-0 on day one of the US Open here in Atlantic City. Long Duk Tien still on the hill, 8-1 against Masuo Komada of Japan. Ko Pin-Yi also looking for one more, 8-3. He leads against Sean C. Morgan. And Wen Kong Tan, the other player who I was telling you is on the hill, he's still there too. 8-1 over Darren Emery. Jose Alberto Delgado of Spain, 6-1 up against Steve Kotuba. Abdullah Al Yusuf has a 6-2 lead over Deepinder Singh, and Alexa Page-Shelge has won the first couple of racks against Barry West of the United States. So there's some of the other scores. Back here the score is 1-0.
Yeah, there's a couple really strong young junior players playing in this round, and some what could be a couple incredible matches. Trenton White is playing, and Sergio Rivas as well. I think Rivas is playing Marco Tucher, and Trenton White is playing Silva, I believe. I think both those matches were somewhat close.
Yeah, Trenton White, who did so well in the junior event last year. That'll be coming up again later in the week, SVB Junior Open.
Yeah, and he's got a big upside, that Trenton White does. I tell you, he's already a really good player at a very young age, and I think he's going to do nothing but improve and improve. Shane trying to get a little feel for the table. Didn't get the best out of that blue 2, trying to get it underneath the 7 and 8.
Just speaking of someone like Trenton White, and I'm not suggesting he's in this bracket, but again, I'm sure we'll refer to the Ryder Cup a lot this week because it's on, and also because we've got the Mosconi coming up. Now, as you'll know as well as anyone, the European captain Luke Donald has taken a big chance really, throwing in Ludwig Aberg, who's only played a handful of professional events. Would you be prepared to do something like that if there was someone you saw who emerged on the American scene who clearly looked like he had an absolutely phenomenal talent? Would you be willing to throw him into a Mosconi team and take a chance on him?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think in Luke Donald's situation, maybe a little bit of what to choose from it, you know, in a sense. I like that Aberg's game myself, but I've watched him quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, I've said it all the time, and it's the same, I think, pool more than golf, but they're similar, meaning when you're at that late teens, early 20s age, you just never know when someone's going to turn that corner. And sometimes it's not easy to recognize. And I think we're seeing that now with Moritz Neuhausen a little bit. I think we're seeing that with a few players around that age. And I think you have to be willing to do that if the case is right as a captain.
He did take a bit of a chance, of course, with Chris Robinson, who later became Chris Reinhold, and although he didn't end up on a winning team, he performed as well as anyone, really, when you brought him in for the first time. You know, as well as anyone on the American side that week.
Yeah, and, you know, he got a lot better the next year as well. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, if someone's mentality's there, they're eager, a little fearless. Of course, the Mosconi is an animal that seems like it comes from another planet. But, ooh, that ball may have kind of drifted a hair. So you saw Shane take a long look at that 8 down the rail.
And with that, Shane Van Boening already leads Andrew Finnegan 2-0. And this is what happens, isn't it? When you're in the situation like Finnegan, when you're a massive outsider in the match, you get an early chance, you've got to make the most of it. Because if you don't, you can find yourself paying a very heavy price. Van Boening building on winning the first rack by taking the second in emphatic style. Anton Raga, runner-up in the European Open last month, now leading Nelson Bueno 6-0. Mark Beisterbosch, who so nearly won the Spanish Open earlier in the summer, level at 2-all with Murat Raishawi.
Yeah, you can tell when out on at the Q-Tech booth here, a bunch of vendors set up. You could tell, I could tell anyways, all business for SVB this week, not taking a shot off, and he's got to make sure not to put too much pressure on himself. You know, it's easy to get a little aggravation if there's a lot of pressure, and he wants that 6th green jacket. Well, smash the one in the side. The 2's going to open up. Well, I thought it was, but the brown 7 got right in the way.
Yeah, he is here, chasing history once again. It was 2016 when Van Boening won this US Open for the 5th time to tie Earl Strickland's record. He's still looking for the win that would see him claim the record on his own. Have to say, it hasn't been played every year since then. There was a change to a different date in the calendar, so we missed out a year, and then obviously COVID caused us to miss a year as well. But he's had a few chances. He hasn't really got that close yet to that elusive 6th.
Well, it seems like every tournament he's playing just as well as ever. I mean, just seems like when it gets down to that final 16, just he's had some odd matches get away. You know, maybe a mistake or two that he'd certainly like to have back, but what I've seen overall, day in, day out, he's still playing as well as anyone on the planet. All right, difficult kind of situation here, even though he can cue it decently. Like, where is he going to go with the cue ball here? I just don't see it. Yeah, this is going to lay up over the corner. And again with the 3 over the other corner. I think that was maybe a push out I may have passed on. Nice shot from 9 feet away, rolling the ball. It's always a little nervy. And all in the open now to get that 3-0 lead. Oh, this may go a little much. Wow, didn't expect that.
Yeah, he had a lot of margin of error there and just massively overhit it.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking to pocket this. Try and play a little bit of a two-way by the 6. Maybe off the 6, off the rail off the 6 with the bank. See, watch it. Oh, he's trying to catch that 6 as it went by.
Winner of this will face in the next round the winner of the match currently going on table 13, Johnny Moody Sr., leading Joseph Selekia 4-1 in an All-American clash.
Moody Sr., huh? Do I know that name? I think I could be wrong. It's going to foul and catch the green 6 first, but I think that's the same bloodline, and you would know who I'm talking about as Charles Moody, the golfer, right? He was a great player, played on the seniors. Now he's probably, I don't even know if he's still alive, but I think it's the same family.
Do you mean Orville Moody?
I think that's the same family as well. They played, okay. Yeah, Charles Moody. He played senior tour probably the 90s, something like that. He was a PGA Tour player. I met his grandson or great-grandson in Vegas, and I saw him here. I think that's maybe his father that's playing, the grandson or great-grandson.
Well, Shane Van Boening could get a bit moody if he keeps making mistakes like this. That's 2 huge errors, really, he's made in the last few shots.
Yeah, and both of them he kind of got down a little quicker on the ball, maybe taking it a hair for granted. Not like him. Yeah, and you can tell there, and you'll see it with this vantage point we have, that when nerves are going, we all kind of get a little more tension on the back of the cue, and I think that Finnegan has a little tension back there anyways, but maybe squeezing it a little hard with that right hand. Nice shot there.
Trying to pull off one of the biggest upsets in the tournament's history here. But I guess the thinking is just get a rack on the board and try to build from there, really. You see so often these matches just get away from the underdog, but Andrew Finnegan was really gifted a chance there. Looked like he was going 3-0 down, and this time he took his opportunity. So Van Boning's lead trimmed to 2-1, and Finnegan looks keen to get on with the next one. We see a lot of these matches in the first round of these big field events where it's a superstar of the game against a much lesser known name, and then even by as early as the second round it's a lot more a case of established players playing against each other. Well, here's a match we can put in that category. Tyler Steyer is going to be playing Long Duk Tien, who's just closed it out at 9-1 against Mitsuo Kamada. And looking at some of the other scores, Ko Pin-Yi has won 9-3 over Sean Morgan. Will now play Saeem Hossain in the next round. And another match that's just finished. Nguyen Cong Tan of Vietnam has beaten Darren Emery 9-2. Goes through to play a very likeable Austrian, Max Lechner, who of course got to the final here last year.
Yeah, and it seems like just since the announcement of the Hanoi Open just months ago, it seems like there's more Vietnamese players out and about. It's a scary proposition for the rest of the players of Vietnam. They really caught up quickly, seems like.
Yeah, and it's one of those countries you don't actually hear a huge amount about in terms of international sporting success, but it's a massive place. It's about 100 million people. I think it's one of the 15 most populated countries in the world. Hanoi City itself is growing in population at an extraordinary rate. And I know the success that the Vietnamese players have started to have in terms of some of the results they've been getting over the last 12 months or so is really registered in a very big way over there.
Yeah, a friend of mine from back home that goes there here and there, and said there's a couple of 100-table pool rooms there that on a daily have a waiting list to get a table with 100 tables in the establishment. So that tells you something about how popular the game is and how populated the city.
Well, you look at another country of similar size that you don't hear a great deal about in terms of international sporting success, the Philippines. And once the game got going there, it's just grown and grown and grown, and it's as big there as it is anywhere on earth. Maybe Vietnam could be the next to follow in that path, and we can't wait to get there in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, touchy little shot here, holding position on the pink and to get to the green 6 always was going to be a problem. That other 5-time winner, Earl Strickland, in the building.
Yeah, remarkable to think Strickland won it 5 times, but never successfully defended it. They were all so spread out. Won it in 3 different decades. Van Bonin, of course, looking to do the same.
I wonder the first year that Earl played. I'm not so sure he played in the inaugural U.S. Open, even though I believe he started playing professionally right then in the late 70s. So, all right, Shane down on it, taking dead aim. Doesn't want to get queuing over the 8. It should be okay.
What is he now? I think he's 62 maybe? So he would have had to be
62 or 3, yeah.
Would have had to be 15 to play in the inaugural staging. Might have been a bit too early for him.
But I mean, at 18 or 19, he was really considered one of the best 9-ball players in the world at 18 or 19 back then, so.
When we were commentating together on the main table earlier today, we saw John Webber, who just didn't have any opportunity in the early racks against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and by the time he did get involved in the match, he was too far behind to have any realistic chance. It hasn't been the same here for Andrew Finnegan. He's had opportunities, did manage to take his chance to win the previous rack, but not so there, and so Van Bonin is too clear once again at 3-1. So let's look again at some scores. Sullivan Clark has just won 9-5 against Jarrett Vibert of Canada. Another Vietnamese player, Nguyen Hoang Pong, in a real battle with Vitaly Patsura of Ukraine. That one is 6-all.
Yeah, Patsura's been doing a little bit of what Federer did a year ago, really going around America, playing in all the regional kind of events, getting a lot of match time in, playing great.
Sergio Rivas, who you mentioned there, is playing Marco Teucher, and it's Teucher leading 6-4 at the moment. Dutch player who recently won a ranking event in Adelaide. And they're into the action now in round 2. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, defending champion, who we saw on the main table earlier, 2-1 up against Max Watanabe. Shane Van Bonin, 3-1 up here.
Cue ball got in the air a little bit there. Shouldn't be too much of a concern, but not something you see a whole lot. Even breaking the balls with as much speed as SVB does. Yeah, there's just a little off with the cue ball. I mean, a lot of people would say it's not that bad, but Shane kind of carries himself, critiques himself at a high kind of rate, right? So wanting to get the snooker behind the 8. And we had a few really nice matches in the opening round. Some quality ones, but not too many. But round 2 will certainly give us plenty of action.
Just seeing Van Bonin dropping his chalk on the table there reminds me of something that I saw when I was walking around the arena earlier today and came upon Joshua Filler during his match against Pier Francesco Garcia of Italy, he was sitting on the floor under the table holding his phone. And I was thinking, what on earth is going on here? So it turned out Garcia had dropped his chalk and it had actually gone down the pocket and into the workings of the table, and they were trying to figure out a way of spotting it and getting it back out again. The match was delayed for about 10 minutes. In the end, they just left it there, and Josh actually gave him a spare piece of chalk, which is probably what they should have done to start with.
Yeah, that's certain tables, and you can get inside of them pretty easily. No telling how many pieces of chalk and whatnot are inside my table at home. But all right, a little bit of a tester coming off the end rail here.
Seemed to be a bit of body movement again there.
Yeah, and that was at a very light speed. So just imagine when he kind of amps up the stroke a little bit, probably even more movement. Tell you what, Robbie Capito's got his hands full here on table number 2. It should be a heck of a match.
Yeah, Capito 2-1 up on Nguyen Tan. The Vietnamese player at the table with a chance to level.
Don't think this squeezes by. Most likely play some type of pretty mild safety behind the red 3, maybe using the 9. Thing is here, he knows the speed looks like the 2 may roam near the pocket, even though it's a kick shot. And like here, this isn't that bad of a kick. And oh, he cut him off at the 9 as well. Pretty crafty there. Cut off the rails pretty well. You know, we always talk about the greatest ever when it comes to SVB, and to me, I don't know. I think I'm more convinced that he is probably the greatest ever tournament when it comes to tournament play, and he's not disregarded very bad in the green room as well. But I think the only thing that really makes you think otherwise is if you were lucky enough to ever get to see Efren play so much. You know, if you're one of those players that got to play him and see him play all these matches and the crazy things he did under the pressure. And I think if it wasn't for that, it'd be a no-brainer in my mind that Shane is the greatest that's ever lived.
Well, Finnegan knew in that previous shot that unless he got it right, Van Boning was probably going to have a really good chance for 4-1. That's the way it's playing out here, but let's not mark it down just yet. We've seen a couple of uncharacteristic errors already from the American.
Yeah, this 4 doesn't pass the 8. He was trying to fall in a combination possibly, but I don't know if he really likes this. This has got to be hit with a little speed. That way the 4 will come off the rail once it contacts the 8. I think he plays the safety here, really. He played the combo, and this is what I was talking about, the speed. Cue ball coming down the table.
I think that's a thing that maybe people don't realise if they've never played on these tables, is how unbelievably fast they are. And I actually had a knock on one of these tables earlier today, and you barely have to touch the ball to get movement out of it. And I think if you've never played on one of these tables, you don't realise just how much of a factor that is, gauging the speed and getting it under control.
Yeah, and it's such a delicate sport in that regard. A lot of players, when they get on a foreign equipment, they start to try and control it a little bit, and then you start to miss balls because you're worried about the speed and the line of the cue ball. And so you got to give it a conscious note, but you really got to get, hopefully, to as natural state as you can.
And with that, Shane Van Boning has capitalised on the chance he was given. So for the first time in the match, he leads by 3. It's now 4-1. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, in the second round, 3-1 up on Max Watanabe. Carlo Biado, winner of the year before, level at 2-2 against the American Nathan Wallace. And Nguyen Tan didn't capitalise on his chance to level at 2-all with Robbie Capito, also in the second round. So the Hong Kong player is now leading 3-1. And an all-Greek clash going on. Nick Malai and Alex Kazakis. Malai has won the opener there. Marco Teucher now 7-4 up on Sergio Rivas. That's in round 1. Oscar Dominguez, who was in the last Mosconi Cup team, 3-2 up against Brian Vu.
Yeah, Shane not really getting anything offensive off the break, or at least not a whole lot in this match. And Shane, you know, he's very cut and dry on stuff like that. You know, even though it's the cut break and, you know, balls are being racked randomly, of course, besides the 1 and 9. He really looks at it like, what do I need to do different to get a shot? You know, even though it's the first round, you know, he really presses in that kind of sense, but I think he'll figure it out just fine and probably end up not worrying about it too much. You know, lots of round 2 matches have begun.
Yeah, the schedule's been thrown a bit in a number of ways today. Obviously, the last match on this table was so long, so we're a bit behind here. And also, there was that delay at the start of play this morning when we had the electrical issue. I think we would have been expected to be pretty much finished today's first round action by now, but still a bit to go.
That's amazing. You know, we're in this venue the last 3 years. Of course, we're upstairs this year like we were in the first year, but I know a lot of setup kind of people. That's what they do for a living, whether it be concerts or different venues and whatnot. And no matter if you go to the same place or not, it's still always touchy. And that's why those people, they're so good at their job, covering all the bases. Couldn't really do a whole lot there. Just kind of a soft safety, chopping the 2, running the cue ball. And I would think that Finnegan would bank the 2 back down the middle, go by the 8, trying to use the pink 4 as a big blocker. Oh, he's going to play it on the light side. That's a hard one to command. Did pretty well, though. Certainly didn't sell out a shot, so just shaving the top side of the 2 here. Coming 2 rails at this? Or 1 rail? 1 rail. And that door is open. The 3 does play on the side after the blue 2's knocked in. But the ball's in the open. Should extend the lead. Is he looking? Maybe he doesn't have much angle here to move the cue ball. Not sure it's necessary, though. You can see him cueing up on the cue ball, so, and it looks really tricky. I think he does have a little bit of an angle, but it sends the cue ball right towards the green 6. So you can see the 3 a little covered up by the 9. May have to kind of just draw this and kind of pound it to get some angle. He's going to look, does the 3 play in the side from where he's at? I think it does. I think he can hold there and be okay. Cheated the pocket, played the 2 to the right side, trying to hold the cue ball as much as possible.
far as the matchroom events are concerned, it hasn't been Van Boning's best year or anything like it. He was looking really good in defence of his world title earlier in the year and then lost in the last 16 to Duong Kwok Hwang. Quite a poor Premier League. Finished 8th in the field of 16 there. Early enough defeats at the UK Open and the Spanish Open. Went out in the last 16 of the World Cup of Pool, along with Skylar Woodward, beaten by Japan. Did have a good run though at the European Open, beaten in the semis there by David Alcaide. So that his best showing in a matchroom event this year. And he's had some good results in events here in the States. Final of the Derby City Classic earlier in the year. Also won a ranking event in the States around the time of his 40th birthday. And did well in the event in Connecticut last week as well. So he's been getting results, just not perhaps in the matchroom events to the extent that we might have expected. But he's going along very nicely here. That's 3 in a row now for Shane Van Boning. He leads Andrew Finnegan 5-1. Kang Lee, who was part of the South Korea team that played against the US at the World Cup of Pool, leads Britain's Sam Story 5-2. Oscar Dominguez now has a 4-2 lead over Brian Vu in an All-American clash. Their first round matches. And in the second round, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz could end up having a very short day's work. I think it took him just under an hour to win his first match earlier today, and he's raced into a 4-1 lead this afternoon over Max Watanabe. Winner of that will play Mickey Kraus or Emil Andre Gangflow, and it's Kraus leading that all-Scandinavian clash 1-0 at the moment. Robbie Capito 4-1 up on Winan Tan. Carlo Beato just ahead of Nathan Wallace at 3-2. All those matches in the second round, as indeed is Omar Al Shaheen leading Danny Mills 2-0. Van Boning firmly in command here.
Yeah, he's finally going to come away with a shot after the break. Nothing easy. Near the rail with the cue ball. Not a ton of angle, but enough to move it. So Shane gets up for the big shots. So I wouldn't doubt he knocks this in. I'll tell you, Mickey Kraus to me is a hard one to peg, Michael. I mean, I see all the talent in the world, and I see a lot of drive. I know he wants it. Just hasn't gotten quite the results I expect. And I'm not saying he's going to get them all the time. He's still a youngster coming up. But, man, he's a talented player. And he really makes most all the events as well.
Yeah, there are a few players like that who I feel we've been waiting for about 2 or 3 years now to see the big tournament, the big breakthrough from them. Capito, who we have been keeping an eye on the other main table, he falls into that category as well.
Yeah, I think Capito's maybe one we talk about more in that setting than maybe any other player. And it's almost like with all those guys, we know it's going to happen. We're just, expecting it, every time we see him, I guess. When it hasn't happened. Okay, Shane calling down for the 7 in the upper corner. Watch this side rail. Of course, these tables first day, they got to settle in. He's going to hit it with enough speed where we don't see it, but I kind of feel like right there by the pocket, that ball rolls a hair towards the inner part of the table, the side he missed it on, to be fair. Of course, the technicians here and everyone, they take a look at it every day to make sure everything's in as good a position as it can be.
Well, this looks like a much more straightforward chance than the one that he took to win a rack earlier. But just as I say that, well, has he just about got away with it?
Yeah, I think it's makeable. It's just going to be a little questionable with the cueing. Make sure he doesn't double hit the cue ball. A little shake of the head, so maybe not so friendly.
Looks okay there from that angle.
Yeah, it's just if he's pointed towards the low rail, maybe he has a problem reaching this. A few ways to shoot it when you're close to it that you can kind of manufacture the angle you want or the line you want on the object ball. So he likes his chances of making it. Oh, barely missed.
Yeah, and I mean, he really shouldn't have been in that position in the first place.
Yeah, and you can tell the nerves are going. Under hit a few, maybe overhit that 7. That's why he lost the line on the cue ball.
And that could really knock the stuffing out of him. Had a chance there to get it back to 5-2, which is reasonably respectable. Instead of which, made a bit of a mess of getting on the 8, ended up missing it. And 2 balls later, Shane Van Boening has won the rack, and he now leads 6-1. Well, that's going to be very hard for him to forget about. Danny Mills, not to be confused with the former England footballer who played in a World Cup quarter-final against Brazil many years ago. He's closed to 2-1 down against Omar Al-Shaheen in the second round.
Danny or Donnie? Donnie.
Oh, it's Donnie.
Yeah,
sorry,
Donnie. Yeah, former runner-up in this event, I believe. Finished second one year in this event. Great player from Florida.
Sorry, yeah. The eyes are starting to go on me, Jeremy.
I got a spare set for you in the glasses. So don't worry about that.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, 5-1 up against Max Watanabe. 1-1 now between Emil Andre Gangflo and Mickey Kraus. Konrad Yusashin 3-0 up against Vincent Beaurivage. These are all round 2 matches. Dang Tan Kien of Vietnam has won the first couple of racks against the Estonian Dennis Graber. And the old Greek clash between Nick Malai and Alex Kazakis, that one is 1-1.
That's the speed I think he's going to end up going with. Not everything he has, but that one looks very repeatable to me. That tempo of the swing, and ball's open nicely. Now the 1 did miss, so that's an adjustment he'll try to make, but definitely wanting to pocket that 1 on the side. It's coming 2 rails. Got just enough angle to slide over, I believe, for the 4. 4 doesn't pass the green 6. So he wants to stay off the rail here and don't fall straight with the purple 5 up table. Great stroke there. And you can handle straight as long as you're off the rail.
Just one more result to give you from the first round. Marco Teucher pulled away in the latter stages to see off Sergio Rivas by 9 racks to 4. Teucher will now play the British player Elliot Sanderson, who we also saw at the World Cup, in the next round.
All right, a couple ways to play it here. Just come to the center, taking a little angle. That's kind of what I like. Yeah, just in that position there. You can come 1 rail, 2 rails straight at the 7. Most would prefer.
How quickly things happen. It's probably only about 4 or 5 minutes ago that Finnegan looked for all the world like he was going to get back to 5-2. And here he is now. Just a couple of racks away from defeat here, because Shane Van Boening has now stretched his lead to 7-1. Emil Andre Gangflo now leading Mickey Kraus 2-1. Winner of that looks like playing Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in round 3. FSR leading Max Watanabe 6-1. Carlo Beato looks to be involved in a very lengthy 6th rack against the American player Nathan Wallace. Beato leading 3-2. That's been the score for a while now.
Yeah, that Omar Al-Shaheen match. I mean, I know Donnie, he's not going to come here without practicing and putting in some training. Just know that his type. But, you know, Donnie was playing pretty full time. I mean, that's not much more than a dead heat kind of match, believe it or not. Maybe Omar's a little favorite, but not a big one. Tells you how good Donnie Mills plays. Yeah, that's that speed I was talking about. Pretty identical to the last. And looking to continue on his breaking runs.
Yeah, what a treat this has turned out. A long time ago since he won his first US Open. He was only 24. All the way back in 2007. Won 3 in a row at one stage. A total of 5, as we were saying. Shares the record with Earl Strickland.
mad respect for this man at the table, vice versa. Shane kind of grew up with Earl as one of his heroes, maybe his main hero to be fair. Okay, maybe check the cue ball a little more than he wanted. Maybe carrying a little more angle on the 6, but 7 with some options shouldn't be a problem.
Every time he comes to the US Open, until the next time he wins it, if indeed he does win it again, Shane Van Boening is going to come here amid the questions about will this be the time that he breaks the record. And players often get asked, do you care about records? And some say, oh, I don't really pay any attention to that. But of course they all do, because why would you be out here playing if you didn't want to do things like that?
No, I mean, the 6th one to him is a big motivation in his career period, and keeps him practicing, and you know, he'll think about that as much as he does anything else through the year. And
yeah, and he's never pretended otherwise.
No, he doesn't. Ooh.
Wow.
I didn't expect that. It's just going to get Finnegan back on the board and breaking.
Well, he looked nervous earlier in the match at times. Right here, he looks a little bit embarrassed by how easy an opportunity's been handed there. And just as we're talking about Shane Van Boening making history and being one of the all-time greats, plays a shot that even I'd be disgusted to play.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to hit it that easy. I don't know if that had a little something to do with the miss. Maybe let up on it a little, but well, we're going to get to see more from Finnegan to break the balls here in rack number 10.
It's looking like he can't quite believe it. And in another way, Van Boening's the same. You know him so well, Jeremy. He always strikes me as someone who will seethe about it for a moment and then just forget about it.
Yeah, for the most part, you know, I think he's gotten so much better at that. It used to be, you know, when he was playing another great player, he would really kind of beat himself up a little bit over a big mistake and kind of at times would feel like, oh, I gave the match away right there, even though he was still fighting to win. Now it doesn't seem like such a hang-up, you know, to leave a mistake behind and just kind of understand that's going to happen every now and again, even if you're one of the greatest of all times. Pretty nice break off. Got one down. Has a reasonable shot at the 1. 2-7 combination. Laying next. So big 1 ball here for Finnegan. See if he can get a little something going.
The likes of Van Boening come to an event like the US Open looking for the title, and in his case, the all-time record. The likes of Finnegan maybe come here with a bit more of a feeling of trying to create some memories. And you have to feel every rack that he can win is another memory in itself. Looked a bit embarrassed about the way he won the previous rack. This one might be a bit more on his own merits, but he hasn't helped his cause with that shot, JJ.
No, and made a nice shot. It's just always going to take a little gamble with the cue ball there rolling towards the green 6. Really kind of a short delivery, though, overall. And I think it's a little shorter because of the circumstances and where we're at and, you know, maybe the entire setting. You can see the back with the cue about an inch, you know, and, of course, he was jacked up over a ball there, but even when he's open and clean bridging, still not the biggest of backswings.
One record he is going to claim a share of later this year is Moscone Cups played in. He's played in 16 in a row. Johnny Archer and also Ralph Souquet, if you want to include the Europeans, have both played in 17. So he'll match that this year. It's not officially confirmed he's going to be on the team, but I think that's the safest bet of the year.
What do you need? I have a stamp in my back pocket. You need it right now? I got a good feeling SVB will be on that team.
Already holds the record for the most actual matches played in Mosconi Cups, if you know what I mean, in terms of all the matches added up over all the years he's played in it.
I think it was during last year's he played his 100th match.
Yeah, that's right. I think he was maybe 4 short of it going into that.
Yeah. You know, for many years people, you know, wondered about some of his play, but that just shows you right there, you know, how much that America tried to lean on him, and as they should. And, you know, when that's the case, sometimes it's an odd kind of pressure. I think his Mosconi days have been really good of late and kind of continue to stay that way.
So it looked like he was heading for the hill in the previous rack. Had an astonishing miss when he got his chance there. And he took it very swiftly. And so Shane Van Boening is now 1 rack away from a place in the next round. It's 8-2. It's going to be a fairly swift turnaround to get the next match on, which will be Corey Jewell against Ko Ping Chung. And Jeremy and I will talk you through a bit of Robbie Capito against Wenan Tan for a few minutes while we're waiting for that one to start. Steve Schlanger and Carl Boys will then take over for the next match here on the main table. Now you can see some of the scores going through. So hard to follow everything, isn't it? These first couple of days, so many players to look out for. And of course, with so many more big events now, we have more big name recognisable players in these fields. Kang Lee 7-2 up now on Sam Story in round 1. And I'm not sure drawing my attention to there. Dennis Grabber. Yeah, 3-0 down.
I'm not familiar with that Vietnamese player, I don't think, anyways.
Dang Tan Kien, yeah, I think we've seen him in a couple of the other events this year, but that would be a really good win if he could finish that out. But a long way to go in that one. Not so here. Van Boening will be hoping, because he only needs 1 more, but he's come up dry there.
Yeah, caught the one a little thick. Pushed it. You could kind of see the one bend a little towards that bottom point, and it was just narrowly missed.
Dennis Grabber has actually got one back now against Dang Tan Kien. That one's 3-1. Carlo Beato looks to have won a very long 6th rack. Either way, whether it was long or not, it seems to have been, because it seemed to be 3-2 for some time. It's now 4-2 against Nathan Wallace.
A nice opening 1 ball there by Andrew, and got to pay attention here on this too, not to catch much of the 7 if he catches it at all. A lot of work though from the 3 to the pink 4. That's just below where he's standing to get back up for the purple 5. So hopefully it looks like he's getting a little more comfortable. Of course, it's probably a little late. You never know. But I'd like to see some of those skills. He'll have to play another one today, right?
Yeah, he'll go to the loser side. He'll play the loser of that match between Johnny Moody Sr. and Joseph Selekia. Looks like being Selekia at the moment. He's 7-3 down. When I was talking earlier about players coming here looking to make memories, I didn't mean in a tourist sense, just come and enjoy Atlantic City. I mean memories in terms of trying to get a win under their belt, and if you can't do that against a player like Van Boening, every rack enhances how you'll look back on the experience. He's got a chance here to win his 3rd.
Just caught it a little, I think, thick to the pocket is what it looked like. Nice draw stroke on the cue ball. Well, actually shot it to the outer point a little. And trying to get a lot into the cue ball. Now Shane's going to come down the left side of the table. He's got to hope he doesn't fall straight near the rail. That tends to happen a lot. Got off a little bit. Has enough angle. Got to power up here, though, to get back for the 6.
Well, Andrew Finnegan had the chances to maybe have made this a bit closer. I think it was always unlikely he was going to threaten to win the match, but he's had chances. Did manage to win a couple of racks. Van Boening has made quite a few very unexpected errors in the course of the contest, but at other times he's looked very fluent. And in the end, much as we expected, it's going to be a pretty straightforward win. A long, long road ahead of Shane Van Boening, if this is to be the week where he claims that record-breaking 6th US Open title. But he's off to a winning start. He's beaten Andrew Finnegan of Britain by 9 racks to 2. So that's all over. We will now move next door. Robbie Capito leading Wenan Tan 6-1. I'm going to pick that up in just a moment. Talk you through that for a bit before they get the next match onto the main table. Bit of ground will have been made up there time-wise because, of course, the previous match David Alcaide was involved in and on for the best part of 3 hours.
Yeah, Tan trailing 6-1. Can't tell you exactly how that score came to be, but he's a very talented player, has a lot of power in his stroke. Sometimes, you know, a little bit of a funny decision or maybe, you know, position play. At times maybe a hair questionable, but again, very talented, kind of gets going, and he's one of those players that's just getting better, it seems like, every time we see him now. He's up against it here, and another great player in Robbie Capito, and the score not on his side at the moment. So we'll see how Robbie wants to play this with ball in hand. A couple different ways. Shoot the 2 in the side and go forward to the center of the table, cutting the 3, coming back across with a pink 4 in the lower left. He could stay behind the 3 and just run the cue ball off the 3. I like coming to the center here, I think. Now I would probably follow to the center, shooting the 2 in the side. Looks like he's going to hold for the 3 up long. And again, these players are at the table, so he's still going to play to the right, I believe, with the pink 4. No, now he's going to follow straight down. So just got to command the speed a little bit, bringing the cue ball a little past the 8.
Both of these players were involved in the World Cup of Pool that we enjoyed in Spain earlier in the summer. Capito part of the Hong Kong team, beaten 7-4 by the Netherlands in the first round.
Capito, Filipino, but does and has resided pretty much his entire life in Hong Kong, I believe. Hong Kong citizen.
One of the more extraordinary results we saw in all of 2022 was when he played Alban Ocean, who'd just been in the World Final a few weeks earlier in the UK Open in London, and Capito won 9-0. And we were talking earlier about we've been waiting for him to really make that big breakthrough and go deep in one of these events for some time now, and you felt maybe, even if it wasn't that week, that result and that win might give him the confidence to do it sometime soon, but it hasn't turned out that way.
Well, so many players from all over the world have talked about Robbie and his talents, and now it's been for some 3 or 4 years. You know, I think now he's 23, I believe.
One thing I noticed about him, I don't know what you think, Jeremy, but a number of times I've seen him play, he seemed to overthink things, maybe play a bit too slowly, but it looks to me like he's maybe noticed that himself and has perhaps improved in that regard.
Yeah, well, when you're super talented and you know, you got a lot of good things going on, sometimes you get really involved in perfect, and that's just not how the game's played. It's really a little rhythmic. Of course, you're always going to try and play nice position. You're not going to be naive in that respect, but more about the recovery, I think. I think we're seeing that with Tyler Steyer now. He really just started to trust everything he's been working on, and in the last few months, he's, I think, played his best pool.
You can see up the top there, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion. He's up against Max Watanabe, FSR. Huge favourite for that match. But Watanabe has got a couple of racks. Still a long way behind though, it's 6-2. Winner of that will play either Emil Andre Gangflow or Mickey Kraus. It's 3-1 to Gangflow at the moment. Konrad Yusashin leading Vincent Beaurivage of Canada 5-1. All these in round 2. Wojciech Szewczyk has won the opener against Mikhail Olgard. Omar Al-Shaheen 4-3 up on Donny Mills. And Carlo Biado starting to pull away now against Nathan Wallace. He's won 4 in a row to lead 6-2. Dang Tang Kien has a 4-1 lead against Dennis Graba. Back here, Capito just looking for a couple more.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the first match. You know, there's that, I don't know, upper echelon, whatever tier you want to call it, that can really do it all and come with the big shot and the big moment, stays aggressive, doesn't think passively at all. And it's another reason I think Robbie was kind of touted as, you know, a player that is going to win. He's going to do well. He's going to be one of the top guys because he really has it all. You know, there isn't really a weak side. He can always break the balls well. Great shot maker. Moves the cue ball easily.
Yeah, and he's been able to benefit from that great system they have in Hong Kong, where there's a lot of money put into it and a state-backed coaching system. I think there have been some questions raised recently about the future of all that, but he's certainly benefited from it up to this point in his career.
Yeah, great shot there. And really smart. But that just shows you, you know, how tough the game is. I mean, you can be one of these greats that we already know and has won, and still you can have big gaps between wins. That's just how it is.
It's been a strong day for Capito so far. 9-0 earlier against Jason Robichaud of Canada. Wenan Tan also won comfortably, 9-2 over Abdullah Al-Katan.
Well, that kind of shows you that maybe sometimes it's a little mental, like you were saying, picking things apart, maybe getting in his own head, because it seems like all these events early, he probably has, I don't know, maybe him and Lechner have the most lopsided, you know, score lines in the first couple rounds, it seems like, than anyone in the event. So you know they're playing great. Just later on, maybe some things, you know, go a little sideways. It's easy to happen in this game.
Just to let you know that play should be starting in the next few moments. They're warming up there on table 1. Corey Jewell against Ko Ping Chung. Steve Schlanger and Carl Boys will be along in a few minutes to describe the action in that one for you. Robbie Capito may well have won this match by then.
Yeah, Corey, who hadn't really been out a whole lot in 2023 as far as the bigger events. Talked to him earlier. Played a couple events, he said, this year, but so, of course, won this event in 2001. Kind of stayed down on that one a little longer than the other shots. Not saying that really made some difference, but which we all know the side pockets are brutal.
Playing for a place in winners qualification here, so that means you need one more win after that. After this, you need that win in the winners qualification round to get through to single elimination, final 64, which is where we'll be by start of play on Thursday. Wenan Tan's actually been around a while. Started having some good showings in international events about a decade ago. Got to the last 64 of the World Championship as long ago as 2013.
difficult situation here. He's trying to figure out some safety that really agrees with how the balls lay, and this may be as good as any. Still going to give up a little bottom part of the brown 7, so Robbie should come with a little advantage here. Gap. I'm not sure if he left a pocketable 7 to the upper left, but definitely left a decent look at the brown 7. So we'll have some options. Seems it's cooled off a little bit here in the arena, Michael, at least to me.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So Robbie Capito looking very good here, leading 7-1. But we're going to go to the main table, and Steve Schlanger and Carl Boyes will be along to talk you through this one in just a moment.
Steve Schlanger, Carl Boyes, and away we go. Ko-Ping Chung, Corey Deuel in the race to 9 here on this first day at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, this is winners side action, round 2. Both players have won a match. Corey kicking at the ball. 2-ball will find the top rail. Bides himself some time. Nice shot.
When you're playing in your second match of the day, you're into the winner's bracket, first day of a big tournament like this. How much does that first match impact your second match in terms of what may have happened, momentum, confidence, things like that?
I think all the years you've been playing in all the arenas, doesn't matter how much experience you've got, it's always nice to just get that first match out of the way. Sort of feels like you're involved in the tournament, and you've got a feel of the room, the arena, even your own cue. So both players have come through first round matches. And this is a nice match to sweat. The American legend Corey Deuel. Nice shot, by the way, jacked up, never easy.
Corey Deuel with the win earlier today over his fellow American Eric Roberts 9-5, while Ko-Ping Chung had a relatively easier go of it, winning 9-1 over Lawrence Thomason. this match won't play until Wednesday, so they will have the day off tomorrow and then face either Donnie Mills or Omar Al-Shaheen in the next round. Al-Shaheen already leading Mills in their second round match, 5-3 at this point.
Couple of decent pots, followed by a missed pot by a long way, but he's got away with it to a certain degree. A lot of distance, the cue ball's in a nasty position, cueing over that corner pocket. Testing shot coming up. Wasn't the cleanest of strikes, but it's fell in the pocket. Needs another good one here. Corbin John's turn to miss. Good kick shot to keep the cue ball there and not lose his work and just get the 6 up towards them 2 balls. The rest of it's out of your equation. So Corey Jewell, a lot of experience, plays all the games very well. Good mover on the pool table. Knows how to make it difficult for his opponents. Now, is he chasing the 9 somehow? Yep, that's what he's tried, but this is a great chance now for Jewell.
How was that worth it? Because now he sets up this opportunity for the American. And now a pretty direct path to taking this first rack. Jewell, the 45-year-old from Santa Barbara, California. He has been a pro for almost 30 years now and a player who has made it to the quarterfinals of the World Nineball Championship. And he is on the board first here in his second match on day 1 in the winner's bracket here at the U.S. Open. Corey Jewell, with his birthday fast approaching. Born in Santa Barbara, but grew up in Ohio. A guy who earned the nickname the Prince of Pool when he won the U.S. Open just a few years ago. So many other major titles throughout his 3 decades as well. Jewell, a player who regularly represents the U.S. in the Mosconi Cup. and has been a key player for them as well. Hasn't just filled a roster spot, he's been an impact player.
This will work out okay. It's all about the 3 ball. Can he get the cue ball past it to find the potting angle? Does it even go? 4 balls in problem land as well. So there's work to do in rack 2. There's also work to do on table 2 because Robbie Capito's off to a flyer. He's playing Win Antoine from Vietnam. Robbie Capito's on the hill. He leads that match 8 racks to 2.
When Antoine certainly looking forward to the Hanoi Open as the first ever professional event in his native Vietnam, coming up after this US Open that will expand the sport to a new corner of the world at this professional level, and also provide an automatic qualifying spot for the Moscone Cup. So a huge tournament on the way in Vietnam.
Just wondering, is he going to try and use the purple 5 in the 8 ball? No, he's going to try and miss them. Well, he did use the 8 ball, but that's not what I meant. He tried to miss the purple 5 and use the green 6.
Left too much of an opening for Corey here.
A little thin one into the right centre, but this is well on. I wonder if the cue ball's going to come in between the purple 5 and the green 6 for position in the top left corner. How's the pace? Needs to keep rolling. Yeah, good shot there from Mr. Jewell. That's perfect.
Now, getting the spin right on the cue ball is one thing, but to also get the proper pace, sometimes a little trickier, a little more delicate. And he's executed nicely here in the early going of this match. Duel almost twice as old as his opponent here today, and showing his experience, his savvy, and looking to race out to a 2-love lead. 5-time champion at the Moscone Cup, including an MVP award back in 2006. Champion here 4 years ago at this U.S. Open, and now leads 2-0 on table 1 in his second match of the day. As you see the other scores and matches going on right now, as Corey Deuel looks to make it 2 for 2 on day 1 and get a day off tomorrow before his next match, which would be on Wednesday, and that would be against the winner of the match you see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Danny Mills and Omar El Shaheen locked in a tight battle, 5-4 right now in the 10th rack. What else jumps out to you right now, Carl, as far as some of these matches taking place?
Well, defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is on the hill, 8-2, so he's looking good to win his opening 2 matches. Back to the action. Wow, he really spun the cue ball. Look at the cue ball still spinning. This may take a while to stop.
And a dry break for him as well. Ping Chung from Chinese Taipei just celebrated his 28th birthday a few weeks ago. Winner of the Asian Nineball Championship a few years back as well.
Safety shot's gone wrong. Another chance for Jewel. Thin one. Got to hold the cue ball for the blue 2. Oh, look at the gap he's found here. I like it. He knows all the shots, Jewel. He's been around a long time. Got a lot of experience. Got to really dig into the cue ball here. Got to avoid cannoning the 3. She does so nicely.
And just enough room inside the 6 to slot that in the side pocket. And now the purple 5 in play. Well, the way the American is going, his opponent, Ko-Ping Chung, might not get many looks at the table today. He's going to have to be very opportunistic because Corey Deuel is settling into a nice rhythm here. Good tempo.
Doesn't need to go crazy with the cue ball here, just make sure you pot the 7. Yeah, well done. You identified that, because it's all about this angle. Didn't really need to be too close to the 8 ball because the angle will bring the cue ball around nicely for the 9 ball. 2 rails. Even you could send the cue ball into the 3rd rail. Personal preference, really. I think that's what he does, but what's the middle pocket? He got too much into the cue ball. Where's this cue ball going? Surely not.
No. Oh. Wow.
Look where the cue ball hits. Far too close to the corner pocket. Now, I bet if he could play that shot again, he wouldn't choose to go off the third rail. That's a big, big moment here.
The only thing that Corey Deuel could not do, and that cost him, Ko-Ping Chung handed a gift. No easier way to claim a rack than that. Easy shot for the 9-ball, and Ko-Ping Chung on the board. Corey Deuel was staring down a 3-0 lead instead. That margin has been halved. It's now 2-1. Now that's one that you kick yourself for, but for Corey Deuel, you got to take a breath and realize that you're still playing well. You are still the better player at the moment right now in this match, and certainly have more momentum. Just don't let that one mistake derail you. Oh. Well, he pots both the 1 and the cue ball in the same pocket. So a scratch on the break for Ko-Ping Chung.
Well, after the mistake from Corey Deuel, this is just what you want. Cue ball in hand, all the balls sat there. And if you can clear the table, that makes you forget about the poor mistake in the previous rack. And looking at the layout, there's not a great deal to do. Still got to get the job done, I mean, because cue ball's got to travel from 5 up to the green 6 and then back down for the brown 7. So there's a few shots where the cue ball's going to be moving up and down the table. And it can go wrong whenever the cue ball's got to travel. This time he's got too much into the cue ball.
And he sliced it off just right. Puts the mistake behind him from the previous rack and quickly builds a 3-1 lead on Ko-Ping Chung here on table number 1. Making quick work of things, playing with pace, and seems to be on his game. Meanwhile, Omar Al-Shaheen has a 3-rack lead on Donnie Mills, 7-4 at the moment. Winner of that match gets the winner here from our contest on table number 1. And these are all of the other matches taking place around the hall here at Atlantic City at the moment on the Jersey Shore.
Ko-Ping Han is the brother to Ko-Ping Chung. He's tied at 7-7 against Abdullah Al-Shamari. We watched Abdullah earlier on, so That is losers round action. One of them players will be going home.
Ko Ping Chung, the younger brother of Ko Pin Yi. And now Corey Deuel on the break at 3-1. Had a couple of cracks in a pot, but nothing dropped.
Just got to be careful of left centre pocket here. Cue ball will be going over to that direction. Wants to just come before it. Oh, he's contacted the 6. He sort of stunned that ball. Didn't need to stun it. Cue ball's close to this corner. It stayed dry, but I don't know what he's left with here.
And he's up against the rail and he has to just slide it by the 9 here.
Didn't play the pot, you can see from the overhead, it's too thin. So I can only presume he was just trying to get the cue ball through the ball onto the top rail. Leave distance, make your opponent play a shot, don't leave them an easy shot. And this is not an easy shot. Oh, how well has he hit this ball? Needs to travel, needs to keep travelling. It's a little bit short, but he can cut the ball in. Well recovered. Them shots can go wrong.
This could be a confidence builder for Ko Ping Chung. He was more or less gifted that opening rack, and the only one he has claimed victory in so far when he just had to pot the 9-ball, but this is a well-earned rack here. And he keeps it close, 3-2 now after the first 5. Ko Ping Chung, the former 9-ball junior world champion from a decade ago, now trailing 3-2 in the race to 9 in this winners matchup on day 1 at this 46th edition of the U.S. Open. Ko Ping Chung with the victory earlier today over Lawrence Thomason, 9-1 in a very demonstrative performance, while Corey Deuel won 9-5 over his fellow American Eric Roberts. It's the one on the break.
Definitely play the bank shot. At this level, he expects to make this bank shot. He can kill the cue ball as well. He'd like to get the cue ball on the rail. That would give a little angle on the red 3, which would mean it's easier to come out for the pink 4. You can sort of see from this angle, if you leaves the cue ball exactly where the 2 is, he's a little bit too straight on the 3. Well, that's got me confused. I'm amazed he hasn't played the bank shot there.
What would explain that? It just doesn't seem like there's much logic to that approach.
Certain bank shots, you feel like maybe it's not quite on, but that sat absolutely perfect. He's refused it, he's played a poor safety, and Jules back at the table here with a chance.
Coming off the impressive previous rack, he had established some momentum. And you would have thought that he would have been able to pocket the 2 off the rail, but instead goes for a safety shot that may backfire against him. He may wonder if he's going to get another crack at the table here in this rack.
Needs this cue ball to stop. Didn't play for this pocket. I'm not even certain if it goes. It might just go off the rail first. Soft draw back for the 6. That's what he's playing. So he's been fortunate to even leave this shot. Yeah, there you see, glance the rail. The slide will take it in.
Well, Ko Ping Chung may lament the safety shot on the 2 ball that he played earlier when it seemed like he had an opportunity to play a bank shot for a pot, because he never got back on the table after that safety shot. Corey Deuel ran the remainder of the rack, and he's now back to a 2-rack lead here. 4-2 on table number 1. Late. Meantime, table number 2 featuring Moritz Neuhausen and Jesse Engel. That match just getting underway. That is the table next to ours. And Newhausen coming off his first win in New Haven at the tournament preceding this U.S. Open, so just about 3 hours north of where we are in Atlantic City up in New Haven, Connecticut. Won the Culus, Connecticut Nineball Open. And he gets a maiden World Tour ranking title as a result. Good young player, just 19 years of age, from Germany. He beat 5-time U.S. Open champion Shane Van Boening in the process, and on his way to victory.
So I think Corey Jules broke off, but Ko Ping Chung has gone for a bathroom break.
All right then. Well, the nature calls. You can't worry about what's taking place in the match. So as table number 1 is in a holding pattern, and Newhausen and Engel are just underway on table number 2. Another glance here at the ongoing scores and the current brackets. We have both winners brackets and consolation bracket matches taking place right now. Again, the winner here on table 1 between Ko Ping Chung and Corey Deuel faces either Donnie Mills or Omar Al-Shaheen in the next round on Wednesday, and they have a very close match unfolding. Mills trailing Al-Shaheen 7-6 as they play rack number 14. Not a lot of big surprises so far on day number 1 of this 46th U.S. Open. Did have a marathon match earlier with David Alcaide finally pulling out a win, 9-7, after almost 3 hours for the 11th ranked player in the world to move on. Most of the other matches, though, have been relatively dominant performances by the top ranked players.
Such a really good chance, this. No clusters, all the balls in the open. Both players will have spotted this and know it's a good chance. This can only go wrong with poor cue ball control, you feel. Well, we said only something silly would stop the clearance. What a bad miss that is.
Some uncharacteristic misses and mistakes from Ko Ping Chung here. in the early portion of this match. Ko Ping Chung, a top 10 player in the world. But facing the much more experienced American Corey Deuel.
It's actually very tricky this, because I don't think he could cut this ball in. And he couldn't, could he? So I don't know if he actually attempted to still cut the ball in, but very thin anyway. Oh, look at the overhead.
Now the cue ball almost up against the rail here. A demanding shot for Ko Ping Chung. A lot of ground to cover to get to the red 3 here.
Overcooked it. Has he left a gap? He has. It's the type of shot we've seen missed time and time again. Everybody misses them. Such a difficult shot.
Well, there's not much of a gap, but this is as perfect as it gets now for Deuel. I mean, he had 3 balls that could potentially have been in play there as at least partial blockers, but there was an alley through all 3 of them that Deuel threaded extremely well. Ooh. Now that's a surprise.
Look where it's finished. It looked like it was going to stay over the side. Completely butchered that one. The opening 6 racks of this match has all gone towards the veteran. But a little bit like the last match we did, Steve, is it going to be a case of he can't close out the match? He's had chance after chance to extend this lead. He's letting his opponent stay near. Maybe he's trying to slide off the left edge. It's okay. It's not quite how he played it, but it's all about buying yourself another shot back at the table, isn't it? That's what he will do.
Yeah, maybe not totally satisfied judging by his reaction, but it might wind up doing the job. Scratched and barely moves the 4, but keeps it up against the railing and forcing Ko Ping Chung into more thoughtful deliberation here. Now Now, this is the most calculated and cagey this match has been, with neither player finding the opportunities that they desire. So scratch for Ko-Ping Chung. Meantime, over on table number 2, Moritz Neuhausen, the German. A 2-0 lead on Jesse Engel of the U.S. Ko-Ping Chung was one of the players that Neuhausen beat recently in Connecticut. Could be on their way to another showdown here. 3 hours to the south in Atlantic City, with much bigger stakes on the line. So after the scratch, Duel is able to pot the 4. And now things start to open up for him.
Going to go forward and play for the 8 in the same pocket. This needs to travel. Again, this is what I'm talking about. He's got really easy layout. Racks that he should just be clearing the table with. And now he finds himself in a spot of bother.
How did the cue ball get away from him on that shot? Oh, and a scratch at the most inopportune time. Well, remember what happened to Han Ko-Ping Chung, his first rack win of this match. He just had to pocket the 9-ball because of a late duel mistake. He may just have to pocket the 8 and 9 this time to pull to within 1. That's exactly what's going to happen. So Ko-Ping Chung has won 2 racks in this match by only potting a combined 3 balls. And Corey Duel will continue to kick himself over those 2 mistakes, as he's got to be thinking in his head that this match is a lot closer than it should be. 4-3 after 7 racks, when he was playing well early. And probably felt like it should be a more decisive lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, you definitely think that man right there should have another 2 on the board. You can't let the likes of Ko-Ping Chung, these top tier players on the World Nineball Tour, win easy racks. Seen it with Alcaide's match before. He ended up coming through as the victor in that match.
Oh, is it over now? Is that Alcaide match over? I thought it was still going on.
Yeah, I know what you mean, pal.
Took some 3 hours, and he deliberated over a lot of different shots, but eventually got the win 9-7 as Ko-Ping Chung pots the 1 here on the break.
Good opportunity, this. Got to get back on this red 3 ball though. Does it pass the 8 ball? That tells us it does. Otherwise he wouldn't have played for the cue ball there. It's perfect as well. Talk about making your next shot easy for yourself.
is the first rack, I think, that's really afforded Ko-Ping Chung the opportunity to get a rhythm going.
Somehow this 9-ball to tie this match up. Ko-Ping Chung has made it all square. It's 4-4 here on centre court.
And the first time he's run the rack here today. Corey Deuel, no doubt not all that pleased with some of the opportunities he has handed Ko-Ping Chung. Now level at 4 apiece. Deuel took the first 2 racks, was on his way to a 3-0 lead when he made that late mistake trying to pot the 8. And that allowed Ko-Ping Chung to just have to pocket the 9-ball to get on the board with his first rack. And sometimes that's all it takes, is that one opening, that one opportunity, and all of a sudden a few racks later, here we are tied at 4.
A little bit too thin. That's why the cue ball's flowing around the table. Needs the 4-ball to stop. It hasn't. Jewel back at the table with a chance.
We've seen a few misses from him like that since taking that early lead. First 2 racks, those were automatic.
Just seems like the wheel's starting to fall off.
I mean, he didn't get a piece of the corner. I mean, he hit the rail with the 1. That's how far he missed.
The tighter pockets here at the 46 US Open Pool Championships are causing some of these pros problems. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy that. Playing it into a blind, tight middle pocket, trying to send the cue ball around the table of 3. Nicely just combo. It's not worked out too good though. Now if you're thinking he'll play another combo here on the 8, he will not. Could try and get the cue ball down towards the red and the purple ball. Seems to be a nice target down there. I've also noticed Corey uses some sort of weird red contraption on the shaft almost to helped the cue glide through his hand. It's the only player I've seen use that.
He doesn't wear a glove, but he does use that device.
Yeah, there you see it. He holds it in his hand. That helps the cue slide back and forward. Yeah, this is what he's tried. How's the pace? It's no good. May bank the one ball back up, use the 8 as a blocker. Cue ball over to the top right. Here we go. Has he got there?
Yeah, that'll work out well. As the 1 nestles up against the 3. You've got the 8 in the way. And not many good options for the American Corey Deuel now.
Kill the cue ball in behind the red 3. Players have had opportunities in rack number 9 to lay a telling safety. Neither player has done that yet. Keep leaving a piece of this yellow ball. And if you've never played 9-ball pool, this situation right now, what we find ourselves in, is where it's very tricky. You're all playing one ball, your opponent also plays the same ball, so is the lowest ball on the table. So to get a good safety shot, it's actually not easy. Corey's trying to use a wall of balls here. Done well. Good shot.
Ko Ping Chung trying to maintain this momentum that he has built up to rebound from being down 2 racks. A 28-year-old from Chinese Taipei who won the Junior 9-ball World Championship a decade ago. Still relatively young. Asian 9-ball champion from 4 years ago as well. Was a young phenom growing up in Taiwan, and now trying to do it on the biggest stage in the sport.
Gotta make contact with the rail after hitting it. Did he flick that one ball? Let's have another look. I don't think he did because Corey's picked it up.
I don't think you could do that again if you tried. He didn't make contact with anything other than the rails, and it skirted about 4 different balls.
Yeah, and you could see how close it was to hitting the one ball there from the replay. 6 balls, playing hide and seek. Corey's just trying to figure out, if I leave the cue ball there, can I get to the potting angle?
Yeah, straight in on the 5, but the 8 making life difficult with that next shot on the 6.
Well, that's come way too far, so he can't put this ball out. It's going to be a safety, it's going to be a hook behind the 8 ball. But you've got to try and protect the 6 ball as well.
Pretty good. Big rack for the American Corey Deuel to get back on track after a few slip-ups that have allowed Ko-Ping Chung to draw even when it feels like Corey should be leading by more.
Made contact, that's all he could do. It's actually not that bad, you know, because the cue ball's going to go up towards the left side of the table. So he's not going to get close to the 7. And if he is going to get close to the 7, he's got to play this with a lot of spin. Which makes the pocket and the pot a lot harder. Seems to be the same story this lead, doesn't it? Corey Deuel's having chances and he's not taking them. Nobody wants rack number 9 at the minute. Doesn't look like he can bank it in the left centre. Surely he's not taking it into the corner. That tells you how thin it is.
What about left side pocket here?
The bank shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too steep. I think the cue ball would double hit it. Yeah, he can't play the bank. It looks like he's trying to play off the edge and use the 8 ball to hook. I like it because even if you don't get the hook, which he's done a pretty good job, at least you're leaving the cue ball on the rail, so the pot's difficult. Nicely done. Corey's got a nice shot here, I think. Will he play this thin? Depends how much you can see of it. Thin, chip it above the 9. Oh, he could see enough to do that. Just play a little containing safety.
Working down towards the end of the rack. Only 3 balls on the table. And it makes you think about every shot just a little bit more, knowing that a mistake might not allow you back on the table in the remainder of the rack.
Good safety on the 7 ball. Tight on the rail will make things difficult for Jewel. Maybe tempted to get the cue ball running off 2 rails. Glue the cue ball on the 8 ball. But you can't protect the 7 ball, that's the problem. But he may have no choice to take the gamble. If he does play that shot, he'd like to try and get the 7 ball just past the middle pocket. That way, if you leave a pot, at least it's got some distance. Looks like he's playing off the left edge though. He's gone for the bank. He's took a swipe at something here. Where's it going to finish? Yet again, kind of got away with it.
Well, it's certainly risky. A lot could have gone wrong there. Ko-Ping Chung has a shot, not a high percentage you would say, but he does have an opportunity here.
Tell you what, it's amazing what tightening the pocket up to 4-inch does to the sport of 9-ball. When you play on a 4.5-inch pocket, this just seems so much easier. Now he's second guessing himself. Now he's not even taking it on. Completely changes the whole dimension of the game. And I'm not saying we see this every match, but certainly a higher percentage of matches now. We're seeing a lot more play from both players, and that's always going to be good fun and create a lot more drama in these matches. I believe he had to swerve that ball a little bit. Certainly the right hand spin here.
He did, yeah. Just got it to drop.
Beautiful pop there on the 8 ball. So 2 great shots from Jewel.
Well, that's a big statement from Corey Deuel, because twice in this match already, he has left Ko-Ping Chung with just the 9 ball and the 8 and 9 in 2 different racks. He was in a position here to potentially do the same, but is able to close it out, not make a mistake, finishes his run, and now back in front, 5-4 here. 9 racks deep in the race to 9. Meantime, over on table 2 next door, Moritz Neuhausen and Jesse Engel are now tied at 2 racks apiece. Neuhausen was out to the 2-0 lead. That's table 3, 4, 5, and 6 here at this very spacious venue, Harrah's Atlantic City, the 46th edition of the U.S. Open on the Jersey Shore. Plenty of action still taking place, just shy of 5 p.m. local time and 7 hours into the first day of competition. Already the second match of the day for our 2 players here on table number 1, with both Ko-Ping Chung and Corey Deuel posting wins earlier.
Watch out, cue ball. Wow, that was dicey. But he's made it. The one ball disappeared. And off that one good shot he's played there, just got to take care of this 2 ball. Need to bounce. And I say that because natural path here looks like it's going to run into the 8 ball, so he's got to dig down into the cue ball. He's aiming forward, so maybe it's going to miss it on the right side. Oh yeah, it is indeed. Oh, this is good. See how Corey found that natural path there. So important to understand where the cue ball goes when just playing centre ball. Using the 4th rail. Perfect as well.
Now he runs the rack off the break and once again establishes a 2-rack lead here, 6-4 for the American. It's a nice bounce back from Corey Deuel after allowing Ko Ping Chung to tie things at 4. And there are the rest of the tables hosting day 1 competition. We started earlier today at 10 a.m. local time with over 250 players. Double elimination, race to 9. And it will be double elimination all the way down to the last 64. And things start to tighten up later in the week. Single elimination, and you get more of the amphitheater atmosphere around the center table. Corey Deuel hoping he will be there, but after a scratch on the break, it'll hand things over to Ko Ping Chung.
Red 3 ball is causing big problems. Yeah, what he's had a look at here is after potting the 2, he wants to leave the cue ball in a position where he can just slide the red 3 past the pink 4 and hook. Oh, what's the side pocket? This is what happened with Deuel before. Well, that actually might have worked out. Okay, can he pot this 2 and get back up to where he's looking? Wow.
I think he's got the chance.
Well, can you believe this? He did not play to hit the 3 ball. The fact that he played the poor shot with ball in hand has absolutely worked out unbelievable. Still got work to do, mind. Had to play the cannon. Play this in the centre pocket. Might have to jack up as well. Get the cue ball off the top rail. It's the second time in this match, maybe the third time, where he's missed the ball in the side pocket. Didn't even get close this time. Could have landed worse though. We've seen that quite a lot today, haven't we, Steve, where players have missed balls and not left their opponent just an easy pot.
Yeah, they've gotten away with it on several occasions. Just overcut that one too much. And it happens yet again. A lot of traffic between the cue ball and the 4 now for Ko Ping Chung. Feels like such a crucial rack for him, even though he is a top 10 player in the world, but to fall behind 3 racks in the race to 9 at this point. Trailed by 2 earlier and recovered, but 3 might be a different story deeper into the match. Not make contact with the 4 there. So it's ball in hand for the American.
I know Corey Jules won this tournament before, but it was a long time ago. Ko Ping Chung is very much the informed player on the world stage. So this would be a big win for Jewel if you can go on and get the W.
Interesting that Corey Deuel is certainly the more experienced player, former champion of this event, but Ko Ping Chung the higher ranked player in the world at this point. So different attributes that these two bring to this matchup today. But Deuel has a big opportunity here with these final 3 on the table. Such good cue ball control on these last few shots. And the 45-year-old from Ohio is now 2 racks away from making it to the 3rd round here at the U.S. Open. Leads by 3 here in his 2nd match of the day over Ko Ping Chung. Corey Deuel, who began playing the sport back when he was just 14 years of age at a billiards hall just outside of Philadelphia. Started to take the game more seriously later in his teen years. Now here he is, almost 3 decades into a professional career. Has crossed over into snooker as well and has been a U.S. national snooker champion. So he's won both the U.S. national title in snooker and the U.S. Open here in Nineball as well. Looking to make another deep run this year in Atlantic City.
The break-off shot for Jewel has not really been good enough, has it? He's missing a one ball. I think he's trying to really spin and make the wing ball, to be fair. But that seems to be lower percentage. The pot's pretty easy. Getting on the blue too is not. This needs to travel. Good attempt. Don't believe he'll play the pot. I think he'll just get the cue ball tight on the 6 ball. So important that you try and get the cue ball touching the 6. That makes the escape very difficult. There you can see the difference. The cue ball was tight on the 6. It takes the bottom rail away from Jewel. Now he can go 2 rails or 1 rail.
This is just about as long as Corey has taken to look over and size up a shot.
Playing 2 rails, just got to miss the 8 ball here though. Needs to hit a rail, which he hasn't done. After contact, a ball must hit the rail unless you're potting a ball. So you could see the cue ball hit the 2. No rail was contacted, foul, ball in hand. Seems to have gone wrong.
Yeah, kind of tight to the 6 here.
I don't know if he's taking it on or if he's playing thin off it and playing the hook. Yeah, he's playing thin, but this is too pacey. You can just sense how big this rack is. Jewel wins it. He's massive, massive favourite because he would be on the hill. Ko Ping Chung would have to win the last 5 racks. Ko Ping Chung wins the rack 7-5. It's back to a tight one.
Winner of this match is into the last 64 here at the U.S. Open, where it gets down to single elimination beginning on Wednesday.
It's not worked out. Could play the bank shot. Well, I say he could play the bank shot. He's got to be able to see the edge of it. Yeah, it's very tight. Where's the 9-ball going? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's dead set, but he can certainly get the 9 moving. Here he comes to have a look.
That was close to sensational, but the angle was so tight. But now for Ko-Ping Chung, it's opened up. This could be a huge moment for Ko-Ping Chung when it looked like the American duel may run away. Ko-Ping Chung now in position to inch closer and keep this one tight down the stretch. Couldn't afford to lose that rack. He was down 3 for the first time today. Going down 4 with duel on the hill would have been just about insurmountable. But instead, he's back to within 2 here. And he's got a shot in this race to 9 and also the battle for the final 64. Starting the day here earlier with 256 players. These two both winning their opening matches earlier this morning. And now looking to go 2 for 2 on the day, get a day off tomorrow, and then play in the single elimination portion down to the final 64 beginning on Wednesday.
Good break. 2-ball will pass the 3. Looks an ugly table though, doesn't it? There's a bit of a cluster. The pink 4, the 8-ball and the 9. Pink 4 will go in the bottom left. Work to do. It's a big miss. Chance back to Jewel. Jewel's going to have the same problem Ko Ping Chung would have had. And now it's a big problem. May be tempted to play the bank. Only because the cue ball would float down. It's a big shot though if he takes it on, but the reward could well be there.
Sizing up this shot while continuing to glance over at the 4. Trying to think ahead here and go through the possible permutations of what he would face. Does he want to take it on? Does he want to take the risk? It's always the calculation. You're not just thinking about the shot in front of you, but you're thinking 2 and 3 shots ahead as well.
Decided not to take the risk. Where the cue ball's finished, that's worked out. Worked out in his favour because striking down on the cue ball always causes problems.
Backed away from this shot several times now.
See it a lot, don't we, Steve? The fact that players are up and down, a bit undecided, get down, and they always seem to play a poor shot.
So the 3 ball drops, but on the scratch. Ball in hand now for Corey Deuel.
Yeah, the fact that the 3 ball dropped has made this a lot easier for Corey, because if the 3 ball stays over the hole, he still had a problem to get on the 4. What's he doing here? Surely he's going to attack this table. Surely he's not playing safe there. No, he's not. He's just going to stun across, or is he going to roll forward? I think he's trying to look at maybe doing something with the 8 ball. That was his initial thought process. Can I pot the 4 and try and break the 8 and the 9 away, because the 8 is in a little funny spot.
You risk getting too cute though.
Yes, I know what you mean. Maybe he glances off it this way. Did he put it straight in? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, it was a smart shot.
No matter what you do, though, don't miss the pot. Don't lose sight of the primary objective. He got them both. And now he can see the hill from here.
Big rack for me, this, for Jewel. 7-6, I'd have been a little bit worried, but the fact he's on 8 now, as long as this 9 deposits, which it does.
He's been very resilient here today, and now as a reward he's on the hill. 8-5 in his second round match here on day number 1. And really fighting through some self-inflicted mistakes and some gifting of Ko Ping Chung. Golden opportunities where Ko Ping Chung was able to win 2 racks by potting only 3 combined balls, but Corey Deuel has fought off those miscues, and he's fought through it to again stake himself to a 3-rack lead here, and now he's on the verge.
Yeah, and you feel no matter what happens, Corey will get opportunities. The break's not worked out where we're seeing packages. Packages, basically, if you don't know what that means, tuning in and watching, is where a player breaks and runs the rack and does it multiple times, so we call it a 3-pack, a 4-pack. Has he made a ball? He has. Does he get a shot at the lowest ball and a chance to win the match? He sort of does, you know. I'm not saying the pot in the side is there, but certainly it offers a bank shot. Lost the cue ball, hooked on the pink 4. Now he's looking at a 3-rail kick. Three-rail kick in behind it. Oh, he's played 2 rails and he's missed it. Wow. Chance to win the match has gone for Corey Deuel. Little stun run through there, so it's a nice shot to play. Perfect position on the 8.
Now Ko Ping Chung, unbothered that Corey Deuel is on the hill. He's going to make him work for it and extend this match. Now 8-6. And on our way to rack number 15. This is the 4th match of the day here on our featured table. We've had 2 matches that have gone pretty quickly. Shane Van Bonen and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz winning easily, but then 2 other matches that have been relatively tightly contested. This match included, along with David Alcaide from Spain winning 9-7 earlier in a match that went almost 3 hours. And this is where we stand at the moment. Look at David Alcaide now, out to a 6-0 lead over Gallagher in his second round match. So those 3 hours and all the grinding, leaving him no worse for the wear. Seemingly breezing into the round of 64.
Ko Ping-yi, the brother of the man breaking, has won the opening 3 racks in his match. Oh, this is good. Look at the shot he's left with here on the blue too. Jules had a chance to win the match in the previous rack. Didn't convert that chance. The match is now 8-6, but look at the split of the balls here for Chung. Striking down on the cue ball can cause problems. If you don't deliver the cue through straight, you put a little bit of spin on the cue ball and you can miss the pot.
I wonder if Corey Deuel is starting to just get a little bit anxious at this point. Still has a 2-rack lead, but Ko Ping Chung coming off a win in the previous rack. Has a nice layout here. Seems to be in a good flow.
I would love some sort of little angle on the brown 7 after putting this 6 ball. Purely because if he lands dead straight, that means the cue ball is going to be running forward and staying near the rail. I mean, he should still be okay. Yeah, he's got a bit of angle, so now he can roll forward. May decide to roll forward and use 2 rails, but he can also just use the 1. Oh, what's Ko Ping Chung done there?
Wow. And that may have cost him the entire match.
Gifted the match on a plate to the 45-year-old former US Open champion.
And essentially, he returned the gifts that Corey gave him earlier when Jewel made a mistake, allowing Ko Ping Chung to just have to pot the 9. Another rack, he just had to pot the 8 and 9. And now Corey Deuel will close it out. Just having to pop the 7, 8, and 9 with the miss late from Ko Ping Chung. And Corey Deuel has secured his spot in the last 64 here at the U.S. Open. The former champion wins both of his matches on day 1. And now he's into the single elimination portion of the competition beginning on Wednesday. So, these are the other scores, and these are the matches in progress at the moment. Again, some are consolation, some are winner's bracket. David Alcaide stretching his lead over Billy Gallagher to 7-0 here. John Moody Jr., Josh Filler just getting started. Moritz Neuhausen extending his lead over the American Jesse Engel to 5-3. They're on table number 2. And next match on table 1 coming up here shortly as we proceed through the early evening hours, just past 5 p.m. local time here in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And while they set up table 1 for the next match, let's jump on over to table number 2, where the newly minted winner from Connecticut, Moritz Neuhausen of Germany, has the 5-3 lead over Jesse Engel of the U.S. Rack number 9 here on table number 2.
Work to do here for Jesse. He's got to get the cue ball on the pink 4. Needs this to bounce. Needs this to bounce. Shy of pace. Noticed on the scores there on table 5, 2-time former world Nineball champion Thorsten Homer was in a spot of bother. He was trailing that match 6 racks to 3 against fellow German Uma Dormer.
Big rack for Jesse Engel. The difference between 6-3 and 5-4 feels significant at this point here in this second round match. Safety. Get the 5 and the 6 in the way. Moritz Neuhausen now. Coming off his initial appearance in the World Tour rankings, just earning that with his win in Connecticut recently. Part of that victory included a 9-0 drubbing of the European Open champion, David Alcaide, who we saw earlier today win on table number 1.
Good cue ball. Of course, there's no hook, but the cue ball tight on the rail. Will mean Jesse Engel has got work to do. That needs to settle down. Doesn't want to leave the pot. Yeah, I don't think he goes past the 8, so that's okay. He won't be playing the 4 onto the 8 either. That is way too difficult. Fantastic run at this year's World Cup of Pool, Moritz Neuhausen with his partner Joshua Filler. Joshua Filler's up next on table 1, I believe. So they'll be playing side by side. Just going to bank the 4, 2 rails back up top. Yeah, that's what he's played. This needs to settle down.
Yeah, they have worked the 4 around this table. Waiting to see who's going to get the first legitimate opportunity to get the pot.
Got to whip this one thin. So he's missed it. His ball in hand up. Moritz Neuhausen is in a match here against America's Jesse Engel.
Coming up next on table number 1, Josh Filler and John Moody Jr. head-to-head. We'll have that match on the way shortly. Next door on table number 2, Moritz Neuhausen trying to extend his lead over Jesse Engel, but Engel trying to keep things close and get to within 1 rack once again.
Just got a little bit of work to do on this brown 7. If he's going to play the combo, he wants to get close to it. But there is enough of a gap to squeeze in behind it to shoot the 7 up into the top right corner. Let's see what Jesse decides to play. That was that little gap we spoke about, and that's okay. Got a good look at the 7 ball here.
8 set up nicely, and then the 9. Pretty good spot for Jesse Engel.
Can cheat this ball a little bit, but not too far up the rail. That's good. That's perfect. That's exactly where you want to be aiming on a 9-ball pool table. Table 1 is pretty much ready to go.
All right, so Engel about to close out this rack on Newhausen and tighten things up. It'll be 5-4 if he pots both the 8 and 9 here. Meanwhile, on table number 1, they are getting close to this next match, Filler and Moody. And we'll have Michael and Jerry taking you through that here in just a few moments as they get through the lag here. And then it's back to table number 1 for the second round match on day number 1.
So after a quick changeover, it's Michael McMullen and Jeremy Jones with you for this one. And a match that's really quite typical, I think, of the opening day, the opening couple of days of a US Open. JJ, you've got one of the superstars of the game against an American player who will be going into this feeling it's one of the biggest occasions, maybe the biggest occasion of his pool playing life so far.
Yeah, well, Moody, he'll enjoy it. I know him a little bit, and obviously he's won a match, so that does mean something. And of course, not too many have won more matches on the planet the last 6-7 years than this guy right here. Took a little speed off there than what I think we're going to see from Josh Filler most of the event when it comes to breaking the balls. Missed the one on the side. I think partially snookered here. Possibly not. Of course, John Moody is the junior. His dad also has won a match and will play SVB on the other end. So the family's getting the entire package here on day 1. Moody Sr., who plays Shane later today, has been involved in the U.S. Open for a long time. Has been a guy that's helped direct the tournament, run the tournament, played in it many times.
Joshua Filler, former winner of this title in Las Vegas back in 2019. One thing I always remember about that was he'd been a little controversially perhaps left out of the Mosconi Cup team just a few months prior to that, and he actually along the way beat 3 of the 5 players who were on the European team that he'd just been left out of. Probably made it all the sweeter.
Yeah, and I think at that time it was very hard to pick so many players from Europe, and you know, it's easy as a captain to look at Josh Filler and say, hey, this guy's going to make a ton of teams, you know, so maybe if I'm on the fence a little bit. But of course, it wasn't no hack that he got replaced by. I think it became down between him and Niels, I believe, was kind of the the argument.
Yeah, when I say it was controversial, maybe it was really just controversial for Josh himself. He's someone who would always want to be in teams, but of course he's had many great Mosconi moments since then.
Yeah, and you know what makes it controversial also is afterwards, you know, Niels didn't have his best Mosconi, and you know, that's always going to make for more of an argument. But nice safety to open there. Got a fortunate ball in hand on an unlucky scratch from Josh, but now Josh really up in the trees here, trying to find some kind of path at the blue 2. Still a race to 9. That'll change later in the week. And he wants to hit right before the side here off the left side rail, trying to drag the cue ball at the 2.
Race to 9, as you say, and whoever gets there will be through to the winner's qualification round. You get through that, you're in single elimination, which means the final 64. And from there, it's straight knockout all the way. No second chances after that. So John Moody, as you said, has won a match already today. That was against Jeffrey Youngblood. Now that's a name. He's got a career in movies. 9 racks to 6, that one.
Yeah, and I've known John for a while, and knowing his dad, I'm sure he started playing pool at a very young age. And again, his dad has won a match here today as well. Plays SVB later on. Carries a nice demeanor around the table. Not going to get in too much of a hurry, but you wouldn't call him someone who plays slowly. Just going to try and get himself a little more comfortable. Probably keeps it simple here. Missed ball, and I don't think he got away with it. We'll see. Now Josh is on 2 fouls, just in case something crazy happens here of some type of foul. 3 consecutive fouls by the same player is a loss of game. Don't see it very, very often at this level, but it does come up. Of course, if you're trying to keep up with one of your favorite players or just any player in match, whatnot, you can go to matchroompool.com and see all the live scoring. All right, a little funny when you're this close, even though fairly directed at the pocket, it looks like. Yeah, easy to miss.
So a reprieve for Moody after passing up his earlier opportunity.
And that's just a little knowing the slick table. If you get into the ball, it kind of hugs a little coming off the rail and didn't release. So most likely another opportunity for Josh coming quickly. Now Josh had a little trouble with some entry into the U.S. Visa got delayed a little bit, so he wasn't at the Connecticut tournament or the event in New York as scheduled.
He's had a lot of off-table problems. I think he and Pia were living in a hotel for something like 6 months because...
6+ months, I think, yeah.
Was it flooding in the apartment?
Yeah,
something like that?
Pipes busted, and, you know, one thing that they always say about the German and the architecture, it's so solid, right? But when you do have to make a repair, it can be a pretty immense project.
To be fair, as globe-trotting pool players, they spend most of their lives in hotels anyway, so probably quite familiar for them.
Okay, trying to get some distance here. Want the cue ball much more near the rail. So we're going to see Josh power up, most likely with a draw stroke. Could go out with a high ball, but not much angle really to get the high ball moving. Maybe short side here on the 7. We'll see. Oh, he did go with a high ball. Wow, what a shot. And you'll notice, Michael, that he didn't overhit that. You know, if you overhit it, it doesn't really move that much, believe it or not. So you have to get to trusting the ball just kind of creeping around the table, and it can be a little unnerving. And a lot of players really never get a hold of that, and that's really the difference in the real top guys.
So it's been a messy opening rack, but that little splash of quality there from Filler is probably going to result in him taking it. We always talk about the player as the underdog in a match like this. Got to get off to a good start. Moody's had his chances. I think it's particularly true against someone like Filler, who once he gets a couple of racks in front of you and gets a bit of momentum going, you might not see him for the rest of the match. So Joshua Filler eventually takes the opening rack against John Moody Jr. Moritz Neuhausen, who partnered Filler to the World Cup final for Germany earlier in the summer, is in a bit of a battle on table 2 against the American Jesse Ingle. Neuhausen is leading, but only by 1 at 5-4. Kopinyi, World Masters winner, on the hill at 8-0 against Saeem Hossein. And you can see there some of the scores going through, so you can pick out your favourites. Mika Immonen, former back-to-back winner of this event, leading 7-6 against Chris Reinhold. Double world champion Torsten Homan, level at 6-all with Yuma Dorner, all German clash that. Khalid Gandhi on the hill, 8-6 up against Dimitris Lukatos. He was a quarter-finalist in the UK Open this year.
Yeah, much better break off, but of course it's always gambling now with the cut break and cue ball tracking back and forth. You can see it came back into the 9, which is a common theme, but sometimes it kisses the wrong way and finds a corner pocket or a side pocket. Well, here's another opportunity, and the thing about it, you know, Josh is definitely one of those players that gets stronger as the match goes usually and as the event carries on, but you know, if you can keep some heat on him, he's definitely human. Occasionally you get an extra mistake here and there. It's not always the most obvious mistake. Sometimes the great players just miss position, which in turn, you know, even if it's a kick shot, creates an opening. All right, he can handle a lot of angles on the 6th. Wants to stay away from straight. Starting to get a little flat. So probably a heavy stun off of this. Could follow the ball, but that really brings the 8-9 in play. Could go around the 8-9 actually. And that's, again, just a little knowing the table. It draws a little easier, the slick felt, and now Josh Filler with ball in hand.
Yeah, ball in hand and a fairly routine run out from here.
Pat Fleming just passed by, giving us a little wave, and a guy that was so influential in American pool in so many ways and a big part of the U.S. Open as well. A darn fine player himself.
Well, John Moody may well reflect he could have won both of these opening 2 racks. Instead of which, he's lost them both. Joshua Filler, former winner of this US Open, leading 2-0 in the early stages of this match. Roland Garcia, experienced player from the Philippines, has beaten Masato Yoshioka of Japan 9-5. Now plays Conrad Yusashin in winners qualification. Or it's Neuhausen. A little bit of breathing space now against Jesse Ingle. Neuhausen leading 6-4.
Yeah, Reinhold on the heel, 8-7 over Mika Immonen. Chris hadn't really played a ton of tournaments this year. Said he wanted to take a little time off, but we've communicated a lot in the last few months, and he said he feels like he's playing the best he's ever played. So trying to show a little of that this week.
David Alcaide, winner of the European Open, 7-2 leading now against Billy Gallagher. Jeff DeLuna, 7-4 up on Daniel Maciol, and Aloysius Yap, runner-up here a couple of years ago, 3-2 ahead of Kyle Akaloo.
And that Akaloo, he'll kind of fool you. You know, he's got a little trimmer in his arm when he's in position to play, but once that swing starts, it's pretty solid. So can't be overlooked in that match. Now it looks like Filler's going to attack to the upper left, trying to cannon the cue ball maybe one rail into the pink 4 to hold for the 3. Looks pretty tough to me. So maybe he just plays the blue 2 around. Yeah, this is the shot I like. Chopping on the left side of the blue 2, running around the 7, trying to come back in position where he's at now with the cue ball roughly. Nice shot, trying to come behind the brown 7. May have a little sliver of the blue 2, but really nothing you can do with it, so probably playing some type of kick shot. I think just one rail behind. Now the unfortunate part of those visa issues is Pia couldn't get hers. It didn't work out, so Josh's #1 fan, and of course someone that's always right there by his side. We're going to miss her this week, but I'm sure she's tuning in.
Yeah, I think she missed the trip to Spain, didn't she, because she was trying to sort out those issues with the apartment.
You can already tell the difference maybe between what we've seen from Moody and maybe some of those early victims to some of these top players. You know, Moody made a couple mistakes, of course, missed a couple balls, but you can kind of see his presence is a little more there as far as a complete game.
Yeah, and he doesn't look uncomfortable. I mean, we saw John Webber on the main table earlier against FSR, and even before a ball had been struck, you could see he was quite nervous about it all.
Yeah, tricky little layout now after a couple of mistakes. He's going to have to take on a couple tough shots. The first one being on the red 3. He's going to have to shoot the 2 and come above the purple 5 to get an angle to shoot the 3 to get onto the 4. But if he can get past that, it probably works through the rack. Could take a little chance going into the purple with ball in hand off of one cushion. I wouldn't say that's the best thing to do, but it is an option. May catch a little piece of the 8. Oh, he hit it nicely. Attacked with a little inside English. And now all I think is the difference is you're going to see a little more of John knowing what to do. It's just a matter if he executes or not. So here he's got to go forward and play short side, it appears. He'd love to be able to get out to the center of the table for the green 6, but no angle, so no reason to panic. What happens is little outs like this and the stuff I'm talking about, Josh recognizes that as well. So what John's done so far, especially in this rack here, now he should shoot at this. I'm really surprised he's playing the safety there. You got to attack and take that one on.
Especially if you're going to play the safety as badly as that. But has he actually left the 6 here? Does that pass the 7?
No, but Josh will keep it simple, rolling forward onto the brown 7 with the cue ball. But that one kind of shocked me. Morris Newhausen up 6-4 over Jesse Engel, and you don't know Jesse, I don't think, but he was a very good player at a young age, and one of those players that, you know, talk about is going to be a champion of some sort, and then just kind of went away from the game for several years, and now back, I think about the last year or so, trying to get back in form.
Yeah, we've seen him in some of these events. Joshua Filler, of course, was a very well-known player at a young age, but he didn't make his reputation playing shots like that, and he's probably gifted this one now to Moody. The American could have won the first rack, could have won the second. He'll be disgusted if he doesn't win the third from here.
Looks like Alcaide, I think, is kind of settled in after a struggle in the first round. They've had a pretty big lead. Maybe it's over with by now.
Yeah, I was mentioning his match against Billy Gallagher. It's now 7-3 in favour of Alcaide there. So John Moody taking advantage of that opportunity handed to him there. It was fairly straightforward stuff, really had to get the job done, and he has. So he's off and running, but trails 2-1. Jeff DeLuna 7-4 up on Daniel Maciol. DeLuna's done well in this in the past. Lucius Yap has done very well. He almost won it the year before last. He needs Kyle Akalou 4-2. And Khalid Al-Ghamdi, young Saudi Arabian player, has won 9-6 against Dimitris Lukatos. So having just beaten one Greek player, he'll now face another in the next round. A step up in class, though, in terms of the opposition, because he will now play Alexander Kazakis. Francesco Candela has won the first rack against Lucas Fracasso Werner, who's in the mix for that Mosconi Cup situation.
Yeah, absolutely. He's put together a lot of points, without going abroad. So you got to be impressed with that. And again, at that age, you just never know when they're going to turn the corner. Oh, cue ball got lost. Nice break off, though, the one on the side. Just maybe caught the one a little heavy. That's a easy venue to lose your concentration just looking around. As someone who loves pool and seeing all the talent in the room, it's just amazing. All right, Josh not going to take any chances. He's going to the short side on the 3 where it's really open. He doesn't have to deal with the brown 7 or the pink 4, maybe get elevated over a ball, something like that. Could just hold the cue ball there. Could draw out to the center. Yeah, I like this shot. I'll tell you, that's another reason why he won at such a young age. He likes to make the great shots. Who doesn't, right? But he really is disciplined when it comes to keeping it simple. Really kind of leans on that talent. And I think it's just a great combination for Josh Filler.
One of the great images in US Open history when he won in Las Vegas in 2019 after an absorbing final against Wu Cha-Ching, which he won after not making a great start. And then just jumping around the arena full of youth and exuberance and optimism.
Yeah, what a final it was. And looked like it was going to be hill there with the odd foul you see about once a century. And or not too often anyways.
Yeah, Wu was coming back at him. He'd won a couple of racks in a row and looked like he was going to win another one. Then leaning over a ball, just brushed off it, and it turned out to be his last involvement in that final. Back in the present day, Joshua Filler has restored his 2-rack advantage at 3-1 against John Moody Jr. in this second round encounter. Chris Reinhold still looking for one more, 8-7 up against Mika Immonen. Torsten Homan has a 7-6 lead over Yuma Dorner.
Has Shane Wolford started yet? He had a good match with Han from Singapore. Looks like they're getting ready to tee off on table number 8.
Yeah, that one just starting now. You can see some of the scores going through there. Wolford, of course, currently occupying the last automatic spot on the American Mosconi Cup team, but a number of players not far behind him.
Yeah, it's a great thing, though, that competitive nature between the players, and they're all supporting each other as well, which is fantastic. And from what I know, almost all of them are going to Hanoi. So another will be announced after this tournament as far as the points, right? And then the finals will be after a big event in Hanoi.
Well, I think we could have great races for the last automatic spot on both the American and European sites that week, the way it's shaping up. You even look at Joshua Filler, surprising, but he's down in number 8 at the moment in the European list. Now, that said, it's very tight You look at Mario He in 5th and Jason Shaw in 7th. Less than $1,000 between them, and you've got Moritz Neuhausen in between, and then Joshua Filler not too far behind all of those. So a real battle going on there. But it was surprising from Filler.
Yeah, I was going to say probably one of the maybe 3 quick strokes I've ever seen from him ever. I mean, it was obvious to me that time. A lot of times it's hard to figure out where the mistake was with Josh, but I think that one to him was pretty obvious. And when it's like that, you just leave it behind. It's not, you know, it's one thing if we have, you know, you're a golfer, right? So we have, you know, a reoccurring problem, right? Like something I've been working on, now it's creeping back in. You know, that's a concern. But something for Josh there, I think he's okay. Okay, going to try and really pull off to the top left. Now, this is a shot you can do on the TV table with the slick felt. Watch it kind of bend off the second rail of the cue ball. And trying to come to the back side. Yeah, really nice.
Gotta love that picture on his back there. It's the man himself in full celebratory, roaring mode. It's a bit like those American Ryder Cup shirts in '99 with all the pictures of past glories on them.
Right. And kind of hopped on him, lost the line of the cue ball, so he may have to go righty here or with the crutch. The bridge.
The moose head. That's what I'm trying to get it called.
Well, that one, I don't know if that one will hold or not, but speaking about hanging around, though, Jesse Engel is doing a lot of that in that match.
Well, he's at the table with a good chance to get back to 6-5 down against Moritz Neuhausen. He's been in really good form recently, and I know you were talking about him earlier as a potential champion this week, Neuhausen.
Well, that's the thing, you know, you talk about rookies to the Mosconi, you know, captain has to think about that because the Mosconi is just a beast like no other. But, you know, at the same time in our sport, much like golf, you have to look at form. And I think form can make up for someone that you might say is 5% behind in game tactics or overall, however you want to label it. But if they're in form, that makes up for a lot of that. And I think it's a good problem to have as a captain to have, you know, a guy like Moritz coming through and making you think. But I think he's a viable pick, and we still have, you know, 3 really strong events to look at, the U.S. Open and then both events in Hanoi. Nice, just edging the purple 5, and I think that World Cup of Pool really did a lot for Moritz, and just, you know, kind of opened his mind about himself really and realized that he can do it.
Yeah, and brilliant team spirit between the two of them. They're good friends, they live near each other, and they spend a lot of time together, so I think that was a big part of it as well. If Neuhausen did make the Mosconi team, well, there's a ready-made partnership there for you. Put him with Filler.
Yeah, and then that's going to be the interesting thing is those 2 wild card picks. I mean, don't get me wrong, no one's doubting that Filler can still sneak on the rankings, but it's going to be a hard proposition for him. And of course, we have a German captain this year as well on the European side.
Jesse Engel spent a long time there, lining up a 7-9 combination to try and get back to 6-5 against Moritz Neuhausen, but has missed it.
Okay, not a lot here. Here you got to kind of utilize the 7, bank the 5 up above the side, trying to leave the 5 on a long combination on the 7 while you try to kill the cue ball on this rail. Now, he may edge it just because his eyes are like eagle eyes pretty much, really. Just incredible from distance, but I like this much better. I think he's trying to play the 5 back down. bringing the cue ball maybe 2 rails behind the 6.
When you look at someone like Jesse Engel and any of the other capable but slightly less familiar American names in the field, Jeremy, I'm guessing if any of them could go on a run to last 16, even last 32, they put themselves in your thoughts to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what type of play that was, right? I mean, but the one thing is, if any of them do that, they should realize they need to be out here anyways. And this is where they're really going to get the game they wanted, you know, get their game not only better, but better under pressure and just all around. But yeah, there's a few players out there I've already thought about. Like if they start to make a run, I got to pay real attention.
And do you have people you speak to? Would you speak to the likes of Shane and Sky when you're making your choices, or do you tend to just keep your thoughts to yourself about it all?
No, absolutely discuss with those guys. You know, I text them both, talk to them. You know, at a few of those events I couldn't be at in the last couple of weeks, and you know, of course, I was keeping up with as many scores as I could, or if a player was on a stream. But you know, I told them, hey, y'all are my eyes out there for anything particular, and that's not just which player should make it, but you know, if there's some technical sides of things, you know, this person needs to get better at kicking at the ball or whatever it may be. You know, I want to know.
A little bit of a tester for Moody. I'd fancy getting this one to close to 3-2, but you can see from his body language he knows he's got to take care over this.
He may have fluked it. Looked like it was heading that way. See a little twist of the wrist there on the back end, and what happens is, and you know, the players that are around it more recognize you just get a little quicker when the adrenaline's going, and you know, the guy like John's not probably going to recognize that like a man that's at the table right now.
He was just never going to turn down that pot, but that was a tough one as well. And where they finished, it looks as though Moody may well not pay any price at all for his miss. And this one still has to be potted, though.
Yeah, I think he's going to learn a lot from that last stroke. I think you're going to see a little cleaner execution.
Yeah, needed that. After the chance he'd had in his previous visit, it would have been very hard to take going 4-1 down, instead of which he's back to just one behind at 3-2. Let's have a look at this Mosconi Cup race then. We've been talking about one place already confirmed on both teams. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz for Europe, Skylar Woodward for your American team. You might wonder why Van Bonin is in second place there when he's got more points than Woodward. Well, it's because the first place went to whoever was top of the table after the European Open, and that obviously was Woodward, so they're both locked in now. So whoever's the highest, apart from FSR on the European side and apart from Woodward on the American side, at the end of this week will then be locked in, and the same process will then apply after the Hanoi Open. So then we'll have our 3 automatic qualifiers on both sides, only a few weeks away now before we reach that stage, and then both captains will get 2 picks. How soon after that do you have to get your 2 selections in?
You know, usually it's about a week's time. We haven't really discussed that so far, but, you know, you got to believe it. About a week's time. I mean, I think they're in Hanoi, that final one, you know, as soon as the math's done and the players that are in contention are out of it or so far in it that we know the outcome there, that'll be announced. And I think within about a week to 10 days, we'll have our other 2 players announced from both teams.
All sorts of possibilities in Hanoi. You could have a situation where you've got 2 players in the final playing for the last spot on one of those teams, or you could have one guy playing for the last spot on the European team and the other guy playing for the last automatic spot in the American team up against each other. So many possibilities as a result of that Mosconi race in Hanoi in a few weeks' time. It's going to be a great event anyway.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to ignore some things. I mean, you know, I just got to say it how it's, how it is right now, that, odds are most likely could be 2 of those Europeans in a final before maybe 2 of the Americans, just the way things have gone. Now, I certainly think the Americans can do it, and they're going in the right direction to do so. But, what do you do if you happen to have 2 Euros in that final? One of them gets in there on that 3rd spot, and then, you have a player that maybe hasn't played a Mosconi but is way ahead on points over some others. Do you ignore those to go to, a Filler or an Albin? And you got Jason Shaw in there as well. It'd just be hard for me to believe that, right there at Ali Pally, and he's been so instrumental on so many European wins, period. It'd be hard to ignore Jason Shaw. So there's going to be plenty for the fans to talk about here for long.
Well, I love the fact that we're having all this discussion about the teams and who's going to qualify and who's going to get the picks. And you've all the fun of that and all the entertainment it brings. And that's before you even get to the event itself, which is always so enjoyable.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible one. I know of a lot of Americans going in comparison to 2 years ago, where it was very light on that American side. And I understand after pandemic and whatnot, so...
Well, we were still very much in the midst of it then. I think that Omicron variant was
the
2021,
right?
Yeah, at that time. So it was a very different world even then, although we were over the worst of it by that stage, I guess. Anyway, back here, Joshua Filler looking to reassert himself in the match. He won this title back in 2019. He completed a double, having lifted the world title just a few months earlier. And it was a double of another sort as well, because he was the 2nd German player to win this US Open, 17 years after Ralph Souquet had become the first.
Yeah, beating Alex Pagulayan in the final. I remember watching that one. I think the final was 15-12, maybe 15-13, I think, between the two. Extended race. One player I know I'm missing just because I love his game, and many thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands missing in the... Ooh, that one was a little questionable going to the pocket, but Eklund Kachi not here, and of course he's in recovery right now, and from what I heard, it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I heard some whispers that the talk that there was earlier in the summer that he might not play for a year seems to have gone out the window now. It looks like he'll be back much sooner than that, which is great news. Maybe not for you, of course, in one sense, with matters we've just been discussing. So Joshua Filler then goes 2 clear for the 3rd time in the match at 4-2. Jesse Ingel is 1 behind against Moritz Neuhausen, 6-5 to the German. Tolian Han has taken the first couple of racks against Shane Wolford. Lucas Fracasso Werner 2-1 up on Francesco Candela. Mieszko Fortunski has been given a good match by JJ Fall, the Pole leading 5-3. Sullivan Clark of New Zealand 5-2 up on Bezar Spahiu. All these are in this 2nd round.
Yeah, Pilovanovic and Patsur Vitali about to tee it off. That's it's got to be the quality match of that first loser round side.
Absolutely, and just back on the winner's side briefly, Jeff DeLuna now on the hill against Daniel Maciol at 8-6. David Alcaide has won, by the way, 9-3 over Billy Gallagher.
Yeah, we'll see. I know he wants to attack. Very open center of the table. So, of course, he's missed a couple shots in the 4-2. He knows how Nineball is, so he may elect to play the safety. That's what we have. Well, it's going to work out. He was trying to play a safety, and he hit it really well. Overhit the ball. It ran a little long, but after pocketing the 8, now in position to take a cut shot on the blue 2. Kind of hard to go up and down and hold the line on the cue ball, avoiding the pink 4. You can put a little right English, but with that speed, it's not going to grab much. So he may end up going into something here with the cue ball. Yeah, got a little quick again. Overcut it, a little miss hit on the cue ball maybe.
If you go out there as the big underdog in a match like this and you don't get a look in and you've no regrets, you can probably take that. It's disappointing, it's frustrating, but nothing to criticise yourself about. But John Moody had plenty of chances in this match.
Yeah, in a way, a player like John, and again, I don't think we've seen his best. He's a pretty decent player overall, and pretty good player actually. And, but what happens is they think to themselves, you know, if I'm playing a guy back at my home that gives me this many chances, you know, I'm probably going to have the lead. So maybe a little the Josh Filler and, of course, the U.S. Open. That effect is a real thing. Okay, you can see he needs more out of the cue ball. He's got to come back to short side for the 6. So a lot going on in this rack still. Going to play the bank, I guess. Little high ball. Now this is where he's so good. If you overhit it, cue ball really doesn't get there, and you lose the line on the 5. Got to really coast in there between the 9 and 6 with the cue ball. All right, going back for the jump cue. Trying to pocket this on the left side. Going to be hard to gain position or have any like real, you know, concrete way to gain position, but I guess the emphasis has got to be on the purple 5. Oh, wow. Moritz didn't get out in that last game. Kind of turned my head and just assumed he was getting out. He made a mistake. Now Jesse Ingles 6-6 and at the table.
Meanwhile, back here, looks like it's going to be a familiar tale. Moody not making the most of his chances and Further mopping up what's left. Not been 3 clear yet in this match, but should be in about a minute from now. Well, it's hardly been vintage filler, but the early rounds are all about getting the wins, making your progress and giving yourself something to build on. Joshua Filler is more than halfway to victory now. He leads John Moody by 5 racks to 2. I mentioned David Alcaide is through. His next opponent may be Si-Cha Chen, who got to the quarterfinals here last year and is currently leading Gerson Martinez 2-1. Jeff DeLuna still looking for one more, leads Daniel Maciel 8-7. Lucius Yap, 2021 runner-up, leading 5-3 against Kyle Akalu. Mieszko Fortunski now 6-4 ahead against another South African, JJ Fall.
Yeah, so that's good speed again. Excuse me, getting dialed in, and now a good shot at the blue 2. A little off angle. I think he can just go a little forward to play the 3 up long. Wants a little bit of an angle. Not a lot, just a little bit so he can get over on the pink 4.
We were talking earlier today about tips for the title, and although it didn't go for him in the end, I said you always have to consider Filler a contender for anything, not just because his best play obviously is so good, but he never really seems to have a slump. It never seems to be very long since he's won something. Doesn't tend to go out early in events. Has recently won an event in China. And he's been doing well in a number of matchroom events this year. Runner-up at the UK Open. Couldn't really have done much more in that final against Cagey, who just played so well. Semi-finals of the European Open, beaten by Anton Raga in a close match. He's had a couple of early enough exits in some of the matchroom events as well, particularly the World Championship where Alex Pagulayan beat him twice. But overall, it's never, it seems, far away from having a good run in something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, the winner circle's a little different maybe of late, but I think it's the same as like Shane. When I watch Shane play, he's playing great. Like, I rarely see Filler, you know, make a huge, big mistake, it seems like, especially when the moment means the most. But, you know, these players are catching up. That's just how it is, and I think really the World Nineball Tour has a big part to do with that. Okay, it does cut. Looks like he's going to play the bank. Swing the cue ball around the 8. Little draw stroke.
Maybe just starting to step up his control of this match. I think what also helps from Filler's point of view, and the reason we always consider him a contender, he plays a lot. He travels around the world a lot and plays very busy schedule, and consider how young he still is. He'll be 26 next week. Obviously when you get a bit older, other responsibilities maybe come into life, so make the most of it. And of course it's not even really as if he's away from home, because he brings home with him, because Pia's there. She's often playing in some of the same tournaments, so really making hay while he's still such a young man. And he's doing it in this match. He's now 4 clear at 6-2. John Moody faces a long road back from here. Tolian Han has added another one against Shane Wolford, now leading 3-0.
Yeah, I think maybe Reinhold and DeLuna have won both those matches, I think, anyways.
Yeah, DeLuna's just won. He's beaten Daniel Massiol 9-7. And now could face former runner-up Aloysius Yap, who's leading 5-3 against Kyle Akaloo.
Yeah, Akaloo, I believe, I was over there watching. I think he was ahead 2-0 to start that match. So.
And Reinhold has won. Clash of the former Mosconi Cup players. It's the vastly more experienced of the two who's been beaten. Reinhold seeing off Mika Immonen 9-8. Reinhold will now face another veteran, Torsten Homan, who beat Yuma Dorner by 9 racks to 6.
Yeah, well, Chris, you haven't mentioned his name much this year, just taking a lot of time off. Felt like he was kind of spinning his wheels with his own game, not knowing exactly the direction he was heading, and had a little, 4 to 6 month layoff off the big events, and it looks like it's done well for him so far. All right, elevated over the pink. This is where you kind of simplify the shot, how you like to make the ball. The three's pretty open.
Really starting to have the feel of a match where Moody has perhaps missed his opportunity. Could have put Filler under some pressure, turned it into a close finish. Instead of which, now a huge gulf between them, and Filler is really relaxing into the contest.
Watch out, cue ball. This is going to be difficult to get on the 5.
over on table 2, Jesse Ingle seemed to be attempting to bank the 9 to go into a 7-6 lead over Moritz Neuhausen. He's missed. He's left Neuhausen with one of those horrible shots that it's a really difficult pot, but you know in your heart you've got to go for it. That be fair comment, you think, about the shot?
Absolutely, Michael. Your game's evolving like these other youngsters. Yeah, the safety's just as difficult trying to clip the ball and run the cue ball, so he's definitely going to have a go. Just like Mr. Moody with the short cue, it appears.
Neuhausen has missed that, but not a bad outcome for him. Could have been worse anyway.
Yeah, if he's trying to cut this one could go off the table. Got it over pretty easily, actually, with the cue ball. Josh is going to have a pretty mean stretch here. Looks like he usually gets the extension. Now watch how he plays this. Very much like a pull stroke instead of the stroke you'd use with the crutch or the bridge or the, what'd you call it, the moose head?
Yeah, come on, you can see it there.
No, I can see it.
That's a fair comment.
I didn't question it.
Yeah.
I don't know about fair, but you know. See how he's kind of cueing underneath like a regular stroke?
Yeah.
Certain shots will set up for that, and he wants the power to be able to draw the ball. So
this looks very awkward.
Easy to miscue, especially
yeah.
with speed. He's obviously put some time in with it. Corey Deuel was really good at that type of shot. Jesse Ingle banks the 9 in long rail to take a 7-6 lead. I think his first lead of the match.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I don't remember him being in front at any stage there.
All right, 2 ways to kick. 3 ways really. You can go the short rail where he's looking now. Don't think the 7's really impeding across the table. That's what I would look at. That way you can get some separation between the 5 and the cue ball. If you happen to not fluke it in, maybe. Surprised he's looking this route. Yeah, I would look across. This is the correct way. Not only the percentage on the hit, anytime the ball's in your peripheral, you know, you get a better feel. You know, if you're kicking kind of behind you, you better, you know, have a real good beat on it because you're trusting just kind of what you're looking at, or not looking at, rather. And he'll cue down, letting the tip position kind of kill the ball. He won't baby it too much. And just like that.
You could tell he knew the moment he made contact with the cue ball that he'd hit it well. And so, it's looking 7-2 all over, and really, you just feel it's becoming increasingly hard for Moody to believe there's any future for him in this match.
Yeah, we always talk about the better players really going, you know, taking advantage of an early match to get some rhythm, used to the tables, your routine. Same thing for Moody. He won his first. So don't let this slow you down and get discouraged. You're going to have to play some more.
Joshua Filler won his first match earlier against Pier Francesco Garcia by 9 racks to 4. And he's closing in on victory here as well. That's 4 in a row for him. He now leads 7-2 on this opening day of the US Open in Atlantic City. Mieszko Fortunski of Poland has been given a real battle by JJ Fall. He is ahead, but only by 1 at 6-5. Vitali Patsura has taken the first against Sanjin Pelovanovic. That was a match you were eyeing up earlier. Sullivan Clark 5-3 over Bezar Spahiu. 3-all between Lucas Fracasso Werner and Francesco Candela. Tolian Han still storming along. 4-0 now against Shane Wolford. And as we've said, Jesse Ingle just ahead of Moritz Neuhausen at 7-6. Filler looking like a man in a hurry to get his day's work completed.
Yeah, and that table that Wolford's on's quite some ways away, but I've been trying to look as much as I can, and I haven't seen him at the table at all. So maybe Han putting a little package together to start that match. Okay, I'd take a chance to get behind the 8 in the pink here with the cue ball coming off the right side. He's going to come off the left, trying to use the 6, I guess, trying to kill the cue ball. It's going to leave an opening. I don't know if the 5 is going to help him or not. A little bit. I think it kept him off the offense anyways. Now Josh kick and come across this in the cue ball at the pink. Letting the 1 come up the table a little bit. He wasn't trying to make that. It was all about the safety. Just caught it a little thin, that being the yellow 1.
Did his best to miss that one.
Yeah. Good thing it was at a very light speed. Looks like he has to draw into the 9 maybe. This is a little funny. I don't think he can get below the brown 7 off the 3. So I don't know exactly. Can he draw off the side of the 9 and get a little above where he can get between the 7 and 8 with the cue ball? Yeah, like where he's looking there. Now that would be going forward where he was talking. I thought he could just draw into the 9 and get that kind of same line. So all speed control. Pretty good.
Just one observation I would have made, Jeremy, from previous US Opens I've been to, and again here on this opening day. We talk a lot about how it's the Europeans and the Asians who are providing the star names that are coming through more than the Americans in recent years. But when you come to something like this, you're really reminded how big a pool culture there still is in America, and participation in terms of numbers is still huge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's you know, when it comes to pool in America, we have it all. You know, I mean, every part of the culture where, you know, it's great in so many areas on the professional side, but, you know, when it comes to the amateur side of pool, you know, some of the fun stuff with the action and whatnot, you know, Derby City Classic is such a big name in the sport, and you know, we really still have every bit of the game, and we got to come along a little better on the pro side, and that's happening, which is a good thing. But I think the juniors has grown so much in America, and again, the amateur side of pool, it's a huge sport.
Another ball that Rudy somehow managed to see disappear despite his best efforts to miss it. He's really making hard work of this, but he's getting there, and it's a real chance now to snap his streak of losing 4 in a row. Shane Wolford has got a rack on the board now, but 4-1 down against Tolian Han. He's the player, of course, who teamed up with Lucius Yap to reach the World Cup final for Singapore last year.
Yeah, really his play in a couple of those matches is why they went so far, really kind of pulling his opponent along. That's how it is in doubles sometimes. You can see how John, you know, put that win together earlier, right? I mean, cueing the ball nicely, not afraid of a little spin here and there, and the pattern's been pretty good when there's been a problem.
Just a tester of a 9-ball into this pocket earlier in the match. And this one really shouldn't be a problem. And there's still some pool to be played here. John Moody had lost 4 in a row, but he's taken that one. Fuller's lead is now 7-3. See Cha Cheng, quarter-finalist last year, leading 4-1 now against Gerson Martinez. Jesse Ingle, 7-6 in front of Moritz Neuhausen. Sullivan Clark has a 6-3 lead over Bezar Spahiu. And Mieszko Fortunski a couple clear of JJ Fall at 7-5. So we're into the later stages of this first day of play. Tomorrow it'll basically be the other half of the draw. And then the day after that is when we complete winners and losers qualification, and we'll have our final 64.
I'll tell you, I don't know if it's something you could depend on with the 9 on the spot, but he's made the corner ball a few times, and you know, if a player can depend on that happening, oh, it got kissed in there, so that's a big difference. But most of the players are saying the corner ball's not going for them that much. That's why they're trying to make the 1 on the side. But when you don't make the 1 and happen to make the corner ball, it seems like the 1's coming around a couple rails and giving up a lot of shots. Kind of in between here. Got a little angle, maybe hard to hold on the side rail. Not a ton of angle to move out to the center. Probably some kind of slow speed. Stay on the left long rail with the cue ball. Tell you what, Filler wants to attack here. He's going to play the bank combination, trying to catch the 1 or catch the 2 with the 1 coming off the bottom rail. That way the 1 goes to the side rail as the cue ball goes up table and gives some type of position after the bank combination's made. Thing is, he can hit it with speed into the second rail and let the 1 just kind of escape from that pocket. I kind of like that better. I feel like if you roll it, trying to hit it really like perfectly, you could trap yourself after pocketing the 2. So if he's going to go here, I like him really putting some speed on it, like a center ball, and let the cue ball swing around as the 1 makes the 2 and comes away. Now, he played the softer speed, so he's going to have to control a lot. And look at the shot he's left himself. Nothing easy. But, you know, as a pool fan, I don't mind these tough ones. That way we get to see something special. You see him throw the hands up. No safety, really, so he's going to elevate the cue. Trying to put a lot of zip on this, bringing the cue ball back for the red 3.
One of those shots that really underlines the tightness of the pockets nowadays. In fact, under the old pockets, that one might have gone in twice.
Yeah. May have gone in right then, and it would have certainly gone in on the rebound. Okay, I mean, 7-4 is a decent lead, of course, but oh my, is this going to, well, he is a little elevated, and I maybe partially hooked. It's close. But I was going to say 7-4, even with a lead and a huge favorite, that's the type of match can get away from you.
Yeah, he was able to get through to it. Yeah, and he's okay here once again. Yeah, great chance now to make it 2 in a row, which he hasn't done at any stage of this match.
No, we've seen a couple of these missed already today by players. They're really on top of the ball. They do have a playable shot, but hard to judge. don't think he needs to come off the end rail with the queuing, but we'll see. No, he's all right.
Jesse Ingel is in play with a chance to be first to the hill at 8-6 against Moritz Neuhausen, but he's just played a very poor shot in attempting to pop the 3.
And that one missed by some mark, really. Don't overthink it here, John. Just go forward a little bit. No, nothing real pressing. You know, you can't always do what you want to do, but it's more about what's necessary. You can see these balls pretty open. You could try to get above the 7. I don't see the point. Just stay underneath. Yeah, that's what I mean. The English doesn't quite take, and that's a little bit experience that John doesn't have. Type of shot that's easy to overcut for some reason. Sweet.
Boy, he's made hard work of this. It's been very laboured. Doesn't matter though, because he's seen it through and won back-to-back racks for the first time in this contest. So far from over. 7-4. Let's look at some scores then. Tom Staveley, British player, has won the first against Mark Bijsterbosch, who so nearly won the Spanish Open earlier in the year. 6-3 for Sullivan Clark of New Zealand over Bizarre Spahiu. Mieszko Fortunski is on the hill now at 8-6 against JJ Fall. Lucas Fracasso Werner of the United States, Mosconi Cup contender, leading Francesco Candela 5-3. Max Lechner, runner-up here last year, has won the first couple of racks against Win Kong Tan. Alexa Peichels has won the first against Kang Lee, who we saw playing for South Korea in the World Cup. Abdullah Al Yusuf also winning the first against Danny Hewitt. And Si Cha Chen has now got a 5-1 lead over Gerson Martinez. Lucius Yap going well now, 6-3 against Kyle Akalu. Back to 7-4 here. The dream lives for John Moody Jr. Keeping up to date from that great match going on over on table 2, Moritz Neuhausen has just levelled once again at 7-all with Jesse Ingel. Oh, 3's got away from him here a bit. Well, a lot in fact. I realised quickly what he'd done there.
Yeah, he had to gamble a little bit thin on the 2. He had to kind of bend the ball a little, dodging the side with some draw, and Knew he was going into the 3, just a matter if he could contain it or not. Wants to shave this one right here and come up the side rail. Smart shot.
Joshua Filler back at the scene of one of the heaviest defeats of his career 12 months ago. He's looking good, got to the last 16 of this US Open. An excellent catch, he beat him by 10 racks to 1.
All right, Josh can get between the 8 and 9, and you figure he's going at it down on the ball for a long time, so that's normally not a kick shot or coming behind it.
Filler looking to get to the hill here. And if this does finish in the next few minutes, then well, get a chance to dip in on table 2. That close finish between Moritz Neuhausen and Jesse Ingle. All of that will be before we see Anton Raga, runner-up in the European Open, facing Chang Yun Lung on the main table. And they may not have to wait too much longer, because Joshua Filler has reasserted himself here, and he leads 8-4. Danny Hewitt of Canada has levelled at 1-1 with former World Championship semi-finalist Abdullah Al Yusuf. John Moody Sr., I believe, is just starting on table 15 against Shane Van Boning. Si Cha Chen now 6-1 up against Gerson Martinez, with the winner to face David Alcaide. One more needed for the 2019 champ.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing he's doing. He's dialing that break in more and more, it seems. I don't think he's going to get much offensive here. I think it should be the safety behind the group, the 9, 6, and 5. It's like a jumping kick from behind it with a little side spin as well. Cue ball actually will curve while it's jumping. Didn't get the spin though. So ball in hand here in rack 13 to possibly end this match. Players that get through 2 today have tomorrow off. Come back Wednesday. Some of the lost players, a certain little handful of them, will play their 3rd round. Or 3rd match of the event, rather, tomorrow evening. Most will move on to the next day.
Thing is, Josh won't know what to do with his day off because Pia's not here with him.
She'd probably send instructions. I know there's probably a McDonald's near.
It's just sickening, isn't it? When you see these young guys, they can eat whatever they like, and just look how thin he still is.
Yeah. By design, though, Josh, I'm sure gets his exercise in like most all the great players these days. It's a real sport, that's for sure. All the traveling, and I think just really as stressful a sport as it is, that the exercise has got to help. I wasn't one that would be in the gym, but I would be out sweating some kind of way or another, golf or whatever.
Joshua Filler might have been sweating a bit himself. And his 7-2 lead turned into 7-4. Looks as though for the second time today he's going to be a 9-4 winner. Not exactly where he intended to leave it there, but this isn't a problem for him. And that will be that. John will be left with a touch of the moody blues about some of the opportunities he missed there. Joshua Filler missed a few as well, but he's finished strongly. He's won 9-4. We'll be seeing him again here in Atlantic City on Wednesday. So let's quickly jump over to table 2, where the player who reached the World Cup final for Germany alongside Joshua Filler earlier this summer in Spain, Moritz Neuhausen, is involved in what's been a fantastic match against the American Jesse Ingle, who's at the table at the moment with a chance to be first to the hill here. 7-all. Let's pick this one up.
Yeah, Moritz also last 2 ranking events right here in the States. In New York City 2 weeks ago, lost in the final to Carlo Beato, Hill. And really kind of manhandled the event in Connecticut, and what a field it was at Jason Shaw's pool room to win that event. Moving right up the ranks, but in a little trouble here in the second round.
Yeah, beat Chang Yu Lung in the final in Connecticut just a few days ago. And currently at number 6 in the European Mosconi standings.
Jesse Ingle, I'm sure, still resides in Minnesota. I haven't heard any different, but from the Twin Cities area. All right, don't flirt with the 6. Just come straight up the table, take a little cut on the 5, where you don't get awkward queuing or somehow behind the green 6, get in position. And you really check the cue ball there, making sure. Smart shot. And it is at 7-7. I wouldn't say I've seen, Moritz make a ton of mistakes. I can't say that, just haven't had my eyes on it. But you had to have figured maybe a mistake or two. But one thing I have seen, just by, taking a glance over here and there, is maybe Ingle could have won this match already. Like that 3 ball we saw him miss, right? Pretty badly on that one rack. I've seen a couple misses you didn't expect from Jesse, a very accomplished player. And so grinding it out after a few mistakes. Grinding it out. SVB about to break the balls against Moody Sr. All right, on the fence here, I wouldn't go 3 rails myself. Now, if he can play the 7 in the lower left, that's okay. Looks like that's what he's going to do, move the cue ball kind of in the position it's in now. He's trying to come for the side, so speed needs to be good to get the lower right. Got real nice. I haven't seen Jesse play in a while, but it seems it takes a little more time down on the ball than I remember. And definitely more time than most players.
Well, he's no newcomer. He's been established as a good player for about 10 years or so. Real all-rounder across the various disciplines. But it would still be an upset if he were to beat Moritz Neuhausen, given the form the young German's been in recently, and that's now a very distinct possibility because he's about to break on the hill at 8-7. He's been getting some good results, getting a bit more active this year, had a good turning stone not so long ago.
Probably still in his 20s, or is it? No, I know time flies, so he's probably 31, 32 maybe now.
Wen Kong Tan has taken the third rack against last year's runner-up, Max Lechner, so the Austrian now leading 2-1. Mieszko Fortunski has finally shaken off JJ Fall at 9 racks to 6. Sullivan Clark 6-4 up, and Bezar Spahiu. Lucas Fracasso Werner also leading 6-4 over Francesco Candela of Italy. Shane Wolford's making a good fist of it. Got off to a dreadful start against Tolian Han, but he's back to only one behind now at 4-3. And the man who we were so close to describing as the Spanish Open champion, Mark Beisterbosch, is a 3-1 lead. Well, it's just gone 3-2 actually against Britain's Tom Staveley. Kang Lee, who played for South Korea in the World Cup recently, leading Alexa Peixelles 2-1. And it's 1-1 between Miguel Silva of Portugal and Jose Alberto Delgado of Spain in that all-Iberian clash. Shane Van Boning has taken the first rack against John Moody Sr. And Lucius Yap is 7-3 up on Kyle Akalou. Jesse Ingle looking for one more for a fine victory. Winner of this will play the winner of that Tolian Han Shane Wolford match.
Got to watch the entire match, but you know, and breaks can always kind of fool you, but I think that one was a little questionable. I mean, I think if it continued that kind of break, he may get a little mention from the referees as the event goes on. It's a forceful break is the rule. Okay. Not really sure what he's going to do. Now, the one thing he could do, and maybe this is overlooked, is can he just hit the one head on and bank it 2 rails kind of down here by the blue 2 using, you know, the 5, 4, 9, and 3 as big blockers? I think it sits pretty nice to do so. Just got to command the object ball speed. Now, what he's looking to do, I think, is bang it around 1, 2, 3, 4 rails kind of. We'll see how he cues on the cue ball. If he does that, the thing is that this table just doesn't tighten up that much from this angle. Easy to give up a shot. Yeah, he's gonna. This ball's gonna spread. He's gonna need some real help not to give up something nice on the one. And of course, it's not easy, but it does go. Does see the one. Does he really have a play at it? Guess he'll just bank the one over and kind of creep the cue ball above the 3, 4, 9. Here it'd just be huge to get the snooker. It doesn't have to be a devastating one. It doesn't have to serve up ball in hand, but just to get the snooker would be good. He's kind of cut off one side of the table, so now Moritz has got to figure out, how do I want to attack this kick shot from that right long rail?
I've come here really liking his chances of a good long run. It's been by far his best year so far. Not that he's had many years out here, he's so young.
I'll tell you, I don't know if he can get at this cue ball. But if he can, he's awfully thin on the one, but he has a little the right side of the cue ball to toy with. Problem is, how do you hold position on the two? I don't think he can really afford to attack here. I think it's just too awkward, so he's going to try and get above that 3-4-9 again. And what happens when you're hitting down on this ball like that, and he's going to try and put a little right English. A lot of times it won't take so much, especially on the slick felt. Could go right back into the 4 here, especially trying to hold the 1. Oh, smart shot, Jesse. Go with what it wants to do. Very good.
So now going to keep watching this one, while also casting one eye over onto the main table. Anton Raga and Chang Yu Lung just starting out in their match. And then once this Neuhausen-Ingle match is over, we'll focus entirely on the main table.
Nice little background to our screens there. I love it. The American flag here at the U.S. Open. Now, he can get out this 1, that being Jesse, on the right screen if you're viewing, and put the blue 2 all the way down at the bottom, and not very much angle or any kind of way to work the cue ball. So, you know, you pull on the reins a little bit here, say, hey, let me knock the 1 in. Don't try to get shaped. Just give me a look at the blue 2 to play some type of safety again behind the 3-4-9. Of course, it's hard to not try and draw position. I mean, that's what these players think. Attack, clear the table, sit my opponent in the chair. Looks like he's playing a rail first draw stroke, maybe. Yes, he did. He's going to get a ton on it. It's actually going to need to contact the 8 or slow down. I think he may have it. It's close. Oh, him going to my chair, or his chair, tells me not. He's going to get the jump cue. Don't feel he'll try to make this, just knock the 2 up table, trying to utilize that 3-4-9 again. So he knocked that 2 in, but not too happy. think he's got an edge on the 3, but really no pocket. Anytime you shoot from distance to just a small piece, hard to control everything that's going on, speed control, where the object ball's going. Pretty nice here, and you think he's going to get the snooker.
British player Tom Stavely has really turned things around. Now leads Mark Boisterbosch 4-3.
Tell you one thing about Stavely, he's steady. You know, I mean, it's doesn't seem like he loses the players he's supposed to beat, and he sneaks in some of those wins you wouldn't expect more often than you think as well.
Steady Stavely.
That's right. What part of Great Britain is he from?
I'm not actually sure. But he's
Probably starts with an S also.
Yeah. Stourbridge, maybe.
Oh, no. It's always the danger when you're jumping at a ball to bank it or it's near the rail like that. So, all things considered and the way he's been playing, we should definitely be looking at a hill match with Morris Newhausen breaking in what would be game number 17. Now Moritz, he's so level-headed and such a smart young man as well. And doesn't seem like that success would get to him, you know, and put any more pressure on him. I think after you have some of it, you kind of learn to deal with it and you actually become better from it. But I don't think he's really going to, you know, have kind of like a winner's hangover, in a sense.
He's done well in a number of big tournaments this year. He's won over $50,000 in 2023, more than 3 times, and he's never won in a full year before. Really pleasant young man. There's a nice quiet confidence about him. And he's going to be breaking on the hill in a moment. Standout match really of this opening day so far, certainly of the ones we've seen. It's going all the way. And I believe Chang Yulong has won the opener here against Anton Raga. Chang coming off the back of that run to the final in Connecticut just a few days ago, where it was Neuhausen who beat him.
Yeah, we've talked about him for a long time, Chang, and he's had some results. I believe he won the China Open once or twice and won some events overseas, but he's come to this U.S. Open for many, many, many years, and all of us love his game, just wondering when he's really going to make that real deep run here in the U.S. Open.
Well, a real deep run for Lucas Fracasso. Werner could take him into your Mosconi Cup team. He's a couple of racks away from victory now against Francesco Candela at 7-4. Mark Boisterbosch has levelled with Steady Stavely at 4 each. And Shane Van Boning 5-0 up on John Moody Sr. The final rack here.
Yeah, this is table 2 until, or table 1 rather, till we get back and the balls are racked there for Moritz. But just a quick look at Chang breaking the balls, up 1-0.
Oh, sorry, took my eye off it for a moment to get those other scores. And yeah, we are going to look in on this again, and then we'll have full coverage of this match just as soon as Neuhausen and Engel has finished. Elliot Sanderson leading Marco Teutcher 2-1. Teutcher, recent ranking event winner in Adelaide in Australia. Winner of that looks like facing SVB in the next round. And Lucius Yap inching towards victory over Kyle Akaloo. That one is 7-4. And Si Cha Chen has seen off Jerson Martinez 9-1 and will now face David Alcaide for a place in the single elimination stage. So Neuhausen is down on the shot, just about to break in the deciding rack against Jesse Engel.
wasn't the best of sounds off the break. And a dry one it is, and Jesse Engel. I mean, there is some clutter. The 3-9's a little funny with the pink 4 near, but you can see the ones on, and the path to the 2 definitely on. I'll tell you, Anton Raga's made 3 mistakes in these first 2 games, and I don't really recall seeing 3 mistakes. It seemed like the entire time at the European Open. Oh, what a fun player to watch. Stays so aggressive.
It's been a year of great stories in all the big events. You think of his run to the final there, Dang Junhui re-emerging onto the world stage and winning the Spanish Open, Mohamed Soufi coming from relative obscurity to get within 1 match of becoming world champion.
I think Soufi started off for all those guys. I mean, just kind of showed them, and most of the guys, you know, that followed suit, like you're talking about, even the ones that didn't win, you know, Beisterbosch and whatnot, but, you know, those are recognized as, you know, more qualified and better players than Soufi, so probably made them believe a little more, and we saw it kind of develop and become a real thing, and it was something special to watch.
I know a lot of the professional snooker players in the last few years have talked about a thing called the Jordan Brown effect. Jordan Brown, a player from the same part of the world as me, who beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of a big event almost 3 years ago, and just came from nowhere really to do it, and suddenly all the lower ranked players were starting to think, I want to do something like that.
Yeah, the brain's an incredible thing. Oh, he's falling on the rail here, so a real tester if he wants to go at this. I think it does go by the pink 4 on the side, but boy, he's gotten himself in a real ugly spot with the cue ball. And not the easy of safeties either. You may cut the 3 towards the 9 and run the cue ball off the side rail up behind the purple, maybe using the 8 a little bit as well.
Zhang Yulong is just about to lead 2-0 over Anton Raga. We're going with split screen and keeping you across both matches for these next few minutes. Always want to keep an eye on the main table, but this has been a fine match. Everyone, I'm sure, keen to see how it finishes up.
Yeah, he's looking to just maybe kind of play the 3 to the top rail. Real mild safety here. I don't know. I'd have to look for more than this. I can't just leave the cue ball open even if I do put the 3 on the back cushion, or the top cushion rather. Now he's queuing up like he's putting a little speed on this. Is he trying to run the cue ball all the way up as the 3 goes up and down? That's the only thing I could figure. Yeah, he's trying to play it all the way up. He dodged the kiss, got a nice kiss off the 5, but the 3's going to develop. So a big first shot for Moritz Neuhausen here. Nice drag stroke there, starting out with bottom spin, and the cue ball turns over and starts to roll about a foot or 2 before it arrives to the cue ball, to the object ball. Excuse me. See how he plays it from the 6 to the 7. He can try and get below the 9 if he wants, or he can stay more in the center of the table and just take a little cut shot on the 7.
So many good runs in tournaments this year, including some very big ones. Last 32 of the World Championship, last 16 of the UK Open. Moritz Neuhausen came here on the back of beating the strong fields and beating them well to win the ranking event in Connecticut just a few days ago. So keen to keep that momentum going here. Defeat in a match like this where he was a firm favourite might have taken away just a bit of that momentum, sent him over to the loser's side. And it's not guaranteed yet that he's going to come through. But he has this 9-ball, testing though it is for the match. A fine finish from a fine young player. Moritz Neuhausen has finally seen off the challenge of Jesse Ingle to win by 9 racks to 8. And what a contest that was. So Anton Raga at the table now, looking to get started in this match. 2-0 down against Chang Yulong. And Steve Schlanger and Carl Boyce are going to talk you through this one.
Changeover at the old sawmill. One shift departs, the other shift now comes in for the evening session here. And Chang Yulong alongside Anton Raga. And as you heard from Michael, who handed it off, this one well underway, and Raga on the board. After dropping the first 2 racks, he trails 2-1, but Carl, this should be a pretty compelling, interesting match for several reasons.
Yeah, this could well be a final in any major pool tournament. The fact that these two have met so early on is a shame, but at least it's winners' side action.
Chang Yulong won earlier today in his first match of the event 9-6, while Raga had a very one-sided victory over Nelson Bueno of the U.S. He won 9-1. So this is a second-round match here on this Monday evening. The winner advances to the last 64, where it gets down to single elimination, and that'll start to take place on Wednesday. So a day off for the winner tomorrow. Still double elimination, though, so the loser of this match will drop down into the consolation bracket and still have a chance to advance. 46th edition of this great U.S. Open event.
Gonna need a little luck, which he has not got. No shot on the blue too. Chang Yulong will have the option of playing this shot or passing it back to Raga. Now what's he faced with? Doesn't like it, just because he feels like he can't get a good 2-ball. So Raga's up to something. Let's see what the young man has thought of.
Raga, the 25-year-old from the Philippines, the Dragon, as he is known, Asian 9-ball champion, China Open World 9-ball winner a few years ago, World 9-ball champion almost a decade ago, has won around the world. Trailing here in the early going, the Chang Yulong.
Not easy to pot this ball and get on the 3. Safety looks like it's wired just because of these 3 balls. The 8, the 6, the 5 are all near each other.
Tricky shot, had to cover a lot of ground and almost pulled it off, but just not quite.
Yeah, I wonder if he thought he potted that ball. So I'll tell you what, it wasn't that far away. On a regular pool table, that pocket would have swallowed the ball. This is not easy to get back for the 3. Has he scratched? No, he's not. Not out the wood yet. This is also going to cause him some problems because he can't avoid cannoning into the 8-ball, I believe it is, or the 9 running forward. May have to roll it in slow and then play a shot on the 4, or he's decided to jack up, try and fire this ball and get the cue ball moving.
Chang Yulong, World Cup of Pool winner 8 years ago. China Open 9-ball winner as well, almost a decade and a half back. This is dicey on the 5.
So difficult for us to see where the 8-ball really is. Don't know if he can just land in the centre of the table. Well, he can't. So that just shows you cannot pot the 8-ball in the bottom left pocket. I think it's also being covered by the 9-ball in the bottom right pocket. So, boy, he's going to play a good shot here. Well, I tell you what, he'll be delighted with the outcome of this. He can play it in the top right corner.
Everything about that shot was just terrific. And it takes just the right amount of control and a little luck to get the break, to get the bounce. Sometimes it just has to fall your way, and now this rack is going to fall the way of Chang Yu Lung. And he's going to once again lead by 2. Really well executed through the last sequence of shots, especially to put himself in position to get the 8 when it was in an awkward spot near the 9. So after Raga had posted his first win, Chang Yu Lung bounces right back, and it's 3-1. Coming towards the end of day number 1 here at the U.S. Open. Anything in particular stand out or really strike you about some of the results we've seen today?
No, I'm going to stay on the fence on day 1. I think, Steve, it's obviously very early days. A lot of the seeded players are going through, and even if, you know, like the likes of Ko Ping Chung, who lost, you know, he's still in there, still got to win another match. So nothing major to report at the moment.
No giant surprises by any means. Some highly ranked players did have to work maybe a little harder than they would have anticipated, but day 1 can sometimes bring surprises. Somehow the 4 stayed out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to be tempted to play the bank on the 1 ball. Try and send the 1 ball into the 4. Well, that's not easy, just because you can see how he's got a cue, so maybe that's not the option. No, don't blame him. And this looks good. He's just got to miss the 8 ball. Look at this. Just look at that for the safety shot.
Ambitious with the jump shot.
Boy, did he hit that ball good. That was so thin. Made that look very easy. Now he's just got to float this ball in with a bit of left. Here's another look. Super thin. Makes the 4 ball. Stays at the table. As long as you hit the lowest ball first, anything goes. Got to be careful where the 9 ball is and the side pocket. Yeah, that's why he's got too much into it, but there's that flick on the 5, got him on the 2. He's just got there. He can pot it.
off the rail. And for Raga, this will be a shot he'll expect to make. He could have gotten the 5 to stop just the other side of the 7. Could have been a big difference. Oh, it spins off the 8 and drops.
Keeps him at the table, but he's still got problems.
So he gets a break, but now has to deal with the 5 here.
This looks a little pacey, and it is. It's come out. It's come way out. Wanted it to be dead to the top rail. Chang with a chance here. Queuing off the rail, so it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but probably a much better position than he thought he'd be in, given the type of shot that Raga wanted to play.
I'll tell you what, he played it with left English as well. That's naughty.
Raga has made a few mistakes here in the first few racks. It allowed Chang Yulong to go on to the 2-0 lead, and a mistake here just a moment ago is going to allow him to clear the table and lead by 3. Well, Anton Raga is certainly capable of making this a very competitive match, but a few miscues here in these first few racks, and now he finds himself in a hole here in his second round match on this Monday evening, now trailing by 3. These are the last matches of this day 1.
Yeah, table 24. England's Tom Stavely, 7-5 up over Mark Beisterbosch. That would be a good result for the British player if he can get the win over there. Tyler Stiers just started his match over on table 2. He's playing Vietnamese player Long Duc Tien. Back here, Chang to break. If the 8 ball and the 6 get out the way, has he got a shot on the 1? He hasn't.
So he pots the 7, but not leaving himself in a position that he would really fancy here. Wrestle close to the 8. He's got the 6 in the way. And it's going to do the job in the end. 6 will force the hand of Raga here. Chung Yu alone will have to deal with both the 2 and the 4 here.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him if he just rolled the 1 ball off the top rail onto the right rail, just because he's got such awkward cueing, striking down on the cue ball. John Lehman, the referee, just coming to our screens, watching very closely. The cue's not allowed to touch another ball. Could see the idea. Good effort. Now can Raga play the 1 ball off the side rail into the 2 and just open up the 2? I think Chang's made a big mistake here.
May have been hoping to use the 6 as a blocker for a second time, but he has a lane here to work with. Oh!
Well, we did see Rag have a look at the 9 ball, rolling the cue ball into it. Always an outside chance, but he hit the 1 ball off the rail into the 2. Absolutely perfection. Chang missed a trick there. Didn't have to play an adventurous safety as he did, but he still leads 4 racks to 2.
So he got the carom he wanted off the 2, pocketed the 1. Also drops the 9. And back within 2 racks.
Maybe he'll just bank the 2 ball onto the left rail, off the bottom rail. Get the cue back over to where he stood. A little bit worried about the double hit. Doesn't want the 2 coming off the rail and hitting the cue ball.
So careful with that. It was just so close to the 9.
Tough shot this, coming off the side rail. You come into the blue 2. If you hit it full, the cue ball could follow the 2 into the pocket. If he does pot this, the 3 ball looks like it passes the black 8 ball up into the top left corner. Yeah, well judged. It's actually worked out really good. Just has that nice little angle as he follows the cue ball through. Should leave a shot on the pink 4.
Yeah, the spin on it that never put it in danger of scratching behind the 2.
Looks a little fat. Yep, it was never there, was it? You could see as it was rolling up the table. Needed to plane it into the rail a little bit more.
Yeah, hit the 8 dead on. Yeah, now it's move things around and open it up for a nice little layout for Chang Lung here.
Times the ball lovely, does Chang. All the Chinese Taipei players do, they really do. Smooth cueists, just looks different when they play.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're known for that and it has that appearance that you don't seem to find with others?
Yeah, I think just over there, the way they get coached, or maybe it's the younger ones or watching the older players. They all sort of pause at the front there, the cue ball, and they just never pull the cue back quicker than what the rest of the world seem to do. They just pull it back a lot smoother. That means that they're going to deliver the cue through smoother as well. Just see here as he pulls the cue back. They all seem to have really good cue ball control as well.
Yeah, now this for a 3-rack lead. And back to a rather sizable advantage here. 1 by 3 in his opening round, 9-6. And leads by 3 here in his second round match on day 1, now 5-2 over Anton Raga. Raga with a blowout win over Nelson Bueno in the first round earlier today. That was 9-1. Winner here will face Tom Stabley of the UK coming up in the round of 64 on Wednesday when we get down to single elimination play. And these are the last matches on day number 1. Tables 3, 4, 5, and 6 here. Still in action. Play began about 10 a.m. local time here in Atlantic City earlier today. Now just past 7:30. So a full first day. And the final match on our featured table number 1. Chang Long has been pretty consistent with that break and the 1 ball in that right side pocket.
Puts the cue ball quite central as well in the box. Most players put it as far in the corner as possible. Work to do here on the blue 2. Does not have a pocket to go up. Is he just going to bank it to the left of the 3? That's what he's doing. He's hit it all wrong though. He's not left the potting angle.
Side of the 2 and just couldn't get far enough right with his contact to create the angle, but that's a good leave. Now the 5 intervenes here, also bracketed by the 7, so a lot to think about here for Chang Yu Lung. Tried the jump shot and did not make contact with the 2. Only made contact with the 5, so ball in hand now for Anton Raga. And setting up for the 2-9 combo. That's what Chang Yu Lung was going for, but a much riskier shot when you attempted on a jump shot. And the cue ball is going to hang up. Wow, some drama there. What a shot. First the 9 was slow to go, then the cue ball agonizingly hanging. Another revolution, he would have scratched, but he gets the combo and keeps his hope alive here, drawing to within 2 at 5-3. That'll get the heart started.
Yeah, and he's got the break in the next. Winner breaks. Not really seen any packages today. Players have just not really been given the opportunities off the break. Made the 1 ball. He was breaking quite central there as well. Unfortunately scratched. Has to be classed as a bad break because it went off the side rail and straight into the middle pocket. Ball in hand. That means Chang can put the cue ball wherever he wants and he'll just basically put it and leave himself the perfect angle to spot this blue 2. Green 6 is where he's just having a little look now. And he's just going to wait for the referee. He doesn't want to pull that template off himself because I'm sure if a ball were to move, that would be a foul. There you go. Referee will come over. Mr. John Lehman.
Surgical-like precision.
Lost the cue ball here. Not quite high enough. You could see what he was trying to do, leave the cue ball right on the centre spot. That would have left him a nice angle to come over for the green 6 to shoot it in the top left. Now this is a lot thinner than he would have liked, so he's got to be careful here. And he's lost the cue ball again.
And this time, perhaps a prohibitive position for him. He was able to thread that one with a good angle. What can he accomplish here with the green 6? He's got the 8 behind it.
He's attacking it. Cue ball needs to slow down, otherwise he's hooked behind the 8 ball.
That's exactly the case. I needed to slow down or speed up. One of the two. And he got neither.
Yeah, it was a fantastic pot as well.
The last two have really been good, but now a tricky spot here with just 3 balls left on the table. Oh, sensational jump shot. These last 3 have been shot making and skill at its finest. Some strong craftsmanship. Double up Raga. Chang Yulong leads 6-3. And some of the finest shots of this match coming right there at the end of that rack. Could have been a much different situation. He was faced with some challenging positions. Had he missed any one of those, Anton Raga could have been in an advantageous spot with just a few balls to clear. But Chang Yulong was able to finish off and clear the table. And instead of 5-4, it's 6-3 in a much more comfortable position now as he looks ahead towards locking down his spot in the last 64. Again, the winner faces Tom Stavely on Wednesday in round number 3. Been almost automatic with that right side pocket on the break. Pots the 1 with regularity.
Worrying times for Raga this. It's always going to be a difficult match, you know, these two meeting so early on. Good news is the loser of this match will still be in the tournament. They will just go to losers qualification round. The winner will go through to the single elim. So both players could still qualify for single elimination round, where the draw will be done. The winners will play the losers.
On this winner's side and through losers qualification, it's still the race to 9. And then loser's side, race to 8. Once we get to the single elimination from the last 64 to the final, we will have a race to 10 through the quarters, the semis to 11, and then the final to 13. Chang Yu Long racing right along here in his second round match today. Giving Raga a look at the table. Biggest lead he has enjoyed here today. Now 7-3 and 2 racks away from the round of 64 here in Atlantic City. As you see some of the other scores of the matches taking place, these are the final matches on day number 1. Tyler Steyer now to a 3-1 lead. Over on table 2 next to us, Barry West Jr. 6-3 over Sam Story. Trenton White and Steve Kaduba, the 2 Americans. Early doors there. Ashik Nathwani racing out to a 6-1 lead in his second round match. The break typically has been 1 ball side pocket. And yet again, the story continues. It's been a while since Raga has hit a shot. And Chang Yu Long would like to keep it that way.
Here comes the rollout. Okay, Chang threw down the gauntlet there. He said, there you go, buddy. Knock it in. If you don't, I will. The only problem with that is he's playing Anton Raga. Made that shot look easy. Just look where the cue ball's finished as well. It's perfect.
He was daring him to make the shot. He pulled it off. Raga looking like a man who hasn't been on the table in a while and taking full advantage. It feels like a rack he has to have. Can't go down 8-3 at this point.
Cue ball needs to travel. He's just got there.
Well, Chang Yulong played the push and then never hit another shot. As Raga wins the rack, it's now 7-4. Those are the risks you take and the calculations you make. Decided to risk it, and Raga made him pay. Still in a difficult position, though. Every rack crucial now for this man. Always just a little less pressure knowing that a loss doesn't send you out of the tournament. You still have a life. Maybe it's a more difficult path, but you're still playing. To break here on table number 1.
The rollout from Chang may not just cost him one rack here. Opportunity comes just because he's got a shot at the lowest ball. Still work to do. That camera angle kind of just showed us the 6-7 combo at some point. Is definitely achievable. 3 ball does pass past the pink 4 and the 8 ball. So it looks like it's all about the 4 ball and then the 5 ball. This is where things could go wrong. He's having a look at the 4 ball now. Does it go? He's the only man in the building that knows. Not only has he got to make the bank shot here, he's got to try and hold the cue ball. It's quite a steep angle, this. So that means the cue ball can start to run away. Hooked himself. All because of the steep angle. He walks back to get his jump cue. I think he was trying to bump the 8 ball, in fairness.
Chang Yulong has been really good on the jump shots here in this match. Raga trying to match him here. Does so.
Did well getting the cue ball going forward and all. If you are a pool player and you're you play jump shots, you'll appreciate how hard that is to get the cue ball moving forward off a jump shot. He's fighting hard, isn't he, Steve, to stay in this match?
If you think about it, Chang Yu Long, since he played that rollout at the beginning of the last rack, has not hit a shot. Raga took advantage and saw the opportunity, burst through the door, and now trying to just keep it rolling. Sometimes when you take the chances, Chang Yu Lung did, not only do you give your opponent a shot, but you give them hope, you give them opportunity. And what they do with it is something you can't control.
What a visit to the table in this rack from the young Filipino, the Dragon. Chang's in trouble. He's got back to the table though. He can get to the side rail, but the 9-ball looks like it's in the way. Because looking at that angle there, he'd have to play it with a bit of right and spin. So he's going to be getting close to the 9-ball here. Oh, what a shot this is. What a shot.
Tradecraft. Raga right back on the table now. Has to contend with the 8. Safety shot. Now he's got 2 buffers. The 9 blocking.
Going close to the corner, but it's going to sit up nicely for Raga.
in it to pot the 6 and in position for the 8. Gotta keep going. Yep. It's gonna be back-to-back very solid racks for Anton Raga.
This has gone wrong. He's going to need a good flick. Didn't get it, so he's in a spot of bother here. It's a thin pot or a bank shot.
What would you go with here? What would be your play?
I think you should always try and pot the ball if you can. That's what he's looking at.
And he's able to execute. So that's back-to-back racks for Raga. And eliminating some of the mistakes he made early that cost him a few racks. And now making this an interesting match. The pressure back on Chang Yu Lung. Led by 4 racks at one point. That lead has been sliced in half. And for Chang Yu Lung, you know that you're not facing just a lower ranked competitor here that you can still feel confident about. Raga's a top-notch player. He's finally got some momentum, playing clean. And it's going to make the challenge a little tougher, even though he still leads by 2 racks.
It's all going nicely for USA's Tyler Steyr on table 2. 5-1 lead over Long Duc Tien. Tyler's not only trying to win the US Open, he's trying to qualify for Team America for this year's Mosconi Cup. Kind of feel like he's one of the favourites to make the team. Won the Texas Open a few weeks ago. Big tournament. Raga to break. Look at where he puts the cue ball, pretty much centre of the box. Not really working though, is it? Is the 4 ball going to get out the way? Is chance for Chang. 3 balls tied up to a degree. All about the red 3 ball. Got to get good if he's going to play the combo. It's not a dead set combination. Good effort this. I can assure you it was a little bit awkward, this table.
I'll tell you what too, I mean the way that Raga has kind of put together this little mini run of winning the last 2 racks. We're in that precarious position where if he keeps it going, somehow wins this rack, all of a sudden it's 7-6 instead of 8-5. So Chang Yu Lung, no doubt, certainly realizes the magnitude of the moment and how important this rack can be towards trying to finally finish this off.
One more hurdle to get past. It's the purple 5 to the green 6. Cue ball's going near the corner pocket and it's going near the 8 ball. Not his best shot of the match. Here comes the short stick. Okay, he's going for the corner pocket with the jump cue. If he makes it, he should be on the hill. If he misses it, he's going to need a little bit of luck to get away with it. Biggest moment, biggest shot of the match so far. Chang's going airborne. And he's missed it. Did he get any luck? Is it going to hit the 8 full? Well, it's a chance. It is definitely a chance.
A little less contact with the 8 might have helped.
Green actually flicked the 8 ball there.
It is 3 racks in a row for Anton Raga, and we have ourselves a match here on table number 1. It looked for a while like Chang Yulong was going to run away with this one, led by 4 racks. That lead is down to 1, and this is a street fight the rest of the way to get to the last 64. These two each trying to win for the second time here on day number 1. Meanwhile, over on table 2 next to us, Tyler Steyer having his way with a 6-1 lead on his way to the round of 64. Sam Story, Barry West Jr., tight battle at 7-5. Sheikh Nathwani leading by 5 in his match. Kong Lee trailing by 2. Trenton White leading by 2 in the Battle of Americans. Oscar Dominguez has the lead in his match as we take you back to table 1 here. And Raga trying to run with this momentum. Now the key for him is that he has cleaned up the mistakes that plagued him early. He's been on quite the pace here over these last few racks, barely allowing his opponent to see the table.
Every single rack there seems to be a problem ball. This time it's the purple 5. It's a big problem as well because it actually doesn't look like it goes in any single pocket. he goes forward with the cue ball, it would be hard to break out the two balls, so he needs to draw the cue ball back. Anywhere where it is now, that type of angle is fine. Yeah, now he's got an angle, you see, he's got something to work with. Will he go off 1, 2, 3 rails, or will he go straight into it? He's going straight into the ball. You would think a full ball contact would leave a shot into the top right. It's not easy though. I'll tell you what, that is a naughty, naughty shot.
Shouldn't do him dirty like that, huh?
How good did he hit the 5 ball?
I mean, that was exquisite.
It's all well and good doing this to an opponent who's below your level, but when you're playing someone who's on a par like Chan Long, you know, one of the players who can really go deep this year. So far, I know he's not won the match yet, he's still got a few balls to pop, but back against the wall, Raga, this performance so far has been wonderful. Also, it's not been easy. It's not like every rack's been over the pocket and he's just had road maps. He's had a lot of funny shots to play. Safeties, kick shots, positional shots. He's really showing us what he's got in the locker.
Yeah, quite the variety. And he is inching closer to completely evening this match. What a rip by Raga. At 1 point down by 4 racks, we are now tied at 7. Meantime, next door on table 2, Tyler Steyer with no such difficulty. Wang Duck Tien barely in a hole, trailing 6-1. Looking to get to within 4 racks if he can convert this next shot. So he's hanging on as we go back to table 1, and the question now is for the man seated on the left-hand side of the screen, Chang Yu Lung, how many more cracks at it is he going to get? How many shots is he going to see here down the stretch, the way Raga has just been on this roll?
And the last 4 racks, Raga has won to tie this match up 7-7. He's made the 1 ball as he got a shot on the 2. He has, you know, but again, well, I was just going to say a tied up ball, but that's actually not finished that bad. The 7 and the 8 are in a perfect line, pretty much similar distance off the rail, so the combo is actually very easy. And the beauty of this combo is once he pots the 8 ball, he can play a little stop shot and stay on the 7 for the same pocket. First shot's going to be key though. Got to get on this 3 ball. Not easy. A lot of distance to work with here. Cue ball's got to go forward. Possibly draw it. Well, that's a big, big part of the table he's got to cover with the cue ball. He's going with topspin. think that's okay.
They have a thin line here between the 6 and the 9 that he can play through. But it is close. Well, looks like he can get it from this angle, certainly.
Wanted another couple of ball roll there. Delicate little shot, this one. Needs an angle, doesn't want to be straight. If he's straight, he may have to play for the bank on the 7. And that looks pretty straight to me. It's amazing when you don't get the cue ball perfect on your next ball. It's so hard to get the cue ball back into the right position. He landed short on this ball, had to play it with the rest. And now he's landed wrong on the green 6. Change of plan. Oh, he was looking at the side pocket there. That would be very, very sketchy. Now he's back looking at the bank. That seems to be the sensible option. Just got to get the cue ball running through. Maybe 3 inches, 4 inches. Might play a little stun one through as well. Yeah, that's what he did.
I know, big shot coming up here. You see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, Chang Yu Long, starting to wonder if he's ever going to get up out of that chair.
Very important, this shot, that you don't forget about the bank. Yeah, I think he's worried about getting on the 8 here. I think he would have originally liked to have stunned the bank in and stunned the cue ball into the 8 a little bit. Oh, he's completely butchered this one. He's forgot about the bank. It's all gone wrong for Raga.
The first miscue in a while now, and Chang Yu Long, it has been some time since we've seen him up and ready to hit a shot, so the perfect time for it. There's 3 balls to clear the table and get on the hill.
This is a taste of what will come near the end of the week. These are the matches we're going to start to see come final 64 round. I know we're seeing one now, but it will be literally a who's who of the world of 9-ball pool.
Now that's light work for Chang Yu Long. Raga almost handing it over there late after winning 4 straight racks. And now Chang Yu Long, who hasn't hit many shots here in the last 15 minutes or so, and up until just a moment ago had lost 4 consecutive racks, now finds himself on the hill and a rack away from the round of 64. And over on table number 2, Tyler Steyer still leading Long Duc Tien 6-2. Trying to finish off this rack here. It has been a very methodical rack number 9 in this match. Taking longer than most. And Steyer closing in on a 7-2 lead. So Steyer is going to find himself 2 racks from victory, while on the table alongside of him, Chang Yu Long, set to break, is 1 rack away.
Needs balls to get out the way. Got the cue ball welded onto the 3. Raga's kicking to stay in this match. It's a big target where the 2 ball is finished. Might get a little bit of action on the 9 ball if he goes off the top rail. Is he looking at the side rail though? May have to go off the side rail because he might not be able to reach to play the cue ball off the top rail. Can he fluke the 9 ball? Can he fluke the 9 ball? Just needs a little bit of luck. Chance for the match. Raga cannot complain because at 7-7 he literally had all the balls in the open. Remember the poor positional shot he played to get on the 5 and then didn't get on the 6 good with the bridge. So he had a chance to get on the hill first, didn't convert. Now he's sat in his chair looking at his opponent running the balls out to win the match.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he'll stay seated and not get up again. Raga was such a difficult hole to climb out of after trailing by 4 racks. He found himself back even, but when you're digging yourself out for so long, the margin is so slim. You just can't afford any mistakes. And even though he's been playing very well, that one mistake at the end of the previous rack is what could ultimately end up costing him.
Cue ball was dicing with the side pocket. Fortunate to hit the point. He's missed it. He's missed it. He's missed a chance for the match. If he can pop the 4 and squeeze him behind the 9, I believe that's what he will play. Sometimes the Filipinos play shots different to the rest of us. I'm not saying he's going to play this, but he might also stun into the 9. If he can get around the back of it, he's never going to stun into the 9, put it that way.
Wow, Raga. He has been something else. When his back has been against the wall, when he's needed the big shots, he has come up with some incredible ones.
Yeah, he really has. Told you the Filipinos do things different. That was a dangerous shot he attempted. Was not easy. That 9 was not over the pocket. He had to hit that half ball.
And now a Hill final on table number 1. Trailed by 4 racks at one point. Then thought he lost it all just 2 racks ago when Chang Yulong was the first to the hill, led 8-7. But the door, again, was cracked open for him here. And he is able to convert. Off the 4-9, and now 8 racks apiece. A Hill final rack to decide it. Haven't had many of these so far here today. Get the 1 in the side pocket. And in the Hill, he comes up with a dry break. It's the first one we've had. This is rack number 17. And wouldn't you know it, the first time either player has failed to pot off the break.
Three ball to the rescue for the Filipino fans around the world. Sweating this match here on day 1. Keeps him at the table. The pool fans love a Hill thriller. And this is what we've been treated to here. This has been a splendid match here on day 1.
Well, the ebbs and flows, back and forth. Raga overcoming the early mistakes. Chang Yulong playing well. Raga falling behind by 4 racks, coming back to tie, then making another mistake that allowed Chang Yulong to get on the hill, but then Raga with a combination that gets us to this Hill drama at the end.
Goes airborne the first shot, then he plays a cross bank, second shot. Look at this one again, plays this with top left. Can he hold himself together? That went in a little bit thick, but it's okay. Raga's just a spectator like the rest of us. It's out of his hands. Cue ball needs to run a little bit. He was playing for it in the side pocket. If he pots this 5 ball and the cue ball rolls forward and skims the left side of the 9, he's got work to do. He may have to kill this, miss the 9 ball, stun off the left rail and back out. He's in danger of under hitting this shot. This is not ideal position. He's got to play a funky little positional shot here. Going into the 9. He's missed this. He's missed it! Yeah, he played it with right hand spin. He was trying to check the 5 in the pocket. That would change the angle slightly. So the cue ball hit the 9 full. Raga may have to go off the side rail here. And you'd be very brave to play this with pace. So he may just roll this ball in off the 1 rail. Here he is looking at that shot now. The cue ball would stay around where the 5 is, so he's not out the woodwork yet. He'd have a weird shot on the green 6 as well. Yeah, here comes the slow roll. Has he got it? Has he got it?
Oh no.
Wow. Any contact, Steve, you'd have thought that ball would have fell.
He just missed clipping it where he needed to. I mean, it was up against the corner, so that might have made a difference. Any miss at this point could be the killer.
Can he sneak the cue ball in behind it? Or is he playing some sort of cannon? The cannon can go wrong. And it's gone wrong. What a match this has been for the pool fans around the world. We have had everything in this match. This is what the sport of 9-ball pool can bring.
Down to the final 4 balls here on table 1. Last rack, Hill for a spot in the final 64. Meanwhile, next door on table 2, Tyler Steyer getting a challenge from Long Duc Tien, who's won the last several racks. It's now 7-4 in favor of the American.
Well, Raga's back at the table, so that is good news. Bad news is, look at the shot he's faced with. It's as simple as this: hit the 6 ball and hope it's your day. If you miss the 6 ball, you've lost because you give ball in hand up. If you hit it, you might get lucky. You also might leave your opponent a testing difficult shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of hope involved here, either way you look at it.
This is the problem. It was not an easy kick. Chang played the safety to perfection, and that's why he's got ball in hand. 3rd chance for the match, this, for Chang.
And Raga realizes this may be the final time he sits down.
Raga will live to fight another day. He'll go over to the loser's side of the draw. What a player Raga is. No disrespect to Chan Yu-Lung, but the way Raga has fought back just to get back in this match with some of the shots he's played, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, Raga got off track in the early going. Had he not made a few mistakes in the first few racks, considering the way he started to play after that, could have been an entirely different match. As such, it still was a Hill thriller in the end. Chang Yu-Lung hangs on and survives to beat Anton Raga. He wins both of his matches on day one. He's through to the single elimination round of 64. Anton Raga will go to the losers qualification, so he is still alive here at this U.S. Open. But a rare hill decider on day one that falls to Chang Yu-Long. He wins at 9-8 over Anton Raga to conclude the day on table number one. Meanwhile, over on table number two, there is still some work to be done. Tyler Steyer of the U.S. leading 7-4 over Long Duc Tien, but he has dropped the last couple of racks as we see the remaining matches in progress. Not all that many. Singh with a sizable lead at 7-1 over the American Robert Blackson. 5-5 between Lirp and Babica. Emery trailing 4-1 in the duel between the two Americans on table 14. And over on table 16, what could be another hill matchup. The way that one's trending, 8-7 is the score deep in that match. So after a short break here on table number two, the match is set to resume. Long Duc Tien coming off a victory, set to break here as we wind down our coverage on day one at this 46th edition of the U.S. Open. And this is a player who has been playing better and better as this match has developed.
Open bridge for the break-off. Quite rare. But it works. It's a good layout, this. Loads of left English to get the cue ball back over. That's perfect, that. Could not put that better with your hand. Tyler Steyer had a big lead here on table two.
Oh, and that's the opening he wanted.
Yeah, just like that. Looks like you're going to pull it back to just 2 racks, 7-5. You're well still in the match. Now it could be 8-4. You feel like you can't win the match.
Steyer led 7-2 at one point. And now a chance, if he runs this, to get on to the hill. And in striking distance of the round of 64.
Very few players would have drawn that ball back. They may have been tempted with a rail first. Nicely done. Nicely judged that. Cue ball was always going to go high of the middle, so it doesn't feel like a natural shot. This needs to settle down a little bit. It's going a little close to the rail. Little tester coming up. Got to bear down,
And
stay
now
still.
for a spot on the hill. (8-4). Tyler Steyer has doubled up Long Duc Tien, who had that miss late. And now Steyer will break on the hill here, and a spot in the last 64 very much in his future. So Tyler Steyer now very much in position, in control, and in command of his spots. No doubt grateful for the opportunity there late in that previous rack as well. Was granted a life and took advantage of it.
Finish with a golden
And
break
a
for the
golden
match.
break. What a way to end it. That earns a round of applause. Haven't seen many of those here today. But he pots the 9 on the break, the golden break to end it. Boy, it was on the hill, and that is the true exclamation point on the match. Perfect way to end it. Tyler Steyer, 8-4 is the final over Long Duc Tien. And Steyer onto the round of 64 here. He'll play on Wednesday. But the order of play for tomorrow and our second day of competition here at this 46th edition of the U.S. Open will feature some other prominent names. Fedor Gorst will take on Sam Henderson of the U.S. In our first match on table number 2, Jason Shaw and Robert Hartz. The U.K. and the U.S. going head-to-head. Skylar Woodward taking on his fellow American, Charles Carlisle. And Joey Tate of the home side also in action. Match 1, table 1 to get things started tomorrow on the second day of competition here at Harrah's Atlantic City. And what a first full day. We've seen some drama, some excitement. It is a terrific kickoff to this U.S. Open Championship, the oldest and most prestigious major in the sport. And now for Carl Boys, I'm Steve Schlanger. Thanks for joining us, everyone, and we will see you tomorrow for the second day at the U.S. Open from the Jersey Shore.